Well, all right, yeah, let's get right into it. Yo, good morning. This is Set with Set and Keep Me. I'm sorry. This is Set with Set Media, and I'm back with another one for y'all, man. Today we're about to get a little more deeper into this whole third term meltdown that these libs are having, and I got a whole lot more lined up for y'all, man. Let's have a good morning on this one, guys. Let's go.
Times a 400 or 500% markup, and the artists don't see any of that money. And ultimately, I think this is a great first,
like the country's never seen. And
You got Kid Rock up in there.
favorite shows you want to go to, and then they're relisted immediately for sometimes a 400 or 500% markup. And the artists don't see any of that money. And ultimately, I think this is a great first step. I would love down the road if there'd be some legislation that we could actually put a cap on the resale of tickets. And I'm a capitalist and a deregulation guy, but they've tried this in some places in Europe, and it seems to be the only thing that's us as artists be able to get the tickets into the hands of the fans at the prices we set. I'll be the first one to say, and I know the president doesn't like when I say this, but I'm a little overpaid right now. It's kind of ridiculous. I would rather be, a hero to working class people and have them be able to come attend my shows and give them a fair ticket price. I can't control that right now. So hopefully this is a step to really be able to make that happen. And a lot of artists and a lot of fans who love concerts and music are going to be very appreciative.
I think,
I mean, that is true. I was hearing like concerts were seeing an all-time low, like artists were seeing an all-time low in appearances and seats. And it wasn't because they were falling off. It was mainly because it was low affordability. And there was no way they could find a way to lower the price of their seats or the tickets.
I was more interested in the fans and the people that are having to pay crazy prices than he is the artist. Maybe the artist a little bit, but the fans a lot. I've spoken to him over the years about it. And it's been, it bothers him. It bothers a lot of other artists too. See the artists, and they go out with $100 ticket and it sells for $2,000 the following night. And they seem to be able to sweep up the best locations too, which is pretty amazing. So
they've only enforced that box act one time, I believe.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago in New York City, they still got a couple $1 million fine. And that's the only time they've enforced that act.
And who's the primary culprit? Who sells these tickets?
It's the scalpers. It's these bots go in and they're automated. So
Is there a company involved? You might know.
No. Well, there's
I have heard of that. Like, bro, there are bots buying tickets. There are bots buying clothes, shoes. Like, you know how you're like, all right, back in the day not even back in the day. I mean, shoes is still a pretty big market now. And back in the day when it was coming out with these releases, there would be dudes who would set up bots to buy these shoes before anybody else. And these bots were able to buy it way faster than you can click on the products to get it in your cart and all that.
There's reselling markets.
Damn bots.
Yeah.
I know, Peter. But that's all right. Don't get them involved.
What company do you think?
Maybe they're more innocent than we think.
Well, if you think of it, like if Ticketmaster sells a ticket, if you buy a ticket and go to a show, you're in a lot of ways their worst customer. Because they make another 17, whatever percentage every time that ticket resells. So they don't want to enforce the Bots Act necessarily because they're making more money off it. The artists don't see any of that money, but that's not what I'm advocating for, is for me to make more money. I want the fans to have fair ticket prices, be able to go and enjoy more shows. I know people that they decide on a family vacation or going to their favorite concert once a year rather than, my parents used to go see multiple shows when you could afford them back in their day. And I'd like to take my ticket prices lower, but if I set my ticket prices low, these bots immediately eat them up and they resell for hundreds of dollars more. And I'm just making these bad actors rich.
Yep.
Well, I think this is a big step.
Yeah, that's the same way the shoes, the clothing market works, is these bots buy these new releases and then go ahead and resell them for high prices. I mean, let's see here. I got one of my hoodies. Like, one of my hoodies is kind of like that. One of my hoodies is like that. Like, I bought it and there were bots on the site that would ate the product up. Next thing you know, the same hoodie that I bought is like, bro, it's like $800. It's $800 freaking dollars. Like, bro, the resale game is crazy, and when they use bots, it make it even tougher for like regular people, because these bots will, like I said, they'll buy up tickets, resell them at a higher price, buy up the shoes, the clothes, all these pre-releases, and then sell it at a higher price.
Step to getting it stopped. Do you have
And make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. Let's go.
Yeah, I do actually. I actually feel that the consumer is going to take the money that they've saved and actually buy merch, which you guys have a big percentage of, or do concessions, which you guys split with the venue on that as well. So I think their
We
money
don't
goes
share
for it.
concessions a lot.
No?
We try to, but they don't want us. They don't want to share it in the beer prices and parking or any of that stuff. But the bottom
What?
line is, there's money for everyone to be made.
Hell
There's
no.
plenty of money.
No. I'm taking concession stand because hold on, these people wouldn't be even at your concession stand if it wasn't for me. Like, bro, if it wasn't for this man Key Rock out there performing, there would be nobody at the concession stand. So at least get my man that 10, 20%. Like, what? I swear, but damn, they be even playing the white artists. Actually, damn near all artists get played on in the music industry. All of them at this point.
Around. No one's going to really lose here. Ticketmaster, if we can get a cap, they're going to lose some money. But I've already talked to CEO Michael, and he's given me his word. He's on board for it.
I was talking to Jacoby with Papa Roach earlier, and by the way, he's a big fan of what you're doing, President Trump, digging into this whole scalping and the bots. A lot of musicians, you can say that they're with Kid Rock, sir.
Good.
On
I think
this,
so.
without a doubt.
A lot of people are.
President Trump, would you ever wear a jacket like that?
I don't know. I was thinking about doing it for tomorrow.
That would
We
be
have a big
cool.
event coming up, and I was thinking about doing it, but I'm not sure.
So you recently bought a Tesla for White House staff.
Hey, nah, if I seen Trump in a suit like that, bro, I ain't gonna lie, that's an instant wallpaper. Actually, an instant wallpaper would be Trump in a bust down grill. In an iced out grill, that would be an instant wallpaper. I ain't even gonna lie.
To use, but now there's all these domestic terrorists targeting Teslas. Are the staff scared to drive it?
I don't think so. I haven't heard. They were complaining. I did buy one, and I let the staff use it. We have it parked conveniently, and one day we give it to Margot, one day we give it to Chamberlain, give it to Natalie, we give it to everybody around, give it to Dan Scavino, but he's got so much money it doesn't matter. But they love the car, and it's a great car, and it's made here, and it's made in the country. He's got a tremendous plant now in Texas, and he has one in California. Does a lot of his work here, and he's been really unfairly treated, in my opinion.
I travel.
And
Yeah.
there's this other story. I know it's hypothetical right now, but if you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love
Or
that.
is
Man,
Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one.
I mean, hell yeah. I mean, talk about like a fantasy fight, like, or a fantasy election, like Obama versus Trump. Hey, I ain't even gonna lie, man. The speeches are gonna be A1. Like, man, Obama's about to have these libs crying in their seats, and Obama's about to have the conservatives jumping out theirs. It's gonna be a great one. It would be a fun election if that was it. I'm just gonna be real. That would be an epic election.
Like that. And no, people are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't know about that. But I have not looked into it. I want to do a fantastic job. We have 4 years, just about, almost close to 4 years. Time is flying, but it's still close to 4 years. And we're getting a lot of credit for having done a great job in the first almost 100 days. And we have some big things we're going to be announcing over the next 2 days. You know very well, Peter. And I think it's going to be something that's going to bring a lot of wealth back to our country, tremendous wealth back to our country, actually. And other countries are understanding it because they've been ripping us for 50 years longer, but they've been ripping us off for years, right from the beginning. And I think this is going to be an amazing, I call it a lot of different names, but it's really, in a sense, it's a rebirth of a country because how we could have afforded to do what we did. We help everybody, and they don't help us. I really, the term I like best probably is the liberation of America. It's the liberation of this country because it's incredible. Look, we have 36 trillion in debt for a reason, and that accumulates over a long period of time. So I think what you're going to be seeing over the next couple of days will be very inspiring to a lot of people. They had a lot of auto plants being built in a certain country. I don't want to mention the country because we get along great with the country, but those plants aren't being built there anymore. They gave them up today and yesterday, day before, and they're building them all now in the United States. And we have many examples, not only auto plants, chip companies from Taiwan are coming in. The biggest, Mr. Wei, he's big. I said, you are a smart guy, aren't you? I've been reading about him over the years, but he controls a large portion of the chip business, as you know. you don't get smarter, they're going to be investing $200 or $300 billion. Apple's investing $500 billion. You know, they always built their places in China. Now he's building here. I think because of you speak to Tim Cook, because of the election, but maybe more importantly because of the tariffs. You know, he's got really an obligation to do it. But we have many, many companies that you haven't even heard of. But I think we'll be at $5 trillion very soon. And if you think about this, we've never been anywhere near that. I don't know if we've ever been at $1 trillion.
What do you mean by that?
We're 500. What do I mean by trillion?
5 trillion. What are you referring to, sir?
I think that we're going to be at $5 trillion of investment. I think you're going to have investments very shortly. We're already 3.5, and we have commitments, verbal commitments for a lot more. And numbers like that have never been done in this country. And it's going to get harder. This is in 2 months. It's really in less than 2 months, because since we've really gone out with it. And we have other interesting things happening. But to me, the whole tariff situation, and essentially they've done that to us for many years. So if we're anywhere near 5 trillion in 2 months, this could be numbers like the country's never seen. And every time you hear a dollar spent, that's another job, because the jobs are coming with it. So auto plants, chip plants, pharmaceuticals, lumber coming in. We have things happening in this country. I'm not sure that they've ever seen it. Steel, you know, we have tariffs on steel. They've been here for a while. Steel and aluminum. Nobody's ever seen anything like we're witnessing now. Nobody's ever seen anything. Most of you agree with that. I mean, it's nothing much you can't agree with. We have things happening in terms of jobs and investment, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen. If you look at, let's say, $4 to $5 trillion in a period of a month and a half, that's even more than you do with your concerts, which are always sold out. Right?
Now, as I was listening to this, it is like he's not wrong. My man is not wrong when he's pretty much saying, like, yo, it's been a while since a president has actually stood up for, well, the American economy. It's been a while since a president stood up and not let these companies, well, just leave and not even try to do anything to get them back. And yes, it was us who made these companies leave. It's either by raising our corporate tax, state taxes. I mean, just making it almost impossible for them. We don't do any manufacturing here. So if they wanted to manufacture, they'd have to raise their price to an astounding level. So yeah, like back in the day, we were not making it easy at all for any manufacturing company, any company to work here at all, unless it was like a service business. Manufacturing, oh no, we was kicking them to the curve. So I am happy that somebody, Trump, somebody who's a businessman actually sees the importance of middle-class jobs. Because I'm gonna be real with you, the Democratic elitists, I mean, all they cared about was the service office jobs. And then they completely gutted the middle class, added a whole bunch of office jobs, and then claimed they did something for the middle class. When most of the middle class works what? In manufacturing. All right.
Nobody's ever seen numbers. And think of it, where Apple's at 500 billion, as I said, but they always used to spend that money in China. Now they're spending it here. That means they're going to build. Now they don't have any tariffs. Remember, there are no tariffs if you do your product here, if you build whatever it is in the USA. One of the things we're also trying to get is if you.
But here's the thing. I know Apple's coming here, but what are they building here? Are they building their phones? Are they building their or what are they just going to build their chips here? Like, what is Apple building here? Because like I said, everybody says, oh, if you build an iPhone here, it's going to be $2,400. And I'm just like, man, nobody's trying to pay that.
If you buy a car that was built in the USA, you get a deduction on interest. So if you go out and borrow money to buy a car, if it's built in the USA, never been done before. It's a big deduction for people that really aren't used to deductions, frankly, because people that buy cars like that are not big into the world of deductions. And now they're going to learn about deductions. So I think it's going to be great. Yeah.
President, are you going to move ahead with the universal tariff or different individual tariff rates on a whole variety of different?
Well, you're going to see in 2 days, which is maybe tomorrow night or probably Wednesday.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to like the video, man. Let's get 20 likes. So go ahead and double tap that screen for me or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. I appreciate the support, guys. But like I said, double tap that screen.
You're going to see, and they're reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we charge them, but we're being nicer than they were. We have a lot of countries friend and foe. I always say friend and foe, but the friend in many cases is worse than the foe. They took advantage of us, and we are going to be very nice by comparison to what they were. The numbers will be lower than what they've been charging us, and in some cases maybe substantially lower, but we sort of have a world obligation perhaps. But we're going to be very nice. Relatively speaking, we're going to be very kind.
Mr. President, you met with the chairman.
Somebody said that about me the other day.
And I did say this too. I'm like, Trump, when he says we're being very kind to them, I mean, we're not doing this to like damn near wreck their economy like they did us. I mean, bro, some of these countries knew damn well what they were doing when they entered these tariffs in, these trade deals and all that good stuff. They knew they were going to hurt our economy. They knew this. They had malicious intent towards our industries, but we're going to turn the other cheek, you know, with Christian values and all that good stuff. And we're going to be like, all right, cool. You may have did this like this, but trust me, we did the same thing to y'all. We decimate you guys overnight. So we're going to ask these slight tariffs. That's not going to hurt you too much. We're going to do you way nicer than you did us because y'all didn't give a damn about us. But we give a damn about y'all, so we're not going to do y'all as bad as y'all did us. We're not going to try to just take all y'all businesses, and we're not going to try to tariff y'all into the ground like y'all did us.
He said, who doesn't know me very well, they said, you're such a kind person. And I said, say that again. They said, you're a kind person. I said, I've never heard that before. It was a weird statement. I was kind.
Who said that?
I've heard of words that, I don't know, I better not tell you. You know, I've been called a lot of things, but it's sort of a different kind of a word. It's like an old-fashioned word, isn't it?
Mr. President, you met with the chairman of Stellantis today. Did
Yes.
he ask you for a pause on the auto tariffs?
No.
What was that meeting about?
Just about some of the problems they have with the environmental, which we're going to clean up.
Have any of the automakers?
We're going to probably go back to 1920. If you look, we're going to go back probably to a 2020 standard. So we'll have 2020 standard, and that's just a few years ago. Oh, they're making it so difficult all over the world. They're making it. It doesn't mean a damn bit of difference even for the environment. It doesn't matter. They make it impossible for people to build cars. So we're going to be doing much different. 2020 is a strong standard, but they've taken it to a level now that makes it very difficult to build a car. So we're going to be bringing it back to a standard that is a very good environmental standard, but it makes it possible to build a car.
Have you heard any concerns from the automakers, though, about the tariffs on parts that will go into effect over the coming weeks? About
they
what
all
that's going to
know.
mean for the price of.
Well, I gave them a big break for a month. I didn't charge them anything, for a big month, for that first month. And they brought a lot of material into this country because they could bring it in without tariff. If you look at Canada and Mexico, they were driving hundreds of thousands of cars into the market because they avoid the tariffs by doing it before the tariffs go on, which would be Wednesday. And I saw some of your shows.
I mean, that's actually kind of funny. They're rushing their products in before the tariffs hit. It's like, bro, let's get as much shit as in there as possible because after the first, which is today, everything's getting hit with a tariff, and then we ain't trying to deal with that. Let's try to get as much cars or as much products across the border as possible so we can get that profit. And like I said, a lot of these companies probably aren't going to capitulate to what Trump wants until the end of the quarter, until they realize they pull out their financial statements and they're like, ooh, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Woo, them tariffs hurt.
Where cars are lined up for miles and miles. Some of them didn't have fenders on them. Some of them didn't have the roof on yet. They're driving it in brand new. They're driving it in because they want to avoid the tariffs. I let them have that. They sort of took advantage of it because, that wasn't part of the deal, but that's okay.
Are there any?
They're great American car companies. And so I gave them a little break on that. Yeah.
Are there any countries that you're not targeting on Wednesday?
Well, it depends. I said it's reciprocal. Not everybody has made a fortune, but almost everybody has, but not everybody. And the ones that haven't, we're going to be very nice to them.
And on a separate issue,
Because that word reciprocal is very important. What they do to us, we do to them. Okay.
Can I just ask you briefly on President Putin? You said over the weekend or indicated over the weekend some frustration with him. How serious are you about imposing oil sanctions?
No, I want to
Russian oil?
see him make a deal so that we stop Russian. So
And here's the thing. If Trump really wanted to be an ass, dog, he could really lower the corporate rate put high tariffs on all these countries, so it's damn near almost impossible to sell into the United States. And it would be like, hey, yo, if you guys don't leave your country, you still want to access the richest country in the world, the best market in the world, you're gonna have to leave your country and come over here. We could have made it like that. We could have easily 100-200% tariffs on y'all. And not only that, we're gonna lower our corporate tax even lower. Bro, it had these, I'm gonna be real with you, it had these corporations salivating at the mouth to come produce over here.
Soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers and other people from being killed, but mostly it's Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing at least 2,500 human beings, beautiful human beings, a week. And I wanted to stop. And some people would say, why do you worry about Russian soldiers or Ukrainian soldiers? I worry because it's like, they're just like you people. They're like us. They're like all of us. And I seem to have an ability to do those things. And if I can do that, I think it's a very worthwhile thing to do. And I think we will. No, I want to make sure that he follows through, and I think he will. I don't want to go secondary tariffs on his oil, but I think, it's something I would do if I thought he wasn't doing the job. I did it with Venezuela, secondary tariffs, and you know what happened? Every boat left the harbor. Did you see that? It was a beautiful thing to see. The whole harbor emptied out. My words weren't even finished. These massive ships, they're actually taking the hoses and dumping them into there. They couldn't get out of there fast enough because they know I don't play games. So I think he's going to live up to what he told me, and I think he's going to fulfill his part of the deal. Now, then you have Zelensky, and hopefully he's going to live up. I see he's trying to renegotiate the rare earth. We did something because, as you know, the Europeans get paid back the money that they gave, and we don't, because Biden is an incompetent president. And
so for all of you guys that said, oh, well, that was a loan that we gave them. No, with the EU, what NATO gave them is a loan. What we gave them was a handout. Yes. And it's been said, man, this is not the only time I've heard this. Like, I've heard many people keep saying that, yo, no. What Europe gave Zelensky is getting paid back. What we gave Zelensky was basically a freaking handout.
He should have asked for rare earth, or he should have asked for the loans to be guaranteed in some form. That's what Europe did. Europe is in for probably $100 billion, and we're in for 350 billion. So we're in for more than 3 times. And now
he's gonna stay on that $350 billion. He's gonna stay on that, even though Pierce Morgan and them like to come out and be like, no, we gave like 130, y'all gave like 118. And I look at these guys like, I ain't gonna lie, with the are you serious face? Like, there's no way you're telling me this right now. So you're telling me all the nations in Europe could only muster together 130 billion, but one nation under God, which is America, came up with 118. Bro, y'all should have doubled our stuff. 700 million people. Y'all have twice our numbers, twice the tax capacity, and you're telling me you put out close to the same as us? Nah, I ain't trying to hear that. Y'all need to go ahead and foot that bill. Go ahead and add an extra 200 billion to that.
You could make it a little bit less than that, but it doesn't matter. Whatever the number, we're in for substantially more than Europe. We could be in for 350 billion. They have no idea because Biden wasn't a good bookkeeper except for himself. And what happens is we made a deal for rare earth. It was all done. And I heard through you, I haven't spoken to them yet, but through you, I heard that they're now saying, well, I'll only do that deal if we get into NATO or something to that effect. Well, that was never, number one, discussed. Number two, I think it's going to be very long before Putin. They said, you're not going into NATO. And it could be, that's probably.
I ain't gonna lie. Zelensky is dumb as, bro. Zelensky.
Stupid.
If you honestly thought that, bro, you thought Putin's gonna let you into NATO if you give Trump what he wanted? Bro, you're giving Trump what he wanted. You're not giving Putin what he wanted. Putin still never wanted you in NATO. The fact that you even thought that the main reason why this war started, you was going to get off, is asinine. It's like, bro.
You stupid.
Yeah, you're an idiot. There's no way. This whole war started because you wanted to go into NATO. Remember? What makes you think that you was going to get that just because you gave us your rare earth and minerals? You ain't giving Putin it. You're giving us him. And this is just to pay us back. Putin, I mean... Yeah, you still got to work something out with that man, because the way Putin talking, he don't even want Zelensky as a leader. He wants them to have an election just so Zelensky can be up out of there.
The reason the war started, actually.
Yeah, we're hours away from a very special election. Wisconsin, Florida. I want to share your thoughts on Republican voters to not sleep on this.
Yeah.
Two very important races together.
Well, it's a big race, Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. It's taking place essentially as you know, it was early voting. So we'll see what happens. It's a big race. I love Wisconsin. We won Wisconsin. Republicans typically don't do very well in Wisconsin, but I did. I actually won it twice. I actually probably won it 3 times to be exact.
We played their stuff.
Not probably. I won it 3 times. We had a rigged election the second time, but that's, you know, one of those things. We had to make this one too big to rig. Would you agree with that, Brian?
Yes,
Too big to rig?
Yes, sir.
So anyway, but yeah, there's a big race, and I hope you get out and vote for the Republican. The woman is a radical left lunatic, and let's see who wins. But the woman will be very bad, and you know, Wisconsin's a big state politically, and the Supreme Court has a lot to do with elections in Wisconsin. So if whoever it is that's running, including, you know, even Senate races, et cetera, but whoever it is in 4 years that runs, having Wisconsin is a very big, you know, we won it early and big, but winning Wisconsin's a big deal. So therefore, the Supreme Court choice, that's the one you're talking about right now. It's a big race. It's going to be announced fairly shortly.
President Trump, on TikTok, big league deadlines, you got Liberation Day and the TikTok deadline.
Yeah,
this
we
week.
do, which I can extend if I want, but we have a lot of enthusiasm for TikTok, for buying it. I think TikTok is good. I used it I was a great TikTok guy, and we won by 36 points, the youth. You know, we won the youth, which Republicans don't do. Maybe it's because Kid Rock likes Trump. I don't know, but we won the youth by 36 points, and I attribute some of that to TikTok.
And trust me, and more of the smarter among the youth were kind of seeing where Biden was kind of taking us. And it wasn't nowhere good. It wasn't nowhere good. I mean, bro, we're talking about us, the youth, or guys even younger than me, are looking at this like, yeah, I'm not like what I'm seeing. I'm looking at high gas prices. So let's say this, like I'm paying higher prices than my parents are paying. I'm paying more for rent than my parents are paying. I'm paying for more than a basic lifestyle than my parents were paying. When, I mean, the way our parents envisioned this, they wanted to leave a better country, a better life for us. But the way our president is acting, I mean, the man wanted us to leave us in complete economic turmoil. It's like, bro, when these new kids that are getting married, getting out of college, can't afford a house, double majored up, that's a problem.
Is the TikTok deal, the negotiations now, tied to a bigger tariff deal with China?
No, but you know, it could be. I mean, you know, I've used tariffs for lots of different reasons, but I could see, you know, 1 point in tariffs with China, big country, would be probably worth more than all of TikTok, as valuable as TikTok is. It's big stuff. So there's a great example. That's a great question, actually. I'm a very flexible person. I could use that for that. Like, maybe I'll take a couple of points off if I get approvals for something. I haven't done it. Maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. But it's a very good question. Peter, you.
And guys, let's make sure to like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen, guys. We got like 70 y'all in here, but only 13 likes, man. At least let's get to 25. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Like the video with the 3 dots up there in the corner.
Very good.
Thank you. You'll love this one.
Go ahead.
It's not front page news, but I am just curious. What is your thought about Tiger Woods now becoming part of the broader Trump family?
Well, I love Tiger, and I love Vanessa, and they had a great relationship. I happen to think the relationship with my son, I happen to think the relationship was hurt very badly by the witch hunt that went on, Russia, and all the crap that they put Don through, who knew nothing about it. But Vanessa and Don had a very good relationship. They have incredible children, 5 incredible children, all good athletes, all great students, they're like great. And they broke up, you know, quite a while ago, and which was to me very sad because I think they're both great. Don and Vanessa, and Tiger actually called me a few months ago, and they have a very special, very good relationship with Tiger. I played golf with him a couple of times over the last month, And he's
I'm weak, man. Genetics on that kid would have been like, oh, bro, it'd have been OP genetics on for when it came to golf. It'd been OP genetics when it came to golf. I'm like a golfing family with a golfing legend. But all right, cool. But Trump says he gave Tiger Woods permission to date Vanessa. Let them be happy. I'm not even sure if they're still together anymore. But hey, if they are, salute to them.
a fantastic guy and a fantastic athlete, and he told me about it. And I said, Tiger, that's good. That's good. I'm very happy for both. I just let them both be happy. Let them both be happy. They're both great.
To follow up on China, China, South Korea, and Japan say they're going to work together in cooperation to respond to the tariffs that you're going to put into effect this week. Are you concerned that this move, the tariffs this week, could push some of the United States' closest allies to work with China?
I mean, yeah, because the Asian countries are the one that kind of want to hold on to our steel companies the most. They want to hold on to our car manufacturing the most. They don't want to let it go. It's like, we gave it away and they don't want to let it go. I'm talking about, yes, it does make sense that it's Japan, China, and Korea. They're low-key shaking in their boots right now like, whoa, wait, you trying to do what? Trying to bring back manufacturing. It's like, bro, we've been eating off their manufacturing for years. We took their cars, we took the steel. Man, shit, Ireland got their pharmaceuticals. We ain't trying to give that up. But with these tariffs, these companies might low-key be like, I ain't gonna lie, man. Trump's tariff, the American economy. I'm gonna have to go over there. I'm sorry. I'll see you, China. I'll see you, South Korea and Japan. And they're not trying to deal with that reality. They're not even trying to go anywhere towards it. They're not trying to be like us and lose out on manufacturing. I mean, it's kind of crazy how we were so quick to throw ours away and how thirsty they are, or how, I mean, vigilant they are to just hold on to theirs.
China.
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Yeah.
Mr. President, can I ask
I
about
think they have a
something?
chance of doing better, actually, with the tariffs. It can actually help them in a certain way. And I think a lot of them will drop their tariffs because, you know, they've been unfairly tariffing the United States for years. And if you look at the European Union on cars, the European Union already dropped their tariff down to 2.5%. It was announced a couple of days ago, which is what which is a very small tariff. The United States charged very little. And a lot of, I think I heard that India just a little while ago is going to be dropping its tariffs very substantially. And I said, why didn't somebody do this a long time ago? A lot of countries are going to be dropping their tariffs.
About something that happened in France today, Mr. President. Marine Le Pen, the far-right leader, got convicted in court and is now banned from running for office for 5 years. Do you have a comment?
That's a big deal. That's a very big deal. I know all about it, and a lot of people thought she wasn't going to be convicted of anything, and I don't know if it means conviction, but she was banned for running for 5 years, and she's the leading candidate. That sounds like this country. That sounds very much like this country. Okay, anybody else?
You presented with a bunch of proposals for tariffs by your advisors that you're talking about that idea.
And who?
That your advisors have presented ideas
They
to you
do.
about about tariffs and what to do in the next 2 days. Have you settled?
Well,
on
you're going to see, I've settled, yeah, a long time ago.
Yeah.
But we talk about it. We talk about it a lot. We want to do what's right for the country and even the world. You know, affects the world, not just this country. This has been the piggy bank for the entire world. So it really does affect the world, and that's important to me also. Yeah.
Mr. President, in the past you have said that you want the quick return of Austin Tice, a Marine Corps veteran and a journalist who went missing in Syria over 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Have efforts been made to locate Austin Tice been extended beyond Syria, including potential leads in Iran? And do you have plans to get in touch with Miss Deborah Tice, the mother of Miss Austin Tice? And also at the same time, organizations like Hostage Aid Worldwide have been on the ground in Syria, searching for Austin Tice for many years. Can I get your comment on the potential future plans to locate Austin Tice and to bring him home finally?
So we've been looking, as you know, for Austin for years. I don't know about Biden. I don't think Biden was looking for anything.
Okay, so Austin Tice is an American freelance journalist and a veteran U.S. Marine Corps officer who was kidnapped while reporting in Syria on August 13th, 2012. Yeah, goddamn. Yeah, bro been lost for a minute. Like, huh. Has he been found yet? Austin Tice's mother says discovery of missing American found in Syria feels like a rehearsal for when he is found. Deborah Tice says on NBC News, Meet the Press, she knows her son, Austin, who was detained in Syria in 2012, is still alive. Man, it's been like 13 years. He is sure? I mean, I'm all for positive thinking. I hope the kid's alive too. I mean, the man's alive too, but 2012 in Syria. What the hell's he been doing for 10 plus years then? I hope not just being a prisoner.
We were, and there's been virtually no sign, you know that. There's been no sign of Austin. An incredible young guy. Be less young now. It's been a long time. It's been many, many years. The mother is fantastic. She's a very committed mother that her whole life is to find her son who was in Syria and just disappeared off the face of the earth. So, you know, a lot of bad things happen, but we're always, you know, we will never, until we find out something definitive, one way or the other, we'll never stop looking for him. But we have been, and the response, it's just a lot of dead ends. He's been gone for a long time. The problem is there's never been a sighting. You know, sometimes you'll have somebody you're looking for him and there's a sighting. There's never been a sighting of Austin, but we are out there and we have great respect for his family and for his mother. She's been unbelievable. Yeah,
Mr.
please.
President, a question about.
No, behind you.
Oh, apologies.
Yes, you've had outreach with the leaders of Russia and China. You've made an outreach to Iran. When are you going to plan to reach out to North Korea and Kim Jong-un? Anytime in the near future?
Well, I do. I have a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. You people hate to hear that, but it's very important. I got along with him fantastically, as you know. It started off very rough, very nasty. Little rocket man, the whole thing was a nasty deal. And then one day we got a call that they'd like to meet. We met. We have a great relationship. And yeah, we have, there is communication. Yeah.
I mean, shoot, talking about one of the first U.S. presidents to actually go in there and visit the man. There was high respect set for him after that. I mean, yeah, shout out to Trump for actually going out there and meeting the man we were all afraid of back in, what was, I think like 20. It was during Obama's term when this man was threatening to send a rocket across the Atlantic Sea. We didn't believe him, but that man was getting close, and we was sitting there like, oh, okay, maybe we should take him serious.
I think it's very important. You know, he's a big nuclear nation, and he's a very smart guy. I got to know him very well. Remember, I put my foot across the line, and then I walked across the line. I don't know if Secret Service was thrilled with that. They actually wasn't. They were not too thrilled. But I have a very good relationship with him. Yeah, we'll probably do something at some point. Yeah, please.
Who's on your short list, Mr. President, to replace Elise Stefanik as U.S. Ambassador to UN?
So we have a lot of good people that want it. First of all, Elise is fantastic, and I just don't want to take chances where you guys saying, how is the election going? We have a congressional election that's a little bit close. I guess the one is in good shape, but the other one's a little bit close. But Randy Fine is a great guy. They're both good candidates. They're very good, but it's, you know, a little bit, we want to be careful. And Elise is very popular in her district, and so am I. We won by a lot of points, and so did she. And there's a lot of people that wanted to run for it, but we have no idea are they going to win. I think it's just security. And I said, Elise, what about going back? Because they love you there, and she's going to take a big leadership position with Mike Johnson and the group, the speaker. And I can tell you that for the replacement, we have a lot of people that have asked about it and would like to do it. David Friedman, Rick Grinnell, and maybe 30 other people. Everyone loves that position. That's a star-making position. And so we'll see what happens. But we have a lot of people that are interested in going to the United Nations, as you can imagine. Yeah.
So get a quick music question. Favorite song to play live is what? And then my question for you, Mr.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Also pushes the video. So double tap that screen or the three dots up there in the corner.
Mr. President, your favorite rally you did last year, 2024. What was your favorite one?
Favorite song to play live?
Yeah, favorite song to play live.
Oh, that's a tough one. It'd have to be one of the hits, probably Cowboy or Ball with the Bar. There's a song that I've played every night that was never a singular hit that I probably should not say the words to in this office right now.
That is pretty much.
You never met a
He does,
certain
by the
person
way,
like
his
him.
rallies are amazing. He does great and gets big crowds. He's really a star when it comes to that. He is a very talented guy. I would say maybe Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
Because anybody that was there, the owner of the garden, Jim Dolan, who's, to me, always been terrific. He said he's never seen anything like it. When you announce Madison Square Garden, it's a big arena, but we sell out big arenas. We sold out in Milwaukee. We sold out at every big arena. We never had empty seats. It's amazing. They talk about Bernie Sanders gets 3,000 people. I said, these crowds, I get 107,000 people in New Jersey. In Butler, PA, we had over 100,000 the second time. We had 55,000 the first time. We have big crowds. I would say Madison Square Garden because I grew up in New York and the garden is.
I mean, Trump filling up seats better than your favorite artist, ironically. Better than your favorite artist, your favorite rapper, country singer. Bro, Trump is outperforming all of them. And he ain't rapping and he ain't singing. The man just talking.
Great. Jim Dolan treated us well, but everybody said they, because I think I could have filled it up 10 times. We had hundreds of thousands of people that were stacked all the way back to the Hudson River and on the other direction, back to Fifth Avenue. Nobody's ever said, I don't mean with a line, I mean like 50 deep, this way. The streets were closed, the whole thing, it was crazy. And when you take that, you want to do well at Madison Square Garden. You don't want to have empty seats. But we could have sold it out, Brian, 10 times, and everybody knew it. And I think we got a good indication that that's where the election was going. And we won every swing state, and we won by millions of votes. It was a great election. Yeah.
Mr. President, the U.S. military transferred 17 individuals to El Salvador overnight. Did you discuss with your team whether these deportations would run afoul of any recent court orders?
No, I do want to thank, however, the president.
Here's the thing that kills me. I'm like, run afoul with a court order. I mean, a district judge tried to stop an executive order. A district judge tried to stop an executive order. And then y'all want to talk about what? Balance of powers? Yes, if a district judge, somebody on the bottom of the totem pole can damn near tell a president what to do, there's a huge problem with separation of power. That don't even make sense at a certain point. And here's the thing, like I said, maybe a Supreme Court judge I'd have been like, all right, you're still out of line, but we can hear you out. But a district judge is absolutely insane. Everybody's riding behind this district judge as if he has any validity, or if he really does have any say in it, and he doesn't. And he does not. The fact that the courts even played into it is absolutely crazy. The fact that the courts can't provide us proof that, they're not Venezuelan gang members. Because remember, you guys are the one that's saying that they're not. If the burden of proof is on you, not us. Not us. Don't ask us to prove that they are gang members. The fact that they're on the plane is proof enough for us. Now, the burden of proof is on y'all to prove to me that the Venezuelans on this plane are not gang members or they are not violent criminals. Please. Names, please prove it. Give us the names and show us their criminal history. But you guys can't, because they were actually all criminals on that plane. It either be their illegal Venezuelans who committed a crime in their own country, or illegal Venezuelans that committed a crime here, or even worse, they did all two of them and they're a gang member.
President, he has been unbelievable, and in relation to us. But I think that our people have done an incredible job. I got elected on the basis of getting bad people out of our country that shouldn't be here, very dangerous people out of our country. And that's what I did. And then you have a judge that wants to take over. And I can't imagine it can be allowed. If it was up to him, they'd all be put back in our country. These are killers. These are drug lords. These are really bad people. But I want to thank the president of El Salvador.
What you mean? The FBI kicked in the door. I mean, it was like 3 days ago. Shout out to Cash Patel and Pam Bondi, pretty much coming in telling us that in Virginia, and what was it? Richmond, Virginia, they had a gang leader of the 20. I think it was the Venezuelan gang. So yes, a Venezuelan gang leader was kicking it in one of the nicest parts of Virginia. Yes. So we had to go up there and get a Venezuelan gang leader out of the nicest part of Virginia, and it lets you know how deep they were sewn into the east side. I mean, the guy would run the entire east side of his gang, and he was out here just living the good life in Virginia. Crazy.
Salvador, because he's done an amazing job. You saw it. Yeah.
Elon Musk's special government tenure is coming to an end, 130 days, I think another month.
Yeah.
Do you want him to stay longer, or is it time for him to go back to running his companies in Europe?
Well, I think he's amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run. And so at some point he's going to be going back. He wants to.
You want to keep him around?
But I'd keep him as long as I could keep him. He's a very talented guy. I love very smart people. He's very smart, and he's done a good job. Doge is, we found numbers that nobody can even believe, like 400 billion, 500 billion. It could be close to $1 trillion by the time they end on different things. And he's led the charge. And you've seen a lot of his people. And these are people that joined up. I always say they're high IQ people. I like high IQ people. Mm-hmm. And they've done a great job. No, at some point, Elon's going to want to go back to his company. I will say he's got, despite the way he's been treated, so he's an American patriot, but the way he's been treated with Tesla is just terrible.
It's
just terrible. In fact, you have a Tesla, and you love it.
Bro, the worst part about this is the fact that, bro, like I said, we was listening to Lefties Losing It earlier today, and, bro, there was actually a guy who walked up on a Tesla and was hitting an old lady, 61 years old. Some dude blocked off her car, got out, and started hitting. And I'm just thinking, like, yeah, you guys are terrorists. You guys are literally pulling up on old ladies, on Tesla drivers, innocent civilians, and trying to hurt them because of their purchasing choices. Like, what is wrong with you guys? And then here's the thing, what is wrong with the left? When y'all are not out here honestly shaming this, going like, hey, yeah, guys, we need to stop. If you guys see somebody about to vandalize a Tesla, I don't care how much you hate Trump. Stop that guy. Stop him. Like, I don't care how much you hate Trump. You see somebody about to do something aggressive to a Trump supporter, stop that guy, because it only makes y'all look worse, and it makes y'all look like terrorists. It's like, be honest. Like, bro, you ain't never seen a Trump supporter pull up on Biden supporter, pull up on Kamala supporter and try to hurt them. You never seen us do that, but here y'all are. Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all?
He was saying before he bought a Tesla, he loved it. A lot of people are buying Teslas, I think, and I hope they are. He should not be treated that way. He's done an incredible service to our country.
But once he goes back, is Doge going to keep operating even without Elon here?
Well, I can't tell you that. I can say this, that a lot of the people that are working with Doge are the secretaries, the heads of the various agencies, and they've learned a lot, and they're dealing with the Doge people. I think some of them may try and keep the Doge people with them, but at a certain point, I think it will end. But they have also gotten a big education, and they're doing a really good job. There'll be a point at which the secretaries will be able to do this work and do it very, as we say, with the scalpel. And that's what we want. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, have you had any updates on the U.S. soldiers missing in Lithuania?
I have.
Can you give us an update?
So 3 are no longer with us, and 1 is unfortunately probably in the same category, but they haven't declared that yet. It was a very heavy truck, like I told you, but I mean, really heavy, that lifted the heaviest equipment. And it would seem that the bank of a lake collapsed. The weight is so big. And it was at night, and it was very cold weather, ice, a lot of ice. And it's possibly slipped, and the weight is so enormous of this thing. It's a massively heavy vehicle. And if they slipped a little bit, that's probably what happened, and it flipped. And 3 are gone, and 1 is missing.
On a separate topic, follow up on immigration. Did you see the video of the Tufts University student who was taken off the street by ICE agents last week in hoodies and masks? There's been a lot of criticism of that. Are you comfortable with how that was handled?
Well, I haven't really looked at it in any detail, but I will. I mean, I have seen it quickly, but not, I wouldn't want to comment on it. Yeah, please.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, y'all be expecting people to be too reactionary. It's like, oh, they just pulled up and took him off the street. What do you think is going on? Isn't this a violation of his rights? Whoa, calm down. let's first find out everything. Let's first find out all the details, because y'all might be complaining about something that actually has some validity to it. That kid might have been a secret terrorist, or he might have been in some crazy chats to where we might have to get him up out of here. You don't know. A lot of y'all don't know the details, and y'all speak with half-ass information. Let's just wait until everything comes out. Like, hold your horses.
Yeah, Mr. President, would you be able to confirm recent reporting that you are making plans to go to Saudi Arabia next month? And if so, why is Saudi Arabia so important?
So I have a very good relationship with the Middle East. In fact, if you look at Michigan, I won the vote by a lot. People were a little surprised. And I have a very good relationship with Mohammed and the king. His son is Mohammed. He's great. Crown Prince, actually, he's prime minister too. He's got a lot of good titles, but he's great. And the king has been wonderful. And if you remember, last time I went to Saudi Arabia, I put him first on the list because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of American goods, military and otherwise. And they did. And it was an unbelievable day. It was in this gorgeous ballroom, and companies were there from many, probably 100 companies. And they were given anywhere from 40 or $50 million to less and more, actually. Okay, some of them were given numbers that were just many times that amount. I think we had a couple of $20 billion deals, big stuff. And it's a very rich country because of oil. And we are a very rich country, ultimately, when we straighten it out because of oil. Oil is always good. And I agreed to do it again, and they've agreed to spend close to $1 trillion of money in our American companies, which to me means jobs. So they're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars giving them to American companies that are going to be making equipment for Saudi Arabia and other places in the Middle East. And for that, I think it's worth it. I did it last time, 450 billion, and the press was there. It was one of the most unique days I've ever seen, where companies would get up and you're getting 20 billion. The name of the company, the chairman were all there, every chairman and top person in the company. You remember that, Peter? I don't know if you were there. You might be too young for that.
I was on the Democratic campaign trail.
It was boring. This was a much better deal. But it was amazing, actually. It was an amazing day. We sold and we partook in $450 billion worth of investment into American companies. And they announced the company, the amount of money, $1 billion, $5 billion, $25 billion. And the chairman of the company, many of whom, well-known figures, prestigious figures, great business leaders, they went up, they shook the hand of somebody and they would sit down, and we just had a big investment made. So it was a record. Nobody ever beat it before. $450 billion worth of jobs. I view it as jobs more than anything else. And
I mean, yeah, they're coming over here to build their factories or build their offices, and that's going to provide us jobs. Shout out Trump. I mean, he's gotten a lot of companies to come back here. And I mean, a lot of manufacturing. Now, of course, I mean, there was like one banking. So I think it was one banking company, SoftBank, that added like what, 200 billion. They said they're going to invest 200 billion into us. Great. I mean, there's going to be more jobs in the financial sector. I mean, hey, he's kind of touching all grounds, not just manufacturing. He's looking out for everybody in a way.
now we're close to $1 trillion.
Except for the government jobs. He's slashing those left and right.
So it's more than double the number that we did when I first came to office.
And this trip takes place next month.
It could be next month, maybe a little bit later, yeah. And we're going to Qatar also. And also we're going to possibly a couple of other countries. UAE is very important. It's a great.
Guys, let's remember to like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen for me to like the video with the 3 dots up there in the corner. I appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going. But like I said, let's double tap that video. Double tap that screen to get more people in on the conversation.
Great leader, UAE. And I had his brother here the other night, if you saw that. We had a wonderful guy, a wonderful family. So we'll probably stop at UAE and Qatar, and as I used to call it, Qatar. Nobody's ever told me right or wrong. I always like to say Qatar, but it's Qatar. They like to say Qatar. And Saudi Arabia, the 3 of them, and then we'll go other places also, but in the Middle East, those seem to be the three. And again, tremendous amounts of jobs will be created that in those 2 or 3 days. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get into this Pierce Morgan debate on Trump's third term. And you already know the libs are having a meltdown on here. So let's get right into it. This is going to be a fun one. And guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, man. And if you have any question, comments, disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just send in a $2 up in super chat. I'll go ahead and read it out loud, engage with it, and post it to the top of the screen. Let's make sure to support the stream, guys. Let's keep it going.
It's a silly debate. Trump is just having fun with all of us. Absolutely, he's having fun.
You know, can you guys give us a Donald Trump fun dictionary so that we know when he's having fun and then we also know when he's serious? You guys.
No, why would we do that? We kind of like to see y'all, melt down. We kind of like to see y'all spaz out on live, like, oh, he's gonna go for a third term. Oh my God, he's putting tariffs on everybody. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we kind of live for that. Why would we tell y'all when he's joking? You guys freak out. I mean, here's the thing. Even if we told you guys, you would still freak out about it. So, one, it's pointless. Two, it's absolutely hilarious to watch y'all freak out.
Break it down and let us know when we should freak the hell out. The hate speech on Twitter.
When can I
has
jump
gone
in here?
through the roof since
The
Elon Musk-
hypocrisy's killing me here.
Wait.
He didn't throw up a Nazi salute, and you know he did, right?
I know he did.
Nazi salute. Watch.
How many videos do you need to see of politicians on the left making the exact same hand gesture, and yet nobody's alarmed? The hypocrisy is bananas here.
The problem with US elections is that they never seem to end. A newly minted president waits months to be sworn in and appoint his cabinet, while a never-ending inquest into the losing side's failures rumbles on for the best part of a year. And barely 12 months into the presidency, our focus turns to the midterms, where the victorious president usually loses seats in Congress and faces an uphill battle to get anything much done before the whole cycle repeats itself all over again. Well, critics of President Trump's rule by wave after wave of executive order say it's an attack on hallowed constitutional norms. But it may be that those norms are simply a terrible way of doing business. And never mind relitigating the 2024 election, many in the media are currently obsessing over the 2028 election and whether President Trump may find a way to stay in power for a little longer.
You think that's an appropriate precedent to set, even if it wasn't you in this position, to see a president serve a third term?
I don't want to talk about a third term now because no matter how you look at it, we got a long time to go. We have a long time. We have almost 4 years to go. And that's a long time. But despite that, so many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job we're doing. Most importantly, they love the job we're doing.
No, he does say that many people want him to run again, as opposed to many people wanting him to build a moat around the White House and send tanks down the aisle. But his main point is the right one. There's plenty to be getting on with right here in 2025. The president's about to unleash a new wave of tariffs in what is either Liberation Day or Black Wednesday, depending on which color hat you're wearing. He's negotiating hard with Zelensky and Putin, both of whom got a presidential tongue lashing this weekend over an end to the war in Ukraine. Doge is blitzing the federal government as apparently paid-for protesters attack Teslas in a ridiculous show of support for waste, fraud, and abuse. All of this should be of much greater interest to everyone than who is running in 2028. And if Democrats do want to focus on the next campaign, their main concern should be that Jasmine Crockett is emerging as one of the front runners. Last week, she mocked Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who uses a wheelchair.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now.
Now, I mean, it wasn't right for her to say this, but word around town is that that's kind of been the man's nickname is Governor Hot Wheel, which is very offensive. The man's in a wheelchair is a bit reckless, but that's how the Dems are trying to frame it. And then you know how they hit us. Oh, well, Trump was making fun of a disabled person when he was like, and that guy was spazzing like, oh, Trump, and like, yeah, I guess. So if y'all want to bring that up, why not? I'll let it go. I mean, I was never mad about it. I'm just saying, it's like, Dems, you guys already have a bad image. Biden called us a bunch of deplorables. Kamala Harris was just one of the worst rant campaigns ever. It's like, what else, guys? Like, bro, really? Really? Y'all want to put down the black old women alone? Like, bro, leave that alone. Look, ever since John McCain and Sarah Palin, y'all should have known running a male and female together just don't work. We tried it first, it ain't work for us. Now y'all tried it damn near twice, and what? It didn't work. Like, stop it. Like, y'all need to just go to your roots, okay? Go get you some old white man that's gonna help y'all out.
The only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey.
Now, joyless Jasmine is facing a backlash for an appearance on The Breakfast Club last month in which she criticized Republican Byron Donalds for marrying a white woman.
We continue to put people into office, and that even means some of our skinfolk who definitely are not our kinfolk, such as Byron Donalds, who are going to continue.
And guys, let's make sure to like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen. Let's get more people on the conversation and subscribe to the channel while you're at it, guys. Remember, we do this every day.
Continue to say that, like, I mean, the fact that you sitting around talking about life was better under Jim Crow, like, is this because you don't understand history? Or literally it's because you married a white woman and so you think that whitewashed you? I'm not.
No, actually. Well, I would say this. We were economically better under Jim Crow. Our families were stronger under Jim Crow. Our schooling was better under Jim Crow. So it is kind of crazy how we want to talk about these racist times and all this good stuff, which they were pretty racist, but we were doing pretty damn good under racism. It's kind of weird. And all of a sudden we get all inclusive, we start downgrading. Instead of focusing on our community, instead of elevating ourselves through our community, we want to try to elevate ourselves through the government, through welfare. And look how that worked out for us, accepting handouts instead of actually depending on our community. Look how that worked out, guys. So when Jasmine Crockett come out and speak stuff like this, they miss the point. They hinge on well, white people was racist towards us back then. Yeah, but we were outperforming them back then. Through family, education, and damn near we were catching up to them in economics. As soon as we turned to the government for assistance, we lost all that. We lost all that like momentum. I know, right? Sucks, but here we are.
In history, or literally it's because you married a white woman and so you think that whitewashed you. I'm not really sure like what it is,
well,
but
you
I
couldn't
need
even be married to a white woman under Jim
correct, correct, and it took Joy to call him out.
Well, there's a word for that. It's called racism, and it's certainly not the position any Democrat took on Kamala Harris, who has a Jewish husband and 2 white stepchildren, none of whom had anything at all to do with her disastrous campaign for president. I don't think Trump will run for a 3rd term, although we should waste a lot of time arguing about it. But if you did poll Americans and whether they prefer.
And guys, if you want me to go ahead and open the call-in line, let's get us to 15 super chats. I'll go ahead and open the call-in line. Yes, 15 super chats, and I will open up the call-in line.
Trump 2028.
But if not, hey, just sit back, enjoy the stream, double tap that video and like it.
To Crockett 2028, I think I know who'd win. To debate all of this and more, I'm joined by the host of Keeping It Real podcast, Gillian Michaels, Van Lathan, the co-host of the Ringer's Higher Learning podcast, Ari Fleischer, the former White House press secretary under George W. Bush, and Jesse Dollemore, host of Dollemore Daily and the I Doubt It podcast. Well, welcome to all of you. Ari Fleischer, let me just start with you, if I may. From a purely technical point of view, is there any reason that the Constitution cannot be further amended to potentially facilitate a president who wishes to serve more than 2 terms?
Pierce, I refuse to answer that question. And I refuse to answer it because this entire debate is dumb. Donald Trump has a way of making his critics take the bait. Don't take this bait. Donald Trump, no matter how his 2nd term goes, and I hope it goes well, is going to leave the political scene, leave the presidency in 2029, on January 20th, 2029. He will not run for re-election. He cannot run per the Constitution for re-election. There are other mechanisms. You could have the vice president become president, and then he could appoint Donald Trump his vice president, and then he could step down and Donald Trump could assume the presidency. That would be within the Constitution, but it's foolish. Yeah. It won't happen. This is Trump trolling everybody, and just don't fall for it.
I mean, bro, and then here's the thing. That would be pretty stupid to do. I mean, it'd be doing a lot. And then even to get an amendment, to even get the Constitution amended will require an overwhelming amount of support from the Senate, Congress, and like 75% of the states got to get down with it. Unless Trump has a spectacular performance these next 3 years, I don't see that happening.
Trump does these funny things. Just go on to the normal things we should talk about, tariffs and all the other controversies. This is not one that even is worth spending time on. He's having fun.
Well, we're gonna get to the other stuff, which I agree is probably more important, as I said in the monologue. But again, look, I'm a Brit. In Britain, I see lots of people, raging away about this, but seemingly forgetting that in the UK there is no term limit for prime ministers. You can literally serve for the whole of your natural life if you manage to persuade your party and the country that you're popular enough. So, Margaret Thatcher has served 4 terms, Tony Blair did 3 terms, and so on. There is no term limit. Obviously, in the US, I think my understanding is there's not always been a 2-term limit. So when did that actually come in, Ari?
Right after Franklin Delano Roosevelt. That was a change, and the Constitution was amended. You could serve more than 2 terms from 1789, when our Constitution was created, right up till after World War II. FDR served 4 terms. The Constitution was amended. You can only be elected 2 terms. That's what the Constitution currently states, and that's why this is a non-issue. Yeah. And I can understand people are taking the bait. My advice to people is enjoy your day. Go on. Don't.
Honestly, yeah, y'all taking the bait. And here's the thing. We're really just like, I ain't gonna lie. We're hitting you with the illusionist trick. Like, look, focus on this while we do this over here. And then when we get done, you were so busy focusing on this 3rd term that when Trump gets his actual plan done, because honestly, I think he's doing this to keep y'all away from what he's actually doing. Like I said, the distraction. Let's focus over here while I do my BS over here. And then when I sideline your ass, smack y'all upside the head with the real plan, y'all can't do nothing about it. You was too focused on, the bait.
Worry about this. It will not happen. And I say that to the people who absolutely love Donald Trump. It will not happen.
It won't.
All right, Van Lathan, are you reassured that it will not happen? Or when the President of the United States says he's thinking about it, do you take him seriously?
If I was to put a percentage on it, I would give it a 80% it won't happen, 20% it will.
Yeah, so normally I probably wouldn't, because you think about, I take them seriously. I mean, you think about all the things that would have to happen. You think about, the constitutional amendment and all of that. And you think, oh, this is just bluster. This is just Trump spinning a yarn. The only thing is that he didn't want to leave the first time. So he was voted out of office in a free and fair election, and spent a whole conspiracy to create fake electors, and had a bunch of people on at the Capitol, which ended up in a very embarrassing and dangerous situation for the American government. And he essentially created an entire political movement around a lie, trying to subvert an election. So I'm not understanding why, when I've seen him mobilize in that way, that I should just think that he's messing around now.
All right, guys. Now, and like I said, it still stands. So if we can get the 15 super chats, I'll be happy to open up the call-in line. I would love to hear from some of y'all and get y'all opinions on the matter. But hey, if not, just double tap that screen for me. Let's get more people in on the conversation, and let's have a good stream, guys.
I think that if Donald Trump has it in his grasp or his sphere of power to stay home for a 3rd term, that he would definitely do it. He would definitely do it. And the reason why I know that he would definitely do it is because there would be absolutely zero resistance from the rank and file on his side to stop him. They would subvert the Constitution or anything else if it meant that appeased the daddy.
Now, I know, right? It's the complete Trump derangement syndrome, man. I mean, here's the thing. This is where it kind of gets funny, because Black people, right? Y'all like to say that we tap dance for Trump, but we're tap dancing for the white man. Who controls the Democratic Party? Mostly white people. Who funds the Democratic Party? Mostly white billionaires. And guess what? These are the same white billionaire Democratic Party that are, convincing y'all to give up y'all job to immigrants, convincing y'all to abort y'all children, convincing y'all that it is okay to it is okay to be on government assistance and depend on the government instead of working on your community. I mean, the Dems have constantly sold the Black community down the river. Sold us, honestly, they're damn near walking us off the fucking cliff. And I ain't gonna lie, some of y'all black community, people in the black community, rather us walk off a cliff than turn around into a new direction. Some of y'all rather walk off with the victim mentality right into the damn river than take a turn around and try to think another way and take another route.
Okay, Gillian Michaels, I mean, yeah, again, it's an amendment to the Constitution that was made in the last 80 years. There's no logical reason why Trump couldn't move potentially to have it further amended. So he could technically try and do that. The question is whether he'd be successful.
Like, he could amend the Constitution. It is possible. Like, let's not pretend like we can't amend the Constitution. We can't amend an amendment. It's very hard to. It's very hard to. Almost impossible within this political climate. But it is something within the realm of possibility. Very slim chance, but it's still there.
Listen, I am of the ilk that we should pay attention to the things he actually does as opposed to the things that he says. Because if we were chasing down all of the bluster and all of the craziness, which I think is part of his negotiating strategies to throw the other side off balance, so on and so forth, it would be chaos. We've got 4 years to wait and deal with this problem should it arise. And there are a host of other significantly pressing issues I think we should be focused on.
Yep. Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Thank you. I would hope you libs, all of you libs, are that dumb to be honestly taken away by this. Like, come on, guys. Do you not see what we're doing? I mean, it's an easy call out on this one. We're really throwing the third term in y'all face to distract you from what, well, Trump is really doing. And if you're paying attention, you kind of see what he's distracting y'all from.
Piers. So make the smart move. Call 866-692-2474 or text Piers, that's P-I-E-R-S, to 64. Right? If he's doing people who... Would you say problem? A lot of people who love Trump might not see it as a problem at all. They might think, yeah, great. If he's doing great guns by then, if he delivers on all his promises.
And guys, do you have any question, comments, or jokes for me personally? Like I said, just send it $2 up in the super chat. I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it, or become a member. You know, I always respond to my members in the chat.
Why not? I mean, again, I understand how the Constitution is right now to prevent it, but as Ari explained very diligently there, this has only been since the end of World War II. It's not like it's been there from the start.
So are the new amendments to the Constitution less important than the older ones, Piers?
Sorry, Jesse?
Mm-hmm.
I said, are the newer amendments to our Constitution less important than the older ones?
No, but I guess I would say, as a Brit who's not an American, so let me obviously make that clear. My accent probably gives you a clue. But I've never understood why there should be such a sacrosanct reliance on the current Constitution, given that so many of the things in it are amendments. So if they've already been amended, why couldn't they be amended again? I mean, treat me like a village idiot, Jesse. Well, hang on, let Jesse answer. But treat me like a British village idiot. If something's already been amended once, actually, why can't it be amended again?
Exactly.
It can be.
It's like we amended it to have a term. Why can't we, amend it to be no terms? To be the best man will run. If the Trump keeps cooking, if he keeps go ahead and shooting up the economy, keeps bringing jobs back here, keeps trying to bring us into a golden, and he succeeds. If he succeeds, then yeah, why not give him that opportunity? Let him keep going until the wheels fall off. I mean, that's what we did with Biden. Y'all was okay with that.
It's a Herculean endeavor to try to get that through. But I would challenge your assertion at the very beginning when you said it's a terrible way of doing business to adhere to some loyalty to the Constitution. It's the basis and foundation for the rule of law in this country, and to ignore it is at folly of the people who will do so. Republicans love to hold up their constitutions that they pull out of their pockets that are nothing but a prop and act as though they have respect for this document. When I served in the United States Marine Corps for the years that I did, I raised my right hand and swore an oath to defend and support this document against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that includes Donald Trump. We should have a vital respect and adherence to the rule of law in this country, and it's based on the Constitution.
Okay. All right, let's move on to...
If you were to amend the Constitution, if you were to amend the Constitution, it takes 2/3 of the House, 2/3 of the Senate, and 3/5 of the states.
Damn,
So the only way you can
it's like 60 Senate the House, 60 Senate the Senate, 66% here across the board, like over 50% here, and then 3/5 is like, God damn. Like, yeah, I ain't even gonna lie, that's hard. That's a tough one. We literally have to wait for Trump's presidency to end, like to come to a close end, and then we got to go ahead and match everything up. Like, all right, how do you do here? And if he did an outstanding job to the point where, bro, not even the naysayers can sit there and be like, okay, yeah, he fucked up here and there. No, if they can't even say that, then he's gonna flip a lot of states, a lot of counties, a lot of districts.
Amend the Constitution to put Trump back in there is if the Democrats want to do it. That's why it will not happen. It's a silly debate. Trump is just having fun with all of us, and it's just not there.
Do you assert, Ari, that Donald Trump is lying when he says, I'm not joking, this is what I want? He's a liar?
Oh, he's having fun. Absolutely, he's having fun.
You know,
I think he has no intention of serving a third term. Let him have a successful second term. I'm more worried about that.
Well, he nearly had a
do us a
successful
favor?
insurrection, so.
Yeah, can you guys do us a favor? Can you guys give us a Donald Trump fun dictionary so that we know when he's having fun, and then we also know when he's serious? Because when the president speaks, normally we take it seriously, but you guys seem to have this ESP with Donald Trump, this psychic connection to where you know when he's joking, and then you know,
or we know how to read a room. It's like there's that as well, or we know when somebody's joking, or we just know how to read the room. It's like, yeah, like you guys do take everything Donald Trump say as literal. I mean, the man was joking about a dictator for a day, and y'all took that to heart. So for this man to sit here and say, can you guys tell us when y'all joking? Bro, we did try to tell y'all when y'all joking, and y'all ain't believe us.
when he's being serious. So tariffs, Greenland, I need you guys to break it down. You guys could be in charge of it. You guys break it down and let us know when we should freak the hell out, because that seems like something that a dictator will want to do. And we don't know when he's joking. He's the president. So when he says something, we take it as him meaning it.
Okay, Ari, it's actually a reasonable point.
Donald Trump is joking.
Yeah, it's a reasonable point, Ari, isn't it? Is that Donald Trump is not like any other president. He often does say stuff which he just shoots from the hip or says things to wind up the libs or whatever it may be. It's not an unreasonable point Van is making, that it ought to be probably easier to try and process what the president of the United States actually means in any given moment.
Look, Trump was elected because he's not a politician, because he's not predictable. And
Yeah.
I do feel sorry for his critics. I feel sorry for people who go through every day saying, oh my gosh, Trump did this, Trump sneezed that, Trump coughed this, and they die and they take it seriously. And you're right, maybe people like me have a decoder ring, and so we know when he's saying these things that you just roll your eyes and move on to the next one. I do that when he
Is
says
the long
Canada's
live
gonna
the
be a
king
51st
also
state.
part of your
No,
decoder
it
ring,
won't be a
Ari
51st
Fleischer?
state. I'm sorry.
All right, come on. Like I said, bro, y'all run away with this harder than we do. We just put it out there and y'all just take it to the next level. This is why I laughed. This is why I was laughing earlier, because I'm just like, bro, even if we did tell y'all it was a joke, y'all wouldn't believe us. Y'all would still take it as at face value, as if it was serious. Trump could damn near be laughing and say, all right, man, I'm just playing. And y'all would still think it was serious. So there really is nothing we could do but sit here and laugh at you guys.
Sorry?
I think this is obvious. We should be
I
paying
said,
attention
is
to
the long
things that
live
he
the king
does.
post from the White House, would this have been something that would have flown in the George W. Bush White House to declare himself a king and also flirt with the idea that he's not joking, he wants a third term in violation of the United States Constitution?
No, this would never happen before. But Donald Trump got elected. The American people knew what they were doing when they put him there. They want somebody who's going to shake things up. Part of his shakeup is to say these things. And I'm happy to have that decoder ring. That's why I was saying
me too.
Canada's not going to become a 51st state. We're not going to invade Greenland, and he won't serve a.
Yes, libs. All of us Trump supporters, we all have this like secret decoder ring. It was sent to us during the election. So there you go. I'm gonna expose it all, guys. Yes, we were all sent the decoder ring for whenever Trump says something crazy, we hit the decoder and we're like, all right, never mind. He's just playing. Yeah, we hit that decoder ring real quick every time. I got it, I got it in the closet in the back just in case. Okay, guys. But yes, we all have a decoder ring. Freaking ridiculous, bro. Freaking ridiculous. Y'all are hilarious. I'll give you that.
A third term. It's so obvious.
So he's an unserious, unbelievable person.
So he's not
keep moving.
All right, Jillian, you wanted to jump in?
I would simply say you can decode it by the actions that he takes as opposed to the things that he says.
Smart.
If he makes legal moves to put himself in for a third term, then we can all be alarmed. I would be alarmed. If he actually invades Greenland, we can all be extremely alarmed. But as far as I can tell, having now lived through his first term, read his book, The Art of the Deal, and watching his first 100 days, I think there's 70-something days that have passed so far, it's the same negotiating tactics that he's employed strategically throughout his professional career and his political career. So that's your decoder ring. When he takes action to do these things outside of just the words that come out of his mouth, then we can all be alarmed about a third term.
Okay. Smart lady. Smart lady. I mean, oh God, don't listen to our words. Don't listen to Trump's words. Listen to his actions. I mean, that goes with anybody. I mean, shoot, that goes with your girls. If you're dealing with your man, bro, don't listen to their words. Bro, what? Words don't mean nothing, but your actions mean everything. Don't listen to words. Don't take words at face value. Take actions at face value. Those will tell you everything. Let the actions speak for you. Let their actions speak for them. Don't ever listen to words, because people will sell you the sweetest story ever told, an Academy Award-winning story.
Okay, Ari, let me ask you about Jillian Michaels. Hang on, don't talk about Wait, don't talk.
He's like, Daniel Castro, shout out, man. My man for starting us off. He says, shh, Set, don't tell our secrets. I'm like, hey, man, I had to at least give them one, because like, they're wondering how we know. And I'd be like, all right. I can tell them about the decoder ring, but y'all ain't gonna get nothing else.
I want to ask Ari a question, which is about tariffs. So on the tariffs, Trump seems to be escalating this tariff war now in a pretty radical way we've never seen before. It's no longer just reciprocal he's talking about. He's talking about, 25% tariff on all imported cars, but also potentially a sort of global tariff on pretty much everything. Translate this for me. What is Trump's real aim here with this tariff war, do you think?
His real aim is to bring manufacturing back to the United States of America. And it's a huge roll of the dice. Every economic theory says this will be unsuccessful. It will result in an expensive trade war in which no one will win. Trump believes that the United States will win because we will start to buy products made by Americans. There'll be more blue-collar factory jobs for Americans. And that is what he wants to return to. So he doesn't care if.
And why don't the Dems never talk about that? Here's one thing the Dems never talk about. And I would give the Dems huge respect if they did this. Yes, Trump did bring a lot of manufacturing jobs. He brought this. He brought Hyundai. He brought, SoftBank. I mean, bro, he brought back the chips factories. Yeah, why can't y'all talk about that? I'm just saying, let's be honest. He is committed to the mission. Why can't y'all talk about the fact that, the only reason why he wants Ukraine's minerals is to bring down manufacturing costs, and that's going to go ahead and work with the tariffs. Y'all see the man's plan, but y'all just refuse to talk about it. It's like I said, y'all hinged on the whole tariff argument. And I would just say, if you just look at Trump's plan as just tariffs, you're being disingenuous, to be honest with you. Come on now. It's not just tariffs. It's the tariffs that goes along with the tax policies that also goes along with the foreign trade policies. I mean, it all works in sync. It all works in sync. Okay. It's not just tariffs.
If a customer is going to buy a Range Rover and the price of the Range Rover is now 25% higher, he hopes that.
And shout out to my man Kroger's water. Hold on, man. First, shout out to Daniel Castro, Kroger's water bottle and strict. Appreciate the support, guys. But shout out Kroger's water bottle. He says, I ain't getting no decoder. I guess I'm a libtard. Dang, bro. But You want to check your last address or something? I know they said it's almost everybody, bro. Come on, just you got to get your decoder. You never know. You never know. And shout out my man Strict 99. They can't tell when Trump is joking. Hell, I thought Biden was a joke his whole time in office. All right, that was funny. Like, come on. Like, for real though. I mean, the whole administration was a joke at that point. I mean, the man fumbling upstairs, fumbling his words, forgetting guest names. I mean, I almost thought it was a joke too. I'm like, bro, they can't be serious.
Will happen. That way the customer buys a Cadillac made in Michigan. That's his gamble. That's his roll of the dice. It's a huge risk. But that's what he thinks. And I think it's genuine.
Bro, that's what we're all betting on. I mean, bro, we're literally betting on the consumers to not low-key betray American values and be like, oh, well, F Trump, I'm going to still buy these Chinese-made goods, these foreign-made goods, just to F Trump and pay these higher prices so I can complain about them. I mean, there's people who's literally going to do that. Remember this, guys. There's literally people who hate Trump that much will send their pocketbooks into the negative just to spite Trump. Like, what this might do is take, you know, a guy who want to buy a BMW to buying maybe like a Buick or a Cadillac. A guy who's wanting to buy a Nissan to buying a Ford or a Chevy. It's like, yes, this is what we're doing. We're trying to shift the consumer purchase because, yes, these foreign-made cars are cheaper. Therefore, we go for these foreign-made cars. It's still going to get the job done. They're cheaper. They come with the same damn features damn near. Not as great, don't last as long, but they're still there. Now, if we go ahead and raise the price to the price of the American car, or the American car is cheaper, it's going to be a lot more fair. It's going to be a lot more fair out here. Now we're going to start looking at these side by side and be like, all right, so do I want the Chevy or do I want the Nissan? Because they're damn near the same price. Now I'm just looking at it for which product is better. And this is going to pretty much either make both companies increase their ingenuity. I mean, honestly, increase the efficiency of their engineering, or one's just going to fall off.
He wants to return manufacturing to America.
Okay, Van.
I mean, shout out capitalism, bro. Shout out capitalism. Man, it just pushes technological advancement every damn time, man. Shout out capitalism.
Essentially, what is... Well, hang on, Jesse. I'll come to you after Van. Van,
of course, this has its downsides. But, man, look, boy, you wouldn't have this cell phone, the camera, and all that without it.
Basically, what is wrong with that ideology? I mean, if Trump recognizes that American manufacturing has been disappearing rapidly, a lot of jobs and factories outsourcing out to other countries. Actually, is he wrong? Yeah. I mean, let's put aside the way he's going about this, which many think is too radical and can't work. But is he wrong in trying to bring manufacturing back in a big way to the United States?
All right, two things. One, I want to respond to Jillian real quick. So you're right when Trump does something. But remember, we saw Trump try to overturn an election. Use nefarious and illegal means to try to overturn an election, right? So we've
no, he didn't. Actually, he just tried to get his VP. He tried to get his VP to pretty much just say, hey, yo, hold this up and let's get this investigated. Don't just go through with this, bro. Because apparently our constituents feel mad about the voters feel cheated. Trump feel cheated. The only person that didn't feel cheated was his VP. And the VP could have at least stood by him and been like, all right, look, I may not believe it, but my man's saying it. Let's just look into it, guys. But he didn't even give us that. He didn't even give him that courtesy. So this is why I always say that whole Pence thing was a bit weird. And Donald Trump didn't enforce nothing. Anybody who thinks that was an insurrection, I mean, bro, Black Lives Matter riot. If you compare the two, we're talking about people hurt, police hurt, property damage, businesses damage. Yeah, the BLM riots, I mean, bro, it outweighs January 6th by many metrics.
Seen him take action to subvert constitutional law and American norms. We've seen him do that. That's the first thing. So when he's not just,
he wasn't successful though.
He wasn't successful because
should
the
it happen
system
again?
held.
I mean, shoot, there wasn't nothing to be successful about. It wasn't an insurrection. It was just a riot. Honestly, no, my bad. It was a protest that turned into a riot. That's it. That's all we can say about it. Like the problem with calling it an insurrection is, here's the problem. They were attacking a Capitol building. Last time I checked, if you want to overthrow the government, you got to take out the leader, right? Which would be the president. So if they wanted to have an insurrection, they'd attack the White House and they'd been coming for Biden's head. because attacking Capitol wouldn't cause an insurrection. Even if they'd have took over the Capitol building, that wouldn't have been an insurrection. An insurrection would have been the people taking over the Washington building, and they damn near got the president's head on a stick. That would be an insurrection. Like, y'all, I ain't gonna lie. The way y'all painted an insurrection is kind of soft. It's a bit too soft for me.
But not
We can
because,
all
but not
be-
because he didn't
should
try.
it happen again, though?
Okay, see, system hell, not because
And
he didn't
should
try.
he
Okay,
try
secondly-
again?
So, secondly, this is what I would say about the tariffs.
It's like, no, think about it like this. If January 6th, so let's say they did walk in there and they took out the VP and everybody in there, would that have stopped our government? Would that have been an insurrection? No, we still got our president and our other authorities. This would have been a very tragic day. It'd have been tragic, but it wouldn't have stopped our government. That's why I can't even call it an insurrection. Can't even call it an attempted insurrection, because even in the attempt that they succeeded, it wouldn't have been an insurrection.
Number one is we would all like to see domestic manufacturing come back to the United States. We would all like to see Americans have wage growth and stable jobs. The point that I'm making is, or that a lot of people are making is this doesn't work.
Be right back, Chad.
Trump instituted his tariffs in his first term, and he, tried to raise prices on foreign goods. Do you know what happened? Domestic goods actually went up as well. And the reason why they went up as well was because those domestic manufacturers saw demand. They saw the fact that they were now in demand, and they rose prices to meet the prices of foreign goods that were also more expensive. Of course, it matters the way that you do something, because the way that you do something denotes whether or not that something works or not. Jillian was a fitness expert. I like to run. I also like to eat brownies in excess every night around 7 p.m. It's not going to work that way, right, Jillian? I'm going to break even. So you have to do something in the way that will allow it to be successful. And this tariff thing is not going to work. And that's not a red hat or a blue hat saying that. That's economists who are studying it and looking at it independently.
Okay, Jesse.
Well, not to mention the fact that even if we were to accept the premise of what Donald Trump is attempting to do here and what his motivations are, it is a long-tailed endeavor to stand up a manufacturing facility, to alter the nature of our economy and how diversified it is. It's not something with this magical thinking that conservative has, that all of a sudden you've got an auto manufacturing plant or name another industry. It takes a long time to get that done. And by punishing these the American people with the tariffs and the price increases that are sure to come and have already started, you're not ending your goal. All you're doing is creating chaos, which seems to be the order of the day.
Okay, Jillian, the problem, it seems to me, is that Trump's got to be very careful here that the economy doesn't get sent into a kind of death spiral in the short to middle term while he tries to achieve the longer term goal, which I think is quite an admirable goal, actually. But it's the fact that in the meantime, if the stock market keeps crashing, if the economy starts to tank, if inflation starts to soar again, he just may not have time to do this in the way that he wants. The midterms could end up being a real shellacking for the Republicans if the American people feel they've been let down and are not buying into the long term here. So as Ari said, it's a big throw of the dice.
Without question, it's going to be a fine needle to thread, obviously, and I'm certainly not an economist, but I've interviewed different experts on the subject matter, and here's what I've taken away thus far. And my first question, and correct me if I'm getting this wrong, is didn't Biden keep Trump's tariffs? Because I'm under the impression he did. So please tell me if I've misunderstood that. Now, table. Okay, so correct. So he kept them. All right, moving on. Now, if we look at many of the ways that he's utilizing these tariffs, it seems to me that it's been, in large part, there's an asymmetry without question. And we could go through the asymmetry with Canada, the EU, China, South America, each and every one. And he's obviously utilizing this as a leveraging tool. So whether it's getting Venezuela and Colombia to take their criminals back, or it's getting neutrality back at the Panama Canal, or whether it's
The thing is, and this is what y'all Dems hate to realize, bro, it's working. Every time Trump pulled that tariff threat out, bro, people got in line. I mean, I remember we pulled the tariff threat out on Mexico and they got in line. Like the only people who are kind of fighting it right now is, well, India and Canada. And I mean, Canada is going to capitulate sooner or later. They're going to bend the knee sooner or later. But here's the thing, though. We can't just look at tariffs on its own. We got to look at the whole plan with tariffs. Like I said, the problem is with tariffs is one, to get these countries to do what we say and to get us to trade with us in an even way, in a more fair way. And the way we're kind of like helping ourselves out with this by bringing manufacturing back is also by trying to get the minerals and rare earths from Greenland, Ukraine, and our own damn reserves that we have. So yeah, we have a plan here, but it all got to work in sync. That's why Trump is real thirsty to get Greenland and real thirsty about getting that stuff signed so we can get Ukraine's minerals and rare earths. It's like there's a reason here. It's not just about tariffs. I'll tell you that right now. I don't think Trump would even be employing tariffs if he had no way of getting extra, minerals and rare earths for manufacturing.
Getting different countries around the world to invest here in America. And again, now, please.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He says the people didn't agree. We voted for him. The people. Yeah, I'm telling you. But that's one thing they kind of hate to leave. I mean, that's one thing they leave out all the time. I'm like, y'all know how much people, 77 million people voted for this man. Y'all know that, right? So, like, y'all acting as if nobody wanted this one. 77 million. We could point to 77 million people individually who voted for this man, who said, yeah, keep it going.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I was just told recently by an expert that there has been 400 trillion now in investments here from other countries like Saudi Arabia, the EU, even Canada, looking at bringing the chips from Taiwan over here, Hyundai investing more money in
Canadian manufacturers are actually trying to leave Canada because they're like, yeah, we don't want to get hit with the tariffs you're about to get hit with. We're going to America. We're talking about the auto manufacturing done in Canada. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It got these countries shooken up because businesses are actually leaving their country to come back here because businesses thought that, well, I guess we can cheat the American system by not giving them jobs, make our products in a different country and send them in here with either little to no tariffs. That was the cheat code. Now we didn't close that cheat code up. No more cheat codes to get into the American economy. It's either you're working with us or you're out of here. And I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know why, but the Dems don't like that because they do have like a globalist or a globalization agenda. They believe globalization is good and all that good stuff, or a globalist agenda.
Manufacturing
we
over
are the world ass people.
So I'm not saying it's going to work. I don't know yet. Obviously, it all remains to be seen. But I think the intentions are pretty good. We've tried to get a grip on these imbalances for decades now, and no one's done it successfully. So yes, I feel like I'm on a roller coaster and I'm holding on. But I'm hopeful that it's going to work out based on, honestly, the things I've seen thus far.
Okay, Ari, I know we've only got a few minutes. Well, hang on, Jesse, because we've only got a few minutes left with Ari before he has to leave us, sadly. Ari, just to pivot to what's happening on the foreign stage before you have to go. In terms of Ukraine and Russia, some tension creeping in now with Trump making some jungle drum noises about potentially punishing Russia with tariffs. He said he could fix this Ukraine war in a day. That clearly was never going to be possible and has proven not to be possible. But where do you think we are going with this deal that he's trying to navigate through?
Well, the expression is it takes two to tango. And I think you could add it takes two to untango. And if we're going to be successful in creating peace between Ukraine and Russia, we need to put leverage on both countries, not just Ukraine. So I thought it was welcome to hear the president's tougher tone now against Vladimir Putin. And you have to be very careful with Vladimir Putin. He lies. He lies regularly. He invades his neighbors. And no matter what you think about how long this war can go on, or whether America or Europe should be giving aid to Ukraine, for how long will we give aid to Ukraine? If you only put pressure on one party, you're going to encourage the other party to become more aggressive. So I like to hear this new language by President Trump about President Putin. I hope we can achieve peace there. This doesn't have to be a forever war. But this is welcome, in my opinion, Pierce. This is a reflection of the real world and the real Vladimir Putin.
Is he joking,
finally,
or is he being serious?
Hang on, Jesse, Jesse, I will get you to respond to that, but I just want to, while I've still got Ari for a minute, just on Doge and the backlash against Elon Musk and the attacks on Tesla factories, petrol bombing Tesla cars, attacking people who are driving Teslas. What does that say about the Democrats, the liberals, if you like, who for many years had Elon Musk as their hero, the guy that brought green energy into the world and through the car?
It proves that they have regressive tolerance. It proves that they have no tolerance of any right-wing ideology, of any conservative ideology, of any conservative way of thinking, and all they have is acceptance for their way. And if you're not aligned with their way, they see you damn near less than human. I mean, when a man can sit there, run an old lady in, like, and try to hit her, literally hit her because she has a Tesla. Yes, this is regressive tolerance. This man seen this lady as less than an American, less than a woman, than an old lady because she's a Trump supporter, because she has a Tesla. I wouldn't say a Trump supporter just because she has a Tesla. Bro, and here's the thing. Y'all already dehumanize us enough. I mean, maggots. I mean, we all deserve to what? Be in jail, die? Is like, bro, y'all dehumanize us to a point where it's like, this makes sense. Of course y'all attacking old ladies. Of course y'all attacking Indian civilians. Y'all spent the whole election dehumanizing an entire group of Americans. And then wonder why y'all lost the election.
And not to mention all the arson attacks at Tesla dealers throughout the United States. It's horrific. There is a violent left in the United States of America. And it really began in 2016 when Donald Trump was running and people at Trump rallies would get attacked. When they had the convention at the White House in 2020, as people left the White House after the Republican convention, they were attacked on the streets of Washington, D.C. There is a terrible violence inside the left. And you're seeing it now in the Tesla dealerships. I mean, I'm so glad we have a different new FBI that takes us seriously. They arrested already one of these people in Las Vegas who committed these attacks. And it's not how Americans should settle. It's not how any democracy should settle its differences. The differences should be settled peacefully and at the polls. But this anti-Trump reaction, anti-Musk reaction, it is terrifying for anybody who really believes in democracy. There is a threat to democracy in the United States. It largely comes from the left, not from Donald Trump or Donald Trump supporters.
Facts. Wow. I mean, yeah, facts. Bro, you are attacking people because you lost your democratic election. You lost your democracy. I mean, not democracy, but you lost the democratic election. Okay. You lost it. And now for some reason, you're damn near going against it. I mean, bro, you got people talking about what? We stole it. You got people talking about, where's the riots at? Where's the fires in the streets? And now y'all got y'all fires in the streets and y'all attacking old ladies. So, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. Through your ideology, remember, you are causing violence against people through your ideology. You are now officially terrorists. Congratulations. I mean, I didn't think I was going to go this far, but you are now liberals, the Liberal Party, Democratic Party. I can now designate y'all a terrorist organization. I know. Congratulations. You made it. I mean, was this not what y'all was going for? To be harassers of Trump supporters through your ideology? You know, harassing American citizens through your ideology? Well, congratulations. Terrorists.
Before you go, I want to say something.
Go quickly, Van.
Before you go, I want to say something real quick. I hope that all of the people that are vandalizing Tesla dealerships everywhere, because I drive a Tesla, bought it in 2018, cool car. I'm ashamed now, but I drive one. I hope that all of these people are rounded up and caught so that a Democratic president can pardon them.
Are you fucking... Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Okay. I get where he's going with this. He's like, they hurt police and they were the police people attacked. Like, bro, guess what? Here's a lot of things that y'all don't know. There were more January 6ers killed than police. There were more January 6ers, more protesters that were killed than police. And that's a fact. Actually, I remember they had the whole story of Ashley Babbitt mixed up. Bro, there are actually libtards out here that actually think that Ashley Babbitt was a victim of the January 6ers when she was actually a victim of, I guess, Capitol Police. I'm not sure who the hell that guy was, but they was breaching one of the doors and she was reaching in. And this was a guy. This guy is a grown man. He could have just pushed her ass back through the door, her being a woman and all. Instead, he shot her. shot her a neck shot, tried damn near to give her a headshot and ended up shooting her in the neck. So, and that was a January 6er. So let's go ahead and like clear that up right now.
Touche. That's a good argument. Well said.
I know.
I wouldn't even give him that argument. I wouldn't even have gave him that. I'm like, that's not a good argument, brother. Because here's the thing. It's like, okay, committing violence against Capitol officers, right? Okay. Cool. I hear your point. That is wrong. But committing violence against U.S. citizens who aren't protected, who don't have a duty to protect themselves and other people, I mean, you're going after unprotected old ladies. I mean, how can you compare? I mean, you're going after private property, not owned by the U.S. citizens. I mean, effing up the Capitol, I mean, we pay for it. It's our shit. I mean, without our taxpayer dollars, that Capitol building don't exist. I mean, shoot, Elon, I mean, come on now. That's private property right there that y'all messing with. It is what it is. Like, it is what it is. I just can't hear the argument of trying to compare y'all terrorist actions to January 6th when it was just a bunch of guys protesting. Like I said, just a bunch of guys protesting.
No, it is. Yeah, it's pretty ironclad. Thank you.
Ari, got to let you go. Thank you very much indeed for coming on Uncensored. I appreciate it.
I'd have had to cook his ass on that point. I'd have just been like, bro, so we're really going to sit here and compare a guy, like I said, what was the ideology of January 6ers? Oh, the election is rigged and our VP is ignoring us. I can get down with that. What's the stance of y'all? Oh, we lost the election. Elon Musk bad. Let's start blowing up cars and attacking people. I mean, are you serious? I'd rather go with the more noble part. Oh, you're trying to stand up to the government, then, oh no, we're just trying to attack people that disagree with us. I'm sorry, I just can't get down with that. I can't compare them.
Thank you. Drive safely.
All right, Jesse, I mean, look, we'll come to Ukraine in a moment, but on what's happening with Tesla, I just find it...
In facts, Castro, bro, there were 26 FBI agitators, agents and agitators in the crowd that was literally pushing guys into police officers, bro. One dude he got charged for hitting a police officer because he bumped into him. Because he was pushed into him, bumped into him, they seen it on camera, boom. Now he assaulted a police officer. Some of these cases we really need to look into. I mean, here's the thing. Those who give criticism to January 6th are the same people who will never actually look into those cases, who will never look into the evidence and be honestly shocked to go like, hey, yo, hold on. Some of these people didn't even really hit police officers. Some of these people didn't even really do nothing y'all put up on their houses. That's why they were trying to take the whole January 6th committee in, because it was illegal what they did. Like, you want to talk about skipping due process.
It's so ironic that here you have a huge number of people where Elon Musk was the hero, but because politically he slightly changed colors, they are now using violence. Really,
he slightly changed
violence.
Colors. He's throwing up Nazi salutes. He didn't slightly change colors.
He didn't throw up a Nazi salute.
Oh, God, bro. If y'all think about Nazi salutes still, bro, you're being an idiot. If you think Elon threw up a Nazi salute, he's stupid. I'm sorry, but I do have to insult your intelligence a little bit.
And you know he didn't, right?
I know he did.
Nazi salute.
Watched it. I'm not a Nazi apologist. You do you.
It was not a Nazi salute. Why would he throw a Nazi salute?
Because he's a white supremacist.
Bro,
he's not a white supremacist.
He's not.
Why would he campaign for the AfD in Germany? Why would he do that? Why would he continue to talk about the great replacement theory and birth?
Because, well, one, the great replacement theory actually got some validity to it. It actually has some validity to it. These some of these nations are really trying to replace their natural born population with foreigners. I do not know why. I do not know where it comes from in their government, but this is an agenda. So no, we're not going to sit there and ignore it, just like how y'all try to make us ignore. Y'all try to bring on all these immigrants and put them in sanctuary cities and then try to act like the replacement theory wasn't an act. So no, don't even try to play us on that. And him about supporting the Germany far right movement, well, guess what? They're against immigration too. They just want to be nationalists. I'm going to be honest with you. Now my man Gestu trying to say they're full on Nazis. I don't believe that. I've looked over their rhetoric and it kind of just sounds like they're nationalists. That's it. That's all I'm hearing from them. Until you guys can show me that something far right that's come out of them, I'm not hearing it. because I have not heard anything extreme come out of that party.
Birth rates among white people being too low in a
But he's right. He's right
panic
about
manner.
birth rates. He's right about birth rates.
Yeah, like I said, that's you do you. It's not me.
Well, it's not about doing me. He's right about global birth rates are plummeting, and that is extremely
it's not an
dangerous for
existential
the future of the
crisis.
world. It is. It actually could be. Yeah, it is. I mean, if you look at some countries around the world now, it is becoming a genuine crisis. I don't know why you would dismiss that.
Yeah,
because I don't think it's an existential crisis.
But it is, and citizens are being hurt. Like, bro, economies are like low key being are low key falling. Like, are you serious? Like, bro, immigration has terrible effects on like nations. And here's the thing: the only reason why we survive such a big one is because we're a big nation with a lot of money. Some of these countries, if they got hit with the same shit we did, they'd be done. They'd be done. They'd be taken over overnight. It don't make sense how some of these people try to ignore the fact that there was a great replacement going on. Y'all was literally trying to get more immigrants here so y'all can have, and I'm gonna lie, an indebted class. You guys know you have millions of voter classes that will vote you in because you let them into this country. It's like, bro, we're not gonna pretend like that wasn't y'all agenda. We seen right through it.
It's cyclical. Population rises and falls, and in the 70s, it was like, oh, it's an explosion of too many people. We're not going to be able to feed the world's population. And thankfully, to people like Norman Borlaug, who through genetically modified organisms, we're able to feed the people who are here. But it's not an existential threat. That there are certain countries do face a far greater problem, South Korea, Japan, but the United States is not one of those countries. This is born out of racism, that the birth rates are not falling in Africa. And it's the, oh my God.
No, bro. I think you got the argument wrong. Birth rates are rising in Africa. Actually, Africa's always had high birth rates. Bro, there's countries where each family, the average is like 7 kids. Each family's average 7 kids. It's wild, I know. But this is what they're doing out there. The birth rate is falling in Western white countries. Yes, the birth rate is falling in those countries. In America, birth rate is falling. And guess what? Not just for white people, black people in America too. Like, birth rate is falling in the UK and all that good stuff. I mean, bad stuff, really. So I think he has the argument confused because nobody ever said that African birth rates were falling. Nobody. If anything, I remember Bill Gates Bill Gates pretty much saying that we need to control the population in Africa. And that was pretty scary for me to hear. A white billionaire talking about how we need to control the population in Africa. Bit tough to hear. But yeah, that's the whole argument there. You guys do not understand what's still going on in the real world. And it's scary because these are people who like to talk about what's going on in the world.
Black people will be the dominant force on the planet. That's what this is born out of. And that is what motivates Elon Musk, the guy who for sure didn't throw up a Nazi salute.
Well, he didn't. He went from my heart to yours.
It's not about that. Even Elon says that, bro, the birth rate in these white countries are going down. That's one of the reasons why bro's going ham with the kids. Bro got his like 13th kid now. Shout out to Elon. But this is his whole stance. If you can't understand that we have had low birth rates in America, then I ain't gonna lie. You don't need to speak on the topic because it's obvious. It is obvious. Like, bro, a family's like, bro, most families only having like 2 kids. While we have our African people down there or Arabic people or Arab people down there, they're having like 5 to 7 kids, a family. So, of course, in the next 10 years, they're probably going to be the concentration of the world. In probably the next 10 years. Because guess what? Even Asian countries, birth rates are falling. Even theirs. The only birth rates that aren't falling are the ones in African countries. Only ones.
As everybody knows, and it was a completely trumped up
As everybody
bullshit
knows.
to claim it was a Nazi salute. But all right, Van, you've been gesticulating wildly. You were laughing as Ari was talking about the petrol bombing of Tesla dealerships and so on. Why is that funny? Why would you not want to roundly condemn any act of violence, whether it's against cars, factories, dealerships, whether it's targeting people driving Teslas? Why would any of that make you feel like you're amused?
So here's the thing, Pierce. I watch your show all the time. I enjoy it greatly. You are good at the condemning game. You're really good. You're so good. You're good at the getting people on and go condemn this. And it kind of takes the sting out of what we're actually talking about. So I'm going to try not to do that. I'm not going to give you a condemn. Okay.
Really? You're not going to condemn what's happening to Tesla?
No condemn. No condemn.
Wow.
Okay.
Why?
I can tell you right now that
My man, I don't think you know what you're sidelining with. That's the problem. You are sidelining with people who attack old ladies. You are sidelining with people who vandalize people's property. This is on the side you're standing on. You're saying you won't condemn it, so that means you're standing with it. I don't think you know what he's saying, honestly.
I am not going to be involved in anything that has to do with anything violent, but I'm not playing your condemning game. This is what I will say.
Why not? Why wouldn't you condemn it?
About the actual point, because it's a trick bag, and I'm not doing that.
What's the trick?
So it's a trick bag. Pearson, you know it. You know it's a trick bag. Pearson.
What's the trick? What's the trick?
The trick is this. So the trick is this. So the trick is getting me to moralize with an immoral side.
With a
right?
crime.
Wow. Bro, so because we're against old ladies being attacked, people's properties being vandalized, you don't want, but I mean, you don't want to side with us? Oh, no, my bad. I got it wrong. No, it's because we're Trump supporters and we're against all that. You don't want to side with us. So pretty much what I'm saying is that you guys will reject every good in the world if a Trump supporter supports it. I mean, I don't want to be kind to children because Trump supporters are kind to children. I don't want to not hurt old ladies. I want to hurt old ladies because Trump supporters don't hurt old ladies. What the fuck are y'all saying?
With a crime, yeah. With a crime.
Right. It's
I'm asking you to condemn a crime, literally.
Right. So what you're doing is you want me to get on a moral high horse, right?
I want you to condemn criminal behavior, yeah.
Despite the fact that we could have all kinds of conversations about how Trump has broke the law, about how Trump supporters have engaged in violence, all of that stuff, but that kind of gets glossed.
Cool. Where have Trump supporters gained in violence besides January 6th? Please tell me. Where have Trump supporters engaged in violent acts besides January 6th? Because I don't even count January 6th. So let's leave that out. Let's leave that out. And we'll leave out BLM because we can name many times you guys engaged in, I'm gonna be real with you, in terrorist actions and violent actions against Trump supporters or against people y'all disagree with. Okay? But can you guys name, come on, y'all already made it easy for us right now. Tesla, beating up old women. I mean, kicking people out of places for wearing a Trump hat. I mean, bro, we got things for y'all on. We got lines up, we got clips lined up on y'all for days about how intolerant y'all are. Give us something on us besides January 6th. Come on, give us something on us besides January 6th. And if you can't, then y'all kind of proving my point that you guys are the more aggressive side. You guys are the more terroristic side. Actually, there is no terrorists on our side because, bro, we're not willing to go out there and hit nobody over Trump. I'm not going out there fucking up my neighbor's yard because he got a Kamala Harris sign still up. It's like, I'm not doing that. Like, bro, what's wrong with y'all? Even if they won, I wouldn't have done that. So this is where we kind of put ourselves above y'all because look how y'all acting. Look at how y'all acting. We could be next to y'all and we're okay. You guys can't be next to us without wanting to hurt us. Like, that's a problem. Like a mental problem.
Over while I'm trying to convince people how morally righteous and upstanding I am. Okay, I know who I am. No condemn. This is what I'll say. The main point of this, which is Elon Musk, right? The Elon Musk of this entire thing. Elon Musk did not just become public enemy number one for people after he decided to support Donald Trump. Elon Musk took over Twitter and brought hate speech back to Twitter. That's a fact. Okay? He brought hate speech back.
What do you mean he brought hate speech back? What do you mean he brought hate speech back?
Meaning that on Twitter, a lot of words, terms, phrases would get you banned and muted and kicked off the platform.
And
when
they still do.
Elon Musk came back to Twitter.
They still do.
No, they really, they don't. The hate
they still do.
The hate speech on Twitter.
When can I
has
jump
gone
in here?
through the roof since
The
Elon Musk.
hypocrisy's killing me.
Man, God.
The hypocrisy is bananas here.
Give me the hypocrisy.
When do I get to just go? Okay, let's look at it for a second. How many videos do you need to see of politicians on the left making the exact same hand gesture, and yet nobody's alarmed? We've seen it over and over and over again from politicians like AOC being a perfect example. However, you're upset about Elon Musk being an anti-Semite who happens to be friends with Jews, hire Jews, has never killed a Jew, and yet you're not upset about the swastikas being scratched into his car. How about the fact that the left, and we all know the reason that Kamala Harris didn't actually choose Josh Shapiro as her VP, although he would have probably been the best choice.
Bro, I said the same thing. I'm like, bro, when I heard Josh Shapiro, I was like, shit. Oh, shit. I was like, all right, they got the, man, they bringing in the works. But then when they brought in Tim Walz, and I looked up Tim Walz history, I got excited. I was like, oh, they sold the election. They couldn't even pick a good VP. Of course, Kamala was a bad president, a bad candidate, but then y'all picked an even worse VP candidate. I was like, thank God. And you know who picked Tim Walz? Kamala Harris. Everybody in her camp was telling, no, go Shapiro, go Shapiro. But people were saying that Kamala was insecure about Shapiro and that he was still the spotlight, so she picked somebody that wouldn't, but end up sinking the election for her. I mean, because trust me, that vice presidential debate was terrible. Vance low-key cooked that man.
Could it be because he's Jewish? I don't know. Let's speculate at it.
You think it was because he was Jewish?
Or how about the fact? I do think
it's a hell of a high watermark that he hasn't killed a Jew.
Yes, I do.
Hasn't killed a Jew, therefore.
What about the sick hail from all of your politicians? Not only has he not killed a Jew, he's hired Jews. He's friends with Jews. Donald Trump's daughter Ivanka has converted to Judaism, and they're very close friends. I would imagine You're full of crap.
Wait,
how about this one? Why are you not upset about Mahmoud Khalil?
No. When they say Donald Trump hate women, I'm like, bro, how? Like, bro, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, what? I think his Department of Labor, that lady, she's like Hispanic. Levitt, bro has a lot of women in high positions in his administration. You can't say Trump hate women. You cannot say that, and it won't stand, because as soon as you look at his cabinet, you're just like, all right, if he hate women, then why is women in power in high positions in the administration? Like, really, guys? You sure y'all want to go with that argument?
Leo, where's your outrage about this guy who's part of an organization that celebrates the October 7th attacks?
You want to breathe. So you're saying that Kamala Harris is an anti-Semite because she didn't choose a Jewish running mate. She's married to a Jewish guy.
That the Democratic Party did not choose. I think I'm not saying Kamala Harris.
Can you concede that point?
I'm saying that the Democratic Party.
That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
She's married to a Jewish guy.
I'm talking about the party. I am talking about the entire party.
Look at the level.
So you really, tell me,
Musk
why do you think they didn't choose Josh Shapiro?
Anti-Semite. I don't have no clue. I wasn't in the meetings. So Elon Musk is not an anti-Semite because he's never killed a Jew, right? He's never killed a Jew. So that Elon Musk is not
what I said.
Kamala Harris. That's exactly what you said.
Obviously, I said to you, he is friends with Jews. He hires Jews.
And he hasn't killed
is that you guys compare him to Nazis who slaughtered 6 million Jews.
Which is wild.
Obviously, there is no comparison. And it's insulting to a person whose grandmother ran from the Nazis that you would even make such a grotesque comparison. You are exploiting this tragedy, actually, that the Jews experienced to demonize this guy for political purposes. And there's no question. Where is your outrage about your own politicians?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. It is offensive to Jewish people when y'all call this man Hitler and I'm like, bro, he ain't killed one Jew. Bro ain't killed not one Jew, but you call this man Hitler. This man ain't take over, invaded now. Well, has he invaded a country? No, he invaded not one country. Y'all call him Hitler. It's crazy. I mean, the man ain't throwing up one Nazi salute, but he's Hitler. Crazy.
Making the exact same hand gesture. Why are you guys defending Mahmoud Khalil? Like, God forbid we consider deporting this guy who's here on a visa. And this is a guy who represents the CUAD, whose Substack has an entire article supporting October 7th. I can't with your hypocrisy. It's bullshit.
There's been no due process. If you want to talk about this nation and what we stand for, the rule of law and due process should be chief among them.
He's here on a visa.
While you
I guarantee you.
if
he first of all, this has not played out. It's being looked at. Second of all,
the Constitution applies to him.
And I guarantee
the Constitution applies to him.
So tell me about
Constitutional
your hate
touchdown.
speech. You're so upset about hate speech. Are you upset about
You're moving the
Substack's hate
goalpost,
speech
Jillian.
from CUAD celebrating October 7th? I'm moving the goalpost. No, I'm pointing out your grotesque
Or not
hypocrisy
shutting up. I
to
can't tell
serve
which
your
is which.
political ends to means to an end.
All right,
Okay,
Jesse,
so
let
this
me
is
ask
what
you
I-
this. Jesse, hang on. Jesse, would you condemn the attacks on Tesla, on the dealerships and
Yes.
so on, the firebombing
Yes.
of dealerships? Do you can
Yes.
condemn that? I don't understand why Van has such a problem with condemning obvious criminal behavior.
Well, you've talked to him. I'm not going to answer for Van.
Yeah.
I don't know him, but they have broken the law. It is civil disobedience, and with civil disobedience, if you get caught, there is a consequence for that. If I'm going to sit here and talk about the rule of law, I'm certainly not going to be a hypocrite like Republicans are and act like that only applies to the other side. Yes, they are breaking the law and they should be held accountable if convicted by a jury of their peers under the system of laws we have in the United States, undergirded by the Constitution.
And how do you feel, Jesse, about Bill Maher going to see Trump at the White House for a dinner with
think it's,
Trump, with Dana White, with Kid Rock?
Yeah, I think what a brain trust. Kid Rock and Donald Trump and Bill Maher all in one room to wax bigoted, anti-science, and maybe Dana White. I don't know much
Bill
about
Maher's
him,
now.
Anti-science. And it's kind of crazy how you add Bill Maher. And like I said, this is how we know y'all left is like, bro, y'all have aggressive tolerance. You don't accept anybody, bro. Bill Maher just disagreed on bro. In a way, Bill Maher's still a liberal, but he just disagreed on how the campaign was ran. And y'all really like occultists, because like I think about it, y'all don't think that they did anything wrong. Y'all don't think that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden did anything to lose that election. Like, but then y'all want to call us cult? Y'all want to call us a cult? I mean, you can't even sit there and say, hey, yo, this is why they lost. And it wasn't because of racism and misogyny. It wasn't because of that. It's because y'all just had bad candidates. Man, that is so crazy, though. It's just like y'all just cannot accept other people's thinking. Just because Bill Maher agrees on the fact that y'all had bad candidates, he don't really agree with the conservatives. He don't. He just agrees on the fact that y'all ran a bad campaign. Now he's a talking head for the conservatives. Same with Stephen A. Smith. It's the same thing. They are both liberals at heart, but they just sat there and had to agree that, bro, y'all ran a shit campaign, and now they're conservative talking points. It's not conservative talking heads. It's like, what's wrong with y'all? Losing y'all best players too. I mean, Bill Maher is one of y'all best players. Y'all might want to sit down.
Now a bigot. That's unbelievable.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's big? What's
So
big is it
because
about
Bill
Bill
Maher
Maher?
sat with Donald Trump, he's now a bigot. Okay.
Hey, so look, here's the thing. I feel like sometimes you guys don't pay
Bill
attention.
Maher
First
is
of all, I'm not going to call.
pro-Israel, for God's sake.
Can I?
Oh,
Can I?
You think that's the only form of
Jillian,
bigotry in the world?
So he's an anti-Semite and a bigot now,
Hang on. Don't all talk at once. Don't talk at once.
Well, I
Jesse,
can't-
just to
I
be
can't
clear.
talk 'cause-
Hang on. I'll come to you, Van. Jesse, why is Bill Maher a bigot? I don't understand.
Well, he's an anti-trans bigot, trans rights or human rights. He says,
No,
I
he's
don't
not.
care where
No, he's
we're
not. No, he's not.
Sir,
No,
he
he's
said,
not.
I'm going to tell you when he said it. He said, I don't care where weirdos go to pee. That is bigoted language.
I don't care where weirdos go to pee is bigoted language, bro. You are being very soft. Like, bro, that's the problem, though. Y'all be very soft, too. It's like, bro, with the whole insurrection, how y'all placed it on January 6th, that's a very soft-ass insurrection. I'm going to be honest with you. It's like, bro, you saying that you don't care where weirdos go pee? I mean, bro, how's that bigoted? Like, who are you even mentioning? Like, weirdos? Anybody can be a weirdo. Like, color, gender, race, don't matter, really. So anybody could be a weirdo. So how's that bigoted? Like, you're not even showing any type of, like, I don't know, prejudice towards a class of people or towards a group of people.
Bill Maher is an anti-science, anti-vaxxer. He's terrible.
Oh my God,
Conservatives
he
love to point to
absolutely is not an anti-vaxxer. He wishes he hadn't got the COVID vaccine.
Nor is he
And there are
anti-trans.
good reasons
Nor is
for
he
his
anti-trans
concern on
because
that
all he wants,
particular vaccine.
all he wants with trans people, he wants trans people to stay out of
I happen
women's
to be very
spaces.
close with Bill Maher. I know his
And stay out of the kids' classrooms as well.
Are your
positions on
back
this subject
sore
matter.
because you're carrying
And he's
a lot of
the farthest
water
thing from a
apologizing
bigot and
for Bill Maher?
anti-science.
All right,
So,
Van.
this is what I would say about Bill Maher. So the Bill Maher shift has happened long ago, right? Bill Maher got on his show. He said the N-word on his show. Black people didn't like the fact that he said the N-word on his show. Ice Cube came on his show, and then they went back and forth about the fact that Bill Maher very casually said said house nigga on his show, and black people did not appreciate that. I don't know if Bill Maher thought that he's been with so many black women that he had the right to use that word on his show, but we didn't like it. And since then, what you've seen from Bill Maher, what I've consistently seen from him since people got up in arms, is him chastising groups of people that in the past he used to advocate for. There has been a definite rightward shift in Bill Maher's policy.
I mean, or he just seen the light and he's seen the common sense and the hypocrisy of the left. He's like, bro, a lot of people are seeing y'all for who y'all are, and then y'all get mad and call them like right-wing talking heads. That's the problem with y'all. It's like y'all can't even accept when y'all wrong to the point where, oh, if somebody says anything about y'all, they're automatically on the other side. They could just be giving a criticism of their party, but y'all can't take that. And here's the thing. Y'all like to say that Trump supporters can't take criticism. I mean, if somebody criticized Trump and called themselves a Trump supporter, I'm not just going to throw them and be like, oh, you were never a Trump supporter in the first place. Get up out of here. Nah, I'm going to be like, okay, cool. We have that disagreeing. All right, we disagree on that. Y'all, bro, as soon as one of y'all disagree on one thing, you literally would treat that guy as if they was never a liberal, never conservative, never a Democrat. They was never for the cause. They've been a Trump supporter the whole time, and your whole friendship was a lie. It's like, that's how y'all act. That is literally how y'all act. Like, y'all need to calm down.
You know what, Van?
And the reality
Van, let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. I watch Bill. Hang on.
Okay for Bill Maher. He can do
Fine,
whatever he
I
wants,
watch
but
Bill
we can
Maher
feel
every
however we
week.
want about it.
I watch Bill Maher every week.
I'm
doing his show in 2 weeks. He hasn't got a bigoted bone in his body. This is all complete bullshit. And honestly, all he's become is like me. Hang on, I haven't finished yet. All he's become is like me, utterly disillusioned.
I hadn't finished when I was talking. How are you going to tell me how I'm supposed to feel? Well, I got it. Well, then that's fine.
That's the problem. You're going off feelings. You kind of exposed yourself, my friend. Oh, how are you going to tell me how I'm supposed to feel? Bro, the facts don't care about your feelings. The fact is, this man is not a Nazi. This man is not a bigot. Is like not a transphobe. You guys are wilding at a certain point. You're just trying to throw all this types of stuff at him, and you can't make it stick. Bro just said, oh, he's transphobic because he said weird people don't care or weird people go to the bathroom at. I'm like, bro, he didn't even say trans people in that sentence. That don't even match up right. It's like I said, it's like just really something wrong with this party right now. And like the sensible libs is becoming a dying breed.
What about it?
I watch Bill Maher every week. I'm doing his show in 2 weeks. He hasn't got a bigoted bone in his body. This is all complete bullshit. And honestly, all he's become is like me. Hang on, I haven't finished yet. All he's become is like me, utterly disillusioned.
I hadn't finished when I was talking. How are you going to tell me how I'm supposed to feel? Well, I got it. Well, then that's fine. But how are you going to tell me as a black man how I'm supposed to feel about Bill Maher?
Because I'm telling you, you're being totally disingenuous. Totally disingenuous.
How can you tell me that? How can you tell me that? You can't tell me how I'm supposed to feel about something, and I'm telling you, you're full of shit.
The problem is, that's what I'm saying. You're going off feelings. You're not going off the facts. Oh, you can't tell me how to feel about this. I kind of can because, bro, you're taking something for what it's not. And you're taking, oh, well, like this guy. Oh, well, he said women are, well, I'm sorry. He said he don't care where weirdos go to pee. And I feel that that's bigoted. Yeah, I know that's a feeling. It's your feeling, but it's not factual. I mean, when y'all say feelings, I already know where y'all coming from. All right, you're coming from an emotional standpoint with no facts. So I know if I ask you, all right, prove it. You won't be able to prove it. Or if you do give me the proof, it's half-ass proof. It's like, bro, how did you even substantiate that from what you're showing me? That's what I really be wondering. I mean, trust me, when guys try to prove their point, they send me links and all that. And then the links that they send me be proving me right. Oh my God, that lets me know that y'all guys do no research.
On your show.
Okay.
Well,
I think you're full of shit. You think I'm full of shit. And on that note, we're going to leave it. But it's good to have you on Uncensored. The great thing about Uncensored, we can call each other full of shit. And you know what? We can all end on a happy note. Thank you all for being on the show. I'd like to have you all back. That was great. Thank you.
Oh, God, though, because that was actually pretty damn funny, bro. Bro, them kind of crashing out on Elon like that. All right, though, let's get to Christy Gnomes and let's get her special report on what's going on in the country. All right, let's go.
El Salvador recognizes that these gang members are members of a terrorist organization, which is exactly how President Trump is approaching MS-13.
Legion, lie again, bro, because I'm about to kick you out of here. You know I always show proof. And then when I do, that's when your ass leaves. So lie again, bro. Lie again. Like, bro, get up out of here. Lie again.
And TDA as well.
That's Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem on her recent trip. She joins us now. Thank you for having us at the department.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here today.
First, I want to ask you about President Trump. He said the attacks on Teslas. Do you see that as domestic terrorism?
I do, and it's an act of violence, and it has ramifications on community members, and at times has risked people's lives. I do see that as an act of domestic terrorism, and we certainly have a president who's willing to use his full authorities to go after people that choose to destroy people and communities and businesses in the way that people have.
I want to talk to you about your trip. El Salvador, Colombia, Mexico. What did you take away from that?
Well, my task as Homeland Security Secretary is to secure the homeland of the United States of America. So I have jurisdiction over every person that comes in and out of this country, every product that comes in and out of this country, and everything that transpires over the internet. Talking to these presidents of these three countries was very productive. I had a conversation with the president of El Salvador about the TDA members that he accepted and took into his CCOP prison. We toured that prison, which I'm sure you are well aware of.
And
And
that was
saw
some
the
of the most
conditions
striking images from that trip of you touring that prison. Just the image alone, was that sending a message?
Yes, people need to see that image. They need to see that the United States is going to use every tool that we have to make our communities safer, that is a consequence of someone who is a terrorist. The president has declared Tren de Aragua and MS-13 as terrorist organizations, and the president of El Salvador has as well. The only people allowed in that prison are terrorists. And to tour that and to look at that was giving the American people the transparency that they want out of their government. They were able to see exactly where we're sending these people who have murdered and raped Americans, that have decimated communities. And there's going to be consequences for individuals who continue to do that.
But the libs will tell you and lie to you and go like, oh, there's innocent people in here. There's some innocent Americans, but they don't have no names. Don't got no names, but they'll tell you there's innocent Americans in here. I keep telling y'all, ask for these names. If they can't give you no names, they're lying to you.
My conversation with that president was, will you take more of these terrorists? And he said, absolutely, we will. We will take the worst of the worst and make sure that they're facing consequences for what they've done to your country.
I think there's a lot of people who look at this, Madam Secretary, and say, yes, get the bad guys out. But they want to make sure that the people that are rounded up and taken out are really those guys. There are some allegations from activists and media and immigration attorneys that a few of the people you sent to El Salvador via the Alien Enemies Act are not members of criminal gangs, or that they might not be. Do you see those as credible at all? And if you found out, would you work to take them out of El Salvador?
I trust our intelligence agencies and the intelligence individuals that are within the Department of Homeland Security.
So this is the thing. That's what I think Levitt was talking about. Like, yeah, why don't you go ask these intelligent service, like, these intelligent agents? Ask them. Why don't y'all talk to them instead of making up lies on the news talking about, oh, they're sending back like citizens? It's like, bro, prove it. What citizens? What are their names? How are y'all talking about there are citizens being sent back, but you do not have one name? That is stupid. Like, how do y'all even believe that? Really? Oh, somebody's missing, an American citizen? Oh, they're American citizen, then you should know their name. Why don't y'all? Because it don't exist. Oh, there are people in Syria that wasn't even gang members. I mean, they were marked by gang members by our intelligence services. So that means these people had access to their communications, their calls. I mean, bro, social medias, all that. And you're gonna try to tell me you know more than them? Bro, y'all need to get the hell up out of here, bro. I ain't gonna lie, y'all think too highly of yourselves sometimes.
The individuals who are there are members and a part of this organization and have worked with them. And while we were there at that prison, we not only talked about how to identify these members of these terrorist organizations, but what they did, their actions they took, the case files we built on them, and how we verified that those individuals should be there in that prison.
So we'll
continue to do that. I am.
Yep.
I'm very
verified through case files too. So pretty much he's saying that, yo, all these guys are criminals. If we do not, we either have a criminal record of them in El Salvador, or we have a criminal record of them in America, or worse, both. Yes, bro. There's criminals who've literally committed crimes in their country and our country that we've deported. I know, right?
Very confident in the fact that those individuals that are there should be there, and that by belonging to these organizations, they were choosing to be on the side that wanted to destroy the United States of America.
Immigration enforcement is one of the biggest things that is a positive for President Trump right now, yet Democratic lawmakers talk about it a lot. Take a listen.
Any immigrant can be accused of association with gangs and cartels, and they will be deported without due process of law.
There's not much to this president's agenda. It's tax breaks for the rich and rounding up immigrants. That's the whole program.
You have to have due process. What tax breaks for the rich and rounding up immigrants? I mean the same tax breaks that helped us too. Yeah, I forget to leave that part out. Oh, I mean the same tax breaks that lowered our taxes too. Hey, don't forget that part. But let's go back to it because this lady be tripping.
Any immigrant can be accused of association with gangs.
Not any immigrant, any illegal immigrant who got in here, who have gang tattoos and gang ties. Yes, they will get up out of here through the Aliens Enemy Act. Yes. I mean, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. He could even say about the Venezuelan government is an enemy government that is pretty much sending over their citizens to invade us. He can get almost any Venezuelan illegal immigrant out of here without gang ties through the Aliens Enemy Act.
And cartels, and they will be deported without due process of law.
There's not much to this president's agenda. It's tax breaks for the rich and rounding up immigrants. That's the whole program.
You have to have due process. What have you got? Tax breaks for the rich and rounding up immigrants. I mean, here's the thing. Y'all wasn't doing nothing about these immigrants. And y'all were taxing the rich until they left us with no jobs. So here's the thing. Y'all taxed the rich and we lost jobs. Y'all let immigrants in, and I mean, people were getting hurt and we were losing our social cohesion. So who are y'all to say anything? That's what I would say. Like, who are y'all to say anything after what y'all just allowed to happen to the American people over the past 4 years? Who are y'all to say anything? Got the wrong person. That is the whole. Who? Oh my God. I'm getting tired of hearing this story, bro. Because one, it's already been debunked. The 5 people that they were talking about, their names and all, wasn't even on the plane being sent to Venezuela or El Salvador. It wasn't even on the damn plane. So the 5 names that they were bitching about wasn't even there. So that's when I tell you guys, all right, who are the names of these people? Y'all can't give me them because the names that they gave out, the judge gave out, weren't even on that plane. So he pretty much complained for no reason. Waste of time.
That's the whole program.
You have to have due process. What if you got the wrong person? That is the whole point of all of this. And here's the thing. None of them want to prove to us that we got the wrong people. Okay, cool. Our intelligence agency did their best to find out who these people were, brought them in, got them locked up. Our intelligence agents, they have their privy information that you guys aren't. They can look up these guys' text messages and all that. They're all their communications that can show that they are in line with gang members. Who cares what these guys say? Let's talk about what our intelligence agents found out. And why don't y'all then find a way to interview them? Get them on there. Or you can find out the names and show us proof that these guys aren't illegal immigrants or gang members.
So what do you say to those Democrats and what's happening now with Tom Holman and what you're seeing on the border?
I would say those Democrats are doing exactly what they've done for years. They're trying to use fear to control people. They're using fear to promote their agenda and lying about what the situation is really here on the ground. We are doing due diligence to make sure that we're going after these criminals that have perpetuated violence on American citizens, and we're removing them from our country. Our president has told us clearly he's prioritizing these criminals and the worst of the worst, those with final removal orders, and that we're making sure that not only did we secure our border, but that we're making sure we don't let those people back into this country. We have deported over 120 people that are on the known terrorist watch list out of this country, over 800 TDA members, and over 100,000 different arrests have been made of criminals that are out of this country. Every single family that can identify with Lake and Riley's family, Jocelyn Nungary's family, people who were devastated by these criminals are thankful that they're gone, and President Trump is on the right side of history.
Do you think the Mexican president, you talked to her, is doing enough to defeat the cartels down there?
You know, we talked extensively about that. I gave her some options of more she could do. She's participated a lot on our southern border, but we want her to secure her southern border with Guatemala. We want her to share some more information with us. Right now, we don't scan every single shipment that comes into this country over air freight. We have some information sharing that could happen on criminal background checks. So I gave her a list of things that President Trump would be very happy to see, and she was remarkable. It was supposed to be a half-hour meeting. We met for almost 2 hours. Very productive. She did sign some of those agreements with us, and I asked her specifically to share biometric information with us, and she's willing to discuss that, even though that in her country would be a little bit controversial. But she's putting a good faith effort, but President Trump is clear. He doesn't want people to keep talking. He wants to see action, and she has an opportunity to do some things that I will give.
My bad, guys. My bad. What I was pretty much making the stance on was that, yeah, like there were unaccompanied minors that made it into this country, and we don't know who they are, where they came from, because we have no biometric data on them. Once we get the biometric data, we can find some of these kids, and we can be like, all right, cool. So it's either you're a U.S. citizen being trafficked, a El Salvadorian citizen, a Venezuelan citizen being trafficked. Either way, we know where to send you, and you just ain't here, and we're just ain't looking at you like, I don't know, we just found this kid in the basement somewhere, and we don't know where the hell he's from.
Give a report to the president on and see if we can deal with the tariff situation that may be facing her people.
Madam Secretary, you talk about the terrorist watch list and the people rounded up. We are removed from 9/11, but the terrorist threat is still there. What do you tell people about what you see every day, knowing what you know about the terrorist threat facing this country?
That it's very real. It could happen today. It could happen tomorrow. We have people in this country that would do 9/11 all over again if given the opportunity. And we have to have a strong president that stays dedicated towards securing not just the interior of our country, but the exterior, and using every tool that he has to fix what Joe Biden broke. Joe Biden purposely broke this country and our democracy and put us at grave risk. So I'm so thankful that we have a president that recognizes the threats that we have and lets me do my job to follow through on what task he gave me.
You know, we had a lot of focus on the Doge interviews I did with Elon Musk and members of that Doge team. They've been in every agency. I assume they're here.
They are.
You're working with Doge. What are they finding, and are they rooting out some of the waste fraud?
Yeah, they've been fantastic. We have worked with them. I take a lot of extra items to them, all my contracts, evaluations, people who are in position, should they be there? Is this the mission that that agency was created for? What can we do to become more streamlined and efficient? They have been extremely helpful in helping us identify that and looking at where the American people are getting ripped off and that they're tired of. I tell everybody that every dollar that goes out the door that shouldn't be spent is somebody's Social Security check that won't be there someday when they need it. And President Trump, by allowing Elon and the Doge team to
I mean, bro, every wasted tax dollar was a dollar. I could have just let my ass have. It's like I said, if the government ain't got nothing else better to do with this money, y'all need a pay cut. Like ASAP, you need a pay cut. There should be no reason y'all got a $6.8 trillion budget and y'all spending it on bullshit. Like, bro, y'all should be able to account for all $6.8 trillion. Tell us what you've used it for to either help American people or keep American people safe. Instead, we're finding out that millions of dollars is being thrown into the fire for useless ass agendas that don't help us. They don't help us at home. They don't help us socially. I mean, nothing helps us. That's the problem. All this you would say, how does this help us overseas? How does this help us at home? It really doesn't. It really doesn't. That's why it's almost crazy to sit there and be like, hey, yo, why are we letting y'all keep all this money if y'all not gonna use it for us, if y'all just gonna waste it on stuff, y'all might as well just go ahead and cut taxes and let us keep most of our taxes and go ahead and take a pay cut. Maybe you don't need 6.8 mil. Maybe you need 3 mil. My bad, $6.8 trillion. Maybe you just need $3 trillion. So, like I said, let's cut y'all spending so y'all can start, I don't know, being a little bit more frugal with y'all money.
Be in here and evaluate everything.
I'm sorry, with our money.
Really brings a new accountability to government that we've never seen. And is it going to be ugly? Absolutely. For these bureaucrats here who are fighting us every single day, who don't want the dollars to quit getting spent, who want to keep their jobs, yeah, they're going to fight back. But I will tell you, this government is more responsive than it's ever been before. It's refreshing to be here under an administration that truly gets up every day and decides, you know what, today I'm fighting for the American taxpayer. You know, taxpayers oftentimes in our offices don't have a lobbyist that shows up for them. There's lobbyists that show up for every other industry and every other contract and every other business. The American common man deserves a person that will sit there and lobby for them, and that's President Trump.
Well, Madam Secretary, thank you very much. We'll talk down in the National Operations Center in a bit.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click.
Man, that was actually a pretty good one. All right, let's go to Charlie Kirk, and let's see, he's going to debate the birthright citizenship argument. You know, how some of these Dems pretty much saying, oh, well, these anchor babies should be able to stay. We should give their parents citizenship. And, you know, we're just looking at y'all like, no, we're not. Nope, I don't like that. Take that somewhere else.
Into doing that too. Who's up next? Who disagrees?
Take that shit to the UK.
Charlie, how you doing this afternoon? I am proud to be conservative. I'm proud to be an American, and I think we would agree on most things. But one thing that I'm here to dispute you on is
Israel?
Trump's executive order to overturn birthright citizenship.
Oh, okay.
Which you posted on X 2 months ago. That
Hey, that's funny as hell. Even Charlie Kirk know that it was in the conservative sphere. The most, controversial topic for us is our support of Israel. Like I said, there's conservatives who aren't the most hardcore Christians who will sit there and be like, yeah, I'm not standing with this whole get behind Israel no matter what thing. Then there are conservatives who be like, yo, we must protect the land of Israel. They're our greatest allies. It's the Holy Land according to the Bible, all this stuff. So, yeah, there is that controversy within the conservative party. Like, I'm one of them. I'm one of the conservatives that isn't with the Zionist BS. I'm not with it.
the Supreme Court has never reviewed the 14th Amendment regarding birthright citizenship.
Not correctly yet.
Have you heard of Wong versus Kimmark?
Yeah,
or
it's
Wong
a
versus
BS
America. What about
I'm drawing from a lot of memory on this,
Fisdale?
so I'm gonna have to plead a little bit of
That's fine.
memory
I have
erosion.
a shallow understanding, but both of those cases ruled that regardless of national origin, the children of immigrants will become U.S. citizens. It is
not just the children of immigrants it's not just that.
Yeah. Well, the exception for diplomats.
The children of visitors become U.S. citizens.
Right.
Mhm.
And
so for example, a pregnant woman can leave China who's 8 months pregnant, get a 90-day visitor visa, and then her baby becomes a U.S. citizen.
How is it being implemented now? If you come here illegally, your children are what? What are they?
They become U.S. citizens.
And that's the Supreme Court precedent. So the executive order to overturn it is illegal.
No, it's very much legal. It's challenging the prior Supreme Court decision. But let's go back to my example.
It's like, bro, you understand that the Supreme Court can be challenged, right? It's not the overlining authority in the name. Like, bro, y'all kind of give Supreme Court the same power as you think the president has, or this executive power. Oh, the Supreme Court said it's not so it can never happen. No, that's not wrong. The Supreme Court can be argued against and argued down to letting that go down. That's the thing. I mean, through the Aliens Enemy Act, why do you think the Supreme Court hasn't gotten involved? Think about that. Through the Aliens Enemy Act, if it was such a wrong thing, why hasn't Supreme Court gotten involved? But a district judge did, because I'm gonna be real with you, I'm pretty sure that district judge tried to ring somebody up on the Supreme Court and be like, y'all really about to let this happen? And he was like, well, we ain't got no choice, boy. It's like, hey, he's the president. Article 1, my man, under executive powers, he got the Aliens Enemy Act. I don't know what to tell you, bro. And now I know that judge probably hung up the phone and said, F it, I'm putting in that court order regardless.
You can fly to China and literally just come here as a visitor, show up at a hospital, and they will give you a U.S. passport and your kid becomes U.S. citizen. You understand we are one of the only countries in the industrialized world that has birthright citizenship.
And I'm proud to be that. We are a country of immigrants.
Good Lord.
No, we're not. No. We're a country of settlers, not of immigrants.
Okay.
Thank you. A country of settlers, not immigrants. It's like we settled here, okay? It's like we didn't immigrate here. It's like there was no real okay, well, the Indians had something going on, but the Indians weren't really, setting up an establishment like a nation state or anything like that. They were living on the land, and shout out to them. But yeah, we settled here. We didn't come here as immigrants. Like, we didn't go through the Indian immigration process and came here. No, we came here as settlers, and then we took it for ourselves. I mean, well, the forefathers took it for themselves. That's the real story of America. So when you guys want to sit here and say we're a country built on immigrants, no, we're a country built on settlers.
That's a big distinction. Let me tell you the difference. Settlers are people that build a new country that was barren.
I mean, here's the thing, and y'all may be like, oh, are you really going to defend colonialism? I mean, shit, man. It's why I'm here. It's why I'm one of the richest and freest black men in the goddamn world. It's because of that shit. Yeah, we started out on a bad start, but look where we're at. We got the freest women in the fucking world. Freest women in the world. Bro, richest women in the world. In America. Freest people in the world. In America. Shut the hell up, man. Stop being so damn ungrateful, bro. Man, I'm tired of some of y'all people.
Immigrants come to a country already built.
Ungrateful, bro. One of the richest people in the world. Richest in the world. And you're complaining about colonialism? I mean, look where it got us. I can't even be mad. I'm one of the richest group of black people in history because of America.
The people who built this country, they went west to an unconquered, barren country and built a new society. Immigrants helped enrich it. They helped grow it upon that. But the foundation of America were settlers, not immigrants. That is a talking point that is overused.
We have no unifying religion, no unifying race, no unifying national origin. But what we do share is that if you were born on the soil, you have an inherent birthright to the benefits of American citizenship. And when you
that's a huge mistake.
And that's a huge mistake. So you disagree with 200 years of precedent.
Yes.
Have you read what was discussed during the
founding
passage of the
fathers,
14th
first
Amendment?
and foremost, never wanted all of a sudden a pregnant woman to be able to get on. They didn't have airplanes back then. Go across the ocean, and all of a sudden they become a U.S. citizen.
Those who drafted the 14th Amendment did.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment was in what year?
1866.
Yeah, exactly. Way past the founding era.
So you don't
Number
agree
two,
with
the 14th Amendment was largely applicable to free slaves.
I understand that was a purpose, but it has also been extended to those who come here
exactly. No,
legally.
you're right. It has been wrongly extended. You know the 14th
By
Amendment?
the Supreme Court.
Exactly. And they got it wrong. Just like how they got Roe versus Wade wrong, and we got that repealed. The point being is the Supreme Court can get things wrong. The idea, it's very simple. It's that if you think you can just get on a Delta Airlines flight from Paris and all of a sudden your kid becomes a U.S. citizen, that devalues the meaning of what it is to be a citizen.
Should we hold the children who do not choose to come here accountable for their parents' actions? There are some countries that...
I mean, yeah. Yes, we should. Yeah, bro, if you're trying to have an anchor baby here and trying to finesse our system, we should send you back on that note alone. You're coming here for very, not a heinous reason, but you're not coming here with goodwill. You're not coming here to help America. You're coming here to take advantage of our system. That we don't want those people in here. We want people who want to add to us, not take advantage of us. So it's kind of crazy how we have people who are actually standing for people who want to take advantage of our system instead of people who want to actually help America. So y'all are kind of going against American values here, damn near against American homeland security as well. But hey, y'all don't know that.
If you're already a citizen, you're a citizen. We're not going to revoke what's
Right, but
already
once
happened.
if it becomes overturned, do we want to create second-class citizens who aren't a citizen of another country?
Yes, they're citizens of another country. Go back to your own country.
Except if they come from India, they come here and a child is born. That child is not a citizen of
Correct.
India, nor would they be a citizen of here. Then you have
No, they
ghost
are a
citizens.
citizen of India. That's not
They're
true.
not.
Yes, they are. The parents are Indian citizens, and that's how it works in India, is that the citizenship goes to the parents. So that's the point, is that they can go back to their own country, and they can go live in India.
So the children should be deported as soon as they're born here.
Yes, with their parents, absolutely.
You don't think that we should give them? We shouldn't encourage them to become productive members of American society?
No.
Do you believe in the American dream?
Yes, of course, for American citizens, not for every person around the planet.
I agree. I think we all agree.
Yes, it's not our job to open up our borders to every sad story around the planet.
Exactly, the adults, but the children did not choose to cross the border. They did not choose to come here.
Okay.
They have been placed here.
Exactly. So don't punish them by separating the mom and dad. They can all go back to their country of origin
Together.
It's very simple.
Together. I wonder what his argument for that is. Because it's messed up. We're gonna put them in an orphanage? No, they can get deported together. I always said during the election, I'm like, look, let's spin it back on them. Let's put it on the parents. Yo, do you want your kid to stay in America and get put through the orphanage system, child care system, whatever? Or do you want to take them with you? I wonder what they would say. Does it mean that much for your kid to be in America? Or does it mean that much for you to be a family? Pick one.
But that's not the law. That's not how it's been. Do you think that would be productive for American society?
Hold on. That's an interpretation of the 14th Amendment. We're talking about two different things. We're talking about birthright citizenship, and And then we're talking about kids that are crossed when they're already born. The point being is this, and President Trump's executive order is phenomenal. It goes back to this very basic question. What does it mean to be a citizen? And we're throwing around citizenship like Frisbees every day. You're a citizen, you're a citizen, you're a citizen. And it dilutes the meaning of the citizen, of what it means to be a U.S. citizen. We need to bring it back to actually say, hey, you have to earn your citizenship. You are not given your citizenship.
So a child doesn't choose to be born between someone who comes here illegally and someone who is already a citizen. That person did not choose that. There's no accountability.
Yes, and there's
in that
kids
action.
in Namibia that didn't, choose to be born in Namibia.
Exactly.
That's not our
But
concern
that's
to
the great
import
thing
them.
about America is that by being here, you offer them the extension for the
See,
opportunity.
I disagree. I think that.
Whoa, no. Like I said, that goes into that perpetual loop of like, whoa, and us not helping shit. We're not helping these countries by accepting their people. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Just because they have a bad government going on, a bad economy going on, they got a dictator, bro. Sometimes we need to let them people figure that shit out. We need to let those people figure that shit out instead of bringing their breast and bites here where they become CEOs. When, like I said, I always say they could have been the George Washington of their country. They could have been the ones to establish the constitutional republic or democracy or fair government or free market in their country. We just leave them there. Stop trying to take millions of people from or hundreds of thousands of people from these war-torn countries or these dictator countries and let them sit there and fix their problems. Because, bro, immigration doesn't help that country. And I know my man Guess was saying, oh, we're taking the best to the best. Let's add it to our best. I'm like, bro, we already got enough good people here. They can keep their people and let them fix themselves. Because us bringing them here, it doesn't even help us. It just raises our population, what puts a strain on resources and the job market. It doesn't help nobody. It doesn't help us, and it doesn't help them. It's all just a nice little fairy tale they cooked up for y'all to make it sound like we're doing something, but we're not. Bro, there's so many people that's effed up in this world. We can't help all of them. We got to let them help themselves eventually.
I think on the surface, it's a great thing about America. I think it's us having generosity being turned into compromising our values used against us. At times, generosity can turn into an overindulgence. You could become too generous, where you are borrowing money that you don't have. We're doing that. Where you're giving citizenship where it dilutes. Yes, we are a generous nation, and our virtues have become our vices.
What does it dilute? What does a child being born here having birthright?
You know what? You know what it dilutes?
What does that take away from us?
It first of all,
they pay taxes.
First,
bro, this is what it dilutes. If you have to do the same thing in another country, your ass will get sent back, like right there and then. Like, bro, that don't make sense. And here's the thing: it's not because we're a more compassionate country. No, we're not doing this because we're more compassionate. It's just because I ain't gonna lie, we're a more wealthier country, so we can afford, and we have bigger land and a bigger population, so we can afford this, or we can afford to let some of these guys come in. I mean, 5 to 10 million, they say, and it not be that big of a deal. Actually, it's been a pretty big deal, and it's hurt us a lot. But trust me, if this was like a country like Poland, Netherlands, Finland, one of them smaller countries in Europe, bro, they'd have been destroyed by what's going down in America. It wouldn't even be the same damn country. If what happened in America happened to any of these other countries out there in Europe, it would be done.
First of all, number one, it dilutes a lot.
What does it dilute?
Can I get to it? Dilutes a lot.
Immigration doesn't fix shit. It doesn't fix nothing for us and doesn't fix anything for them. Immigration is honestly, we all know that's just an excuse to get cheap labor through the H-1B visas and stuff. And then on the other side, like I said, we're taking their breast and bites, so they're losing out on maybe, like I said, good politicians, like engineers that could like bring them into the next technological revolution. Who knows who we're taking from them? It's best to leave them over there and let things happen. People say, oh, what if they become a victim of their environment? Oh, well, eventually they'll grow out of it. If that's how they want to be the rest of their lives, let them be that. Let them be that. But don't bring them over here and then try to change them. That's not working. Look what happened to the Haitians. We brought them from a war-torn, from an anarchy, from a country in anarchy. They're literally eating people and the dogs and the cats in Hades. What the fuck made you think they weren't going to do the same thing here?
A lot. Number one, it dilutes legal immigrants that are full adults that had to apply to come
And
here.
I agree. So we should stop illegal immigration.
Well,
but there will
legal.
always be
I said
some.
legal
I
immigration.
agree.
Right. Number two is that I actually want the idea of being a U.S. citizen, that you are here or born here because your parents did something to allow you to be here. Not just that you got on a nonstop flight from Seoul, South Korea, and you happen to fall and your water breaks and you're suddenly a U.S. citizen. It devalues the entire meaning of what it means. Everybody here has a unique story of what your parents did for allow you to live in this country. That's called a social compact. Some of you guys, your parents came here and your ancestors came here in the 1700s. Some of them came here in the early 1900s. But if all of a sudden you can gain entry and cut in line, it dilutes the sacrifices primarily of the greatest generation from World War II that allowed us to live here, and it is an insult to them.
Yeah, it really is. It's an insult to them, and it's an insult to, I ain't gonna lie, like, I have immigrant parents who got the hard route. They didn't just get let in here. They didn't just walk in here. Bro, they had to get they did everything the hard way. They did everything the hard way. When they got into America, they didn't get no, oh, here's your debit card, here's a place to stay. It's like, hey, yo, welcome to the land of opportunity. Good luck. That's all they got. And they made a lot out of it. It's damn near disrespectful to their struggle and everything you have to go through for these people to come through and get handouts and get put into cities and places like this. It's absolutely asinine. But hey, though, some of y'all like that. Some of y'all like that. And it is what it is, man. Hey, some of y'all just truly don't care, but y'all act like y'all care. But all right, now let's get into these Hitler files.
Who have studied the subject. I think most people know this story and who have studied the subject know that Adolf Hitler didn't kill himself in a bunker in Berlin as the Red Army closed in. I think that's, we all know that was a fabricated story, or if you watch this show, you probably understand that. Hitler actually fled Germany weeks before that using a group of underground tunnels that led to an airstrip. And that airstrip was flown. He was flown from Berlin out. It took submarines, or multiple submarines that were used, U-boats that were then sent to Argentina. In other words, Hitler lived for nearly 2 decades more in Argentina, along with vast numbers of the Third Reich. Well, now Argentinian President Javier Milei has just ordered the release of all remaining documents on all of those Nazis who fled Germany and moved to Argentina after World War II. Basically, it was almost like a second base of operations in Argentina. If you're not familiar with that, like basically the Third Reich operated out of Argentina and Germany. And many of them, including Adolf Hitler, lived in Argentina well after 1945. Most people know that Hitler lived out his days in Bariloche, Argentina, until he died there in the mid-1960s. Yes, you can read the CIA documents about.
And guys, let's go ahead and make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, man. I appreciate the support. Or else with those 3 dots up there in the corner. Let's go.
This. The FBI documents also about sightings of Hitler in this area. They knew about it. Of course they knew about it. It was largely facilitated, I think it's safe to say, by the United States and its allies. Operation Paperclip, anybody? Quid pro quo?
Also, if you look into this, the skull that is held in Russia that was supposedly the remains of Adolf Hitler with a bullet wound in it is female.
Yeah.
Wow.
So when you look for proof that Hitler did, in fact, kill himself in the bunker, you are going to find a lot of dead ends.
Yeah. And all you need to read, you can read a great book on this called The Gray Wolf. It's a great book. There's many books written about this now. But yeah, the skull, the fragments, they ran the DNA tests on it. And the Soviets allowed them to do this testing. And even Stalin openly talked about it.
I've heard a crazier story that Hitler, I heard one of the reasons why Hitler killed himself. And remember, this contradicts their story. But this is a story that I heard, that he killed himself because they knew he was getting closed in on, and these guys were what's a good word for it? All right, these guys were violating dead bodies. Okay, they were violating dead bodies, and Hitler seen what they did to that boy Mussolini, and he was like, "Nah, you ain't about to do that to me. I'm about to take myself out the game." And then he wanted his body burned. This is the contradicting story that I heard, that not only did this man say, bro, I'm killing myself before they get to me and violate my body, and also burn my body, because I know what they do. And that's what they did with Mussolini. And allegedly, and this is what I heard, that when they got Mussolini, I mean, they violated him and his wife and killed them.
About that Hitler lived, that he was not there. So Stalin even knew about it. It's widely known in Argentina, by the way. Well known that Hitler sired 2 children while he lived in Argentina after the war. 2 girls. Wouldn't that be something to learn where Hitler's children are today? Like really? Hitler's descendants?
2 girls? Nice.
That'd be interesting. Maybe we'll learn that in those documents as well. But we'll be watching this story. I'm fascinated. It seems like there's an open era of transparency.
Maybe that's who's secretly running that far right organization in Germany.
Let's see right now. You might be wondering like about the Epstein files. Our friend of the show, Kyle Seraphin, just a few minutes ago dropped a bombshell that he has confirmation from 2 agents who are actively working on the task force inside right now of the DOJ. They have 16 terabytes of data that they're going through right now on these Epstein files, hundreds of child victims. So there's like all sorts of hoops and hurdles they have to jump over on all of this, but they're actively working on this, like a task force that's been assigned to deep dive all of the records of Jeffrey Epstein. So what's amazing to me is that during the Biden administration, they were sitting on 16 terabytes of information and files and child victims that they did nothing about. They just sat on this information and did nothing until President Trump comes in. So I think there's like this era of transparency I'm hoping that we're seeing. Anyway, we'll be following this story.
I think the chat is like, I didn't know any of this. That's because you didn't marry Clayton Morris and we're not subjected to copious amounts of documentaries about
That's right.
this.
In fact, we reached out to Tim Kennedy, who was on the show. There's a great History Channel show called Hunting Hitler, which looked into a lot of this. But Tim Kennedy, who was a part of that group, we've invited Tim to come on the show. So hopefully he will tomorrow. We'd love to have Tim come on to talk more about this because this is a big story. I think most people, if you like go to Grok or if you go to Google's AI, they'll be like, oh, that's been debunked. No, it hasn't. There's actually copious evidence that Hitler never was in Berlin when the Red Army came, and that, yes, he did live out his days in Argentina, and it was all well known by the intelligence agencies. So anyway,
I mean, now they already got what they wanted out of him. I mean, what you mean? They didn't, like, think about it. I think they'd win and finish Hitler off if it was really about stopping this man and making sure he never comes up again. Nah, I think they just used Hitler to usher in World War II and create an enemy. And here's the thing: they're creating the, Nazis, or the Nazi party, or Nazi regime, Nazi party, or Hitler's party as enemies in the news publication for a while. Like a whole lot of anti-German rhetoric was coming out way before the World War II popped off. So it does seem just like Russia, ironically, that we did villainize these guys before it popped off with them.
Pretty well bunked at this point.
And before, I mean, there most likely probably were some type of persecution going on against Jews, but before it was reported that was going on.
Debunked.
It is bunked. It's not a debunked. It's not a bunker.
Another point for conspiracy theorists. It's been a good year.
You know, the problem with these huge tech companies is they don't want just your money. They want to know everything about you. Shadowy data brokers making a living compiling detailed profiles of your online activity, selling them to marketers and other corporate interests that want to control and target you with ads. And they're not just selling a product, they're selling you. But you don't have to let them. There is a way to keep your browsing history truly private. And I use it every day. Yesterday, we reported here what Javier Milei, the head of Argentina, of course, is now sort of following a lot of moves on transparency there to release these Nazi documents in Argentina. All of the Nazis that moved to Argentina had set up a base of operations there during World War II. It was almost like another version of Germany in a lot of ways. The Third Reich had set up a major base of operations in Misiones and Bariloche and multiple locations in Argentina. It's widely reported that Hitler survived, did not shoot himself. I don't think anyone really believes that. I certainly don't. And the evidence supports that he went to Argentina and lived out his days into the 1960s. So these documents that Argentina is about to release, what are you hoping you'll see? Is there anything there that stands out to you that you're looking at as a historian?
Shoot, I like that story way better than the man killing himself and then his wife offing himself. It's like, I like that. I like him, somehow find a way out to Argentina, having 2 daughters and living out the rest of his life. Like, that sounds like a way better story.
And interestingly enough, that's having been involved.
And here's the thing I always just say, it's like, hold on. We're talking about a man who did all this to Jews, and you tell me, I didn't want to, make sure the job was done. Like, I guess when you strip away his power and all that, he was just a regular man, and y'all just let him be.
Involved with way too many subjects over the decades, I suppose. Yeah, very familiar with the so-called rat lines that took Nazis of all types, a lot of SS, but also a lot of scientists into Argentina. And I mean, amazingly, you find things like Argentina starting its own fusion nuclear program with Nazi scientists that had been working on atomic research in Germany. But the other thing you find is that the CIA had convinced themselves that a great number of these former Nazis from the intelligence community, from the SS, not just the scientists. We tend to think that they just brought the rocket scientist over, but they didn't. They brought a lot of intelligence people, but they didn't bring them directly from Europe. They kind of enabled them getting to Argentina, and then they recruited them from Argentina into the U.S. And if you really
all right, now let's get into a quick little comedic interlude with lefties losing it, man. But y'all gonna like this one. Y'all should like this one. Let's go. Did I play this one already? Nope. Let's go.
Now it's time for lefties losing it. Now, I presume this next item was an April Fool's Day joke, but apparently it's real. Kamala Harris is set to be paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to headline a real estate conference in Australia on the Gold Coast.
What?
And wowee, one of those land rats love hearing an inspirational speech from this fine orator.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
You know, when we talk about our children, I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. We all watched the television coverage of just yesterday. That's on top of everything else that we know and don't know yet, based on what we've just been able to see. And because we've seen it or not doesn't mean it hasn't happened. But just limited to what we have seen.
Oh, gosh, I miss her.
I swear to God, I used to miss that too, though. I used to sit there and be like, bro, what did she say? And then it used to be even funnier watching the libs sit here and tell me, oh, just listen to her. And I'm just like, okay, I'm listening, guys. Oh, my goodness. Good times. Good times.
You may have heard of the concept of FAFO, where you F around and find out. Well, this next dude found out all right. Here he is being confronted by the owner of the Tesla he vandalized, allegedly.
Write a check. You just bought a Tesla.
I can wipe it off
No,
with a towel.
no,
It's not
no.
heat.
It is a
It
hate
was
crime,
it was
sir.
A crayon.
It is a hate crime.
Listen,
Did you write a swastika on there?
I'm sorry you're upset.
Did you write a swastika?
It didn't even work.
I'm sorry you're upset. It didn't even work. Really? These lefties are vile.
Really?
Let's go back to that interaction and see if this guy understands that the FAFO equation is real. The more you F around, the more you're going to find out.
It's at the police right now. It's being fingerprinted.
What do you mean it's being fingerprinted?
Because they're trying to track you down. Thankfully, Facebook tracked you down.
I said, I'm sorry.
For what?
And I
For what?
apologize.
For what?
I have nothing against your car, and I have nothing.
Here's the problem, though. It's like you have nothing against his car, but you have something against Elon. So you do have something against his car. And then I'm glad they're going to lock your ass up. Like, that's so stupid. It's like, why would you go up there and vandalize Teslas? And you know how stupid it is to vandalize a Tesla? They got 360 cameras on them bitches. 360 cameras on Teslas. These are not your basic cars that you can just sit up there and vandalize and get away with. They see you. Like, bro, what's wrong with some of y'all?
Against you.
So why would you write a swastika on a Tesla?
Obviously, I have something against Elon Musk, but that's not the
So
way
Elon
to
Musk
show my...
owns that car? Because
bro, then go find a picture of Elon Musk and write a swastika on that, okay? Don't go vandalizing people's property. Like, dog, if your problem with Elon Musk, cool, get some darts, put his face on a dartboard and go throw some darts at it, man. Like, damn, what happened to the old school way of doing things?
No,
it was
he
bought
owns
and
the
paid
company.
for. It was bought and paid for a long time
That's
ago.
why it's misguided, and obviously I did not intend to do this.
Oh, he didn't mean to do it. He
Bruh.
doesn't like Elon Musk. He's since been charged with a number of offences, including criminal mischief and harassment. Now, this mindless vandalism from the left is nothing new, nor are attacks against cars. They've been doing it for years. It just wasn't directed exclusively to Teslas in the past. Here is an oldie but a goodie. A lefty caught keying a vehicle because it had a pro-Trump sticker. I think he's more scared of the wife than the cops. Imagine being married to this aging soy boy.
The green Toyota Tundra pickup truck that you walked up to. You don't remember what you did? What did you do to it?
I scratched it.
Why? Was it the bumper sticker? And she's got a sticker that says, "Let's go Brandon" or something.
Yeah, I guess it infuriated me.
That's the only reason you did it? You don't know who owns the truck or anything?
Yeah, that's the only reason I did it.
Was it a key?
No, it's my key fob. Yeah.
Do you know which key you used?
No, I have no idea.
I'm guessing you know it's expensive to repaint a truck.
I'm gonna have to repaint the truck.
Did you?
Stupid, idiotic, and I am gonna get something in the truck. Yeah, get that fucking much up.
And you should.
Yeah. But I made a stupid mistake.
Mr. Brothers, here's the unfortunate news. She wants to press charges, so I have to take you to jail, sir, so they should turn around. When you damage someone's property over $1,000, it's a felony. For a felony criminal mischief.
That's a felony?
It's about
I mean, yeah. Well, here's the thing. In Ohio, it's 3,000 or more, and it's a felony. So 1,000, goddamn, well, you guys live in that. And here's the thing: it should be a felony at $1,000 regardless. I ain't gonna lie. I think Ohio's pretty asinine for even having it at $3,000. I'm like, bro, what the person got to do? Still half of this shit in my crib? You tell me, like, what?
$6,000 to repaint the truck. He has to go to jail, and tomorrow morning he'll have first appearance in front of a judge.
Stupid.
And shout out to my man Castro. He's pretty much cracking up at what's going on here, because or let's see here. Let's go to the more. I think that's the one you were going for, brother.
And I regret to inform you that the awfuls are at it again. Awfuls, that stands for affluent white female lefties.
It's time to speak up. They're rolling back segregation.
Huh?
They are rolling back segregation. To be clear, the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is still in place and has not been disbanded. But we know what their goal is. There is always step one in a process, and we absolutely know what their goal is.
She must think if you
I mean, look, the only segregation that's going on is off of political ideology, not skin color, okay? The only segregation that's been going on is off who's on the left, who's on the right. Other than that, nobody's separating each other off skin color anymore. We're doing that just off our political ideas.
repeat something, it makes it true. Let's hear from this white savior and her fever dreams about Trump bringing back segregation like he's some sort of Democrat.
This time, white people, we are the ones that are going to be on the front crossing that bridge. Do you hear me? We are the ones that are going to stand in the streets. Our black countrymen have done their time at the front of the lines, and it is our turn. It is our turn to face the water hoses and to face the dogs and to face the tear gas, because we have let this happen.
Say what? Not on my watch. Not on her watch, folks. Imagine being so unhinged with fantasies about the return of segregation. Do these people have jobs? By the way, that video has had millions of views, gone viral on TikTok and elsewhere. Perhaps this next lady saw this video because she seems rather animated and thinks she's going to encounter white-only signs across America.
Let me walk into a business and see a whites-only sign. I'm white. I'm about as white as they get. Look at how pale I am, man. And I will use every ounce of that white privilege I've got to absolutely up their day.
This next woman is perfectly okay with property being destroyed.
Destruction of property is a perfectly viable source of protest. No harming humans, obviously. Human life is sacred no matter whose it is. But property is, these are just things.
I can give her, Alicia said that. Alicia said that. All human life is sacred no matter who it is. All right, Alicia said that. But she said your property, though, yeah, that can get it. No. Your property can get it all day. So, I mean, you won't hurt me, but you'll break windows in my house, vandalize my car, and anything else that I own personally. Yeah, y'all gonna find a very tragic something, bro. One of y'all liberals gonna find a very tragic end. One of y'all gonna pull up on the wrong Tesla and, I mean, for real, get shot. Get shot. Like, bro, no warning, no nothing. You just came there to man Tesla and he shot you.
These are just cars.
They're just cars. I wonder if she'd call the cops if I destroyed her Subaru. And
hold on, man. I gotta give it to my man again. Hold on. Because every time he hits the laugh like that, I just gotta do this. Like, I'm crying. One more time. Shout out to my man Castro, man. Appreciate the support, brother. Let's go in and shout him out real quick. Maniacally laughing at you liberals. Maniacally laughing.
Bad news, white men. These awfuls will not date you. I just hope you can cope with the devastation and pick up the shattered pieces of your life.
Friendly reminder, as a white American woman, yeah, I will no longer be dating white men. I'm looking for...
Sweetheart, are you serious? What?
Yeah, I will no longer be dating white men. I'm looking for anything other than a white man. Okay?
I mean, you know what's so crazy? First though.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Yeah, but what kind of irritates me about this is, I'm not gonna lie, I don't trust white girls that honestly say they don't date white dudes. I'm being so honest with you, I just don't trust it. Like, if you're a white girl and you say, oh, I only mess with black dudes or Hispanic dudes, I'm looking at you sus. Like, you've already turned me off. I don't know why. It's just something about that that's just weird. It just seems real self-hating to me. Like, it's like a black girl who says, oh, I don't mess with niggas and all that good stuff. I mess with the white dudes. It's like, yeah, same thing. You're going to turn me off. Mexican or Hispanic chick, oh, I don't mess with these Hispanic niggas. It's like something about that just like turns me off. Cause like, bro, it's just something just yells that you're not honestly happy to be who you are. Like, that's what it is. And I'm huge on that. I'm huge on self-confidence. And if you're saying that you wouldn't even date yourself, you must not be too confident in yourself. Because never will I say I will stop dating black women. Never. I don't care how much these women piss me the fuck off. They piss me off a lot. I will never say I'll just stop dating them. Stop. Oh, I'm never going to be with a black woman. Never. I don't care how stupid they get sometimes or reckless or obnoxious. I just don't care. I'm loyal.
Just a heads up.
To a fault, though.
Yes, these women are just heroes in their own lunchtimes, and they are so divorced from reality that they have no idea how awful they appear to normal people. Listen to this story.
I found out today that somebody that I work with is a conservative, and he's somebody who's really intelligent, and he's somebody who works in climate tech as a super smart guy, somebody I would never have thought was conservative, and apparently he is, and it's surprising.
Hey, yo, I swear to God. Hey, no, that happened to me one time. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, girl, I was like, what? I didn't know you were conservative. I thought you was liberal. How could you vote for Trump, a guy like you? And I'm just sitting there going like, well, baby girl, that mean guys like me vote for Trump. AKA, I guess you're actually like Trump supporters and you ain't even know it. They don't even know it. They don't even know that they like us, guys. They don't even know it.
And it's disgusting. But what's most surprising to me is the level of sudden hatred that I have for him. Sudden hatred for this man who I used to respect suddenly just went boop. And
I know the guy took you out. He treated you nice. He treated you like a true gentleman. And because he's a Trump supporter, you're going to throw all that away. You're going to throw a good man away over that. I mean, that means a better girl's going to be there for him. That's all I got to say. I mean, shoot, y'all girls going to turn away good dudes. I mean, hey, it's the conservative guys that work out. It's the conservative guys that want to get money. It's the conservative guys. I don't see that as more ambitious than the liberal guys because all they do is complain about the rich. All they do is complain about the rich. Y'all wouldn't want to get about people who complain about rich, or y'all want to get people who trying to be rich. Make your choice, baby girl. Either losers or the winners.
I hate him now.
Now to 60 Minutes and Leslie Stahl, who is rightly being criticised for this absurd question to American-Israeli man Keith Segal, who was kidnapped and starved by Hamas terrorists.
I saw sexual assault with female hostages.
Keith says things got worse for him after Aviva was released and that early ceasefire collapsed.
The terrorists became very mean and very cruel and violent.
More so.
Much more so. They were beating me and starving me.
Do you think they starved you or they just didn't have food?
No, I think they starved me, and they would often eat in front of me and not offer me food.
What in God's name was she thinking? Yes, the Hamas terrorists don't have food, Leslie. Do any of them look emaciated at their sick hostage handover rallies? Now, let's hear from the White House press secretary, who is furnishing the hostile media with some unwelcome facts.
I'm so happy she cut that out. I was like, you're not about to show that hostage meetup, right?
And figures about tariffs imposed by other nations on U.S. products.
Look at the unfair trade practices that we have. 50% from the European Union on American dairy. You have a 700%.
Hey, yo, what's up with our dairy? Hey, y'all hating on American dairy right now. Bro, Canada got 250% on dairy. Bro, the EU got 50% on our dairy, like tariffs, by the way. So pretty much any U.S. dairy products aren't really even being bought overseas. Actually, if you try to buy some U.S. dairy products overseas, man, it's like you're damn near shopping at Whole Foods.
Tariff from Japan on American rice. You have a 100% tariff from India on American agricultural products. You have
100% tariff agriculture. That's why I say India be standing 10 toes. So I can't be mad at them. We try to hit them with the reciprocal tariffs, which we did, and they said it don't matter. We'll stand 10 toes on ours. I'm like, oh, y'all don't give a fuck. Okay, say less. I don't care. So yeah, 100% on our products makes sense. But a lot of y'all didn't even know this. A lot of y'all don't know that these people low-key price our products out of their economy, price our products out of their market. Y'all don't even know that, though. And then wonder why we got $1 trillion trade deficit. But y'all don't know that part either, or you shut the hell up about tariffs.
Nearly a 300% tariff from Canada on American butter and American cheese. This makes it virtually impossible for American products to be imported into these markets. And it has put a lot of Americans out of business and out of work over the past several decades. So it's time for reciprocity.
Joining me now is journalist and author Batia Ungasargon. Batia, Caroline Levitt there, giving the media some facts and figures. And there's polling today showing Americans think Donald Trump is too focused on tariffs and should be more focused on inflation. But the two issues are, of course, linked.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for having me, Rita. It's great to be here with you. These are definitely linked. The reason inflation hits working class people so hard is because they don't have enough money not to notice it, not to notice the increase in prices. And the way that you fix that is by getting them more money. And the way to get them more money is not by simply raising taxes on the rich and redistributing it and giving them handouts. They don't want that. It's by creating a marketplace in which the product of their labor is more expensive, and then their labor becomes more expensive, and then they get more money to take home. And of course, this is win-win for working class people. They make more money, and then they are more competitive as consumers in the marketplace. The people who don't like this are massive corporations, Wall Street, and other rich people who think they should be able to employ their neighbors for pennies on the dollar.
And here's the thing now, you guys understand that, and I want you guys to firmly understand this. You know that anything American made or done in America does not receive a tariff, right? So when y'all guys say it's a cost passed down to consumers, it's kind of like a half right point. It's like, well, yeah, if you choose to keep buying international products instead of local domestic products, you will be honestly putting those tariffs on yourself. So these tariffs will be considered a self-imposed tariff. If you want to go out there and buy those foreign dairy products, let's say you put a tariff on dairy products, right? So all of them coming in from the UK, from India, if you're still willing to go buy those, you are pretty much self-imposing that tax on you. You're choosing to go pay that. You can go to the American locally produced or get the goods locally, like it be your food, technology, car, it don't matter. You can go get it locally and then if I get it cheaper. But if you choose to go with the international options, with the foreign options, then these are self-imposed taxes you're putting on yourself, which means that it's not a tax passed down to the people. The people actually have a choice to skirt the taxes if they want.
For the kinds of wages they would never dream of working for. So, this whole tariff product is designed to help struggling working class Americans. So, of course, rich people are going to be very angry about it. They're supposed to be. Trump is waging class warfare against the elites on behalf of the working class. The elites are supposed to be very angry. And that's what you're seeing in Wall Street and in the stock market. You are seeing rich elites who hate Donald Trump punishing him for standing up for the American working class.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been
Literally.
interesting to see so many of the elite, so many of.
I mean, I don't even know how. Like I said, like you think that Donald Trump does stuff for the elites, bro? What do you think the Dems were doing? What do you honestly think the Dems were doing by cutting out our middle class, bro? Really think about that. Really think about that right there. Moving manufacturing jobs and putting in more office jobs. That helps out the elite more. Having more bureaucrats for these guys to lobby on, that helps them out more. But cutting government so they have less people to lobby on, that actually helps out. I mean, honestly, we should ban lobbying altogether, but it is what it is right now. But the crazy part is, though, y'all can't say that, oh, Trump helps the rich when, let's be quite honest, Biden has done things to help the rich as well, especially if you want to talk about like electric vehicle companies. I mean, he's done everything to help them out, especially when it comes to these, I guess, pharmaceutical companies. I mean, shoot, he done made it impossible to do business here, but he also allows them to tax us the most on these products. Crazy.
These left-leaning, very earnest types arguing for illegal immigration, essentially, because who else is going to do those jobs at those wages? And it's the sort of argument you could have put forward to defend slavery. And that point seems to be lost on them, that this is neither good for the people you're bringing in or enticing to come in illegally to work for these low wages, and it's certainly not good for the American working class, who are then also having to compete with illegal immigrants.
No, I'm gonna say this one time, because, and I don't even care if you still have the argument till then, but y'all gotta understand how stupid y'all sound bringing up these guys' wealth, right? Do you understand that the amount of wealth you get will be contributed to the service that you provide, right? Cool. So why is Elon Musk wealthy? Because he provides the service of having in a luxury electric vehicle. He provides the service of having internet or Wi-Fi you can almost get anywhere. He provides the service of low-cost space travel. What services are you providing to make you a multi-billionaire, to make you a multi-millionaire? Oh, nothing? Then shut the hell up. Jeff Bezos, what service is he providing? Oh, he provides a service that you can go ahead and get whatever product you want within hours. Within hours. All you gotta do is go onto the app. That's a great service. Look up any freaking billionaire and ask you, if you want to know why they're a billionaire, ask yourself this. What service do they provide? Instead of going, oh, they got to undercut this and that. No, they don't. No, they don't. Want to know why? Because people are going to always buy their product and services. And that's what made them a billionaire. They didn't have to undercut nobody most of the time. Nobody. Actually, the only people they had to undercut was their competition.
For those low-skilled jobs.
Yeah, remember Nancy Pelosi going out there and saying, but who will pick the crops? Or Jasmine Crockett, I know a favorite of yours, Rita, who a few weeks ago was giving a speech in which she said to the audience, nobody here wants their children to go into hospitality. I'm sorry, the majority of people who work in hospitality in America are American citizens by a wide margin.
But do you see what these libs are doing, though? They did this with manufacturing. They did this with the low-wage jobs that we give to children. Like, bro, they moved the needle up every time by saying, oh, these are low-wage jobs for immigrants. The sweeping the floors, washing the dishes. No, it used to be for our high school kids. What are y'all talking about? But we let them get away with that. Manufacturing. Oh, these are just supposed to be for the Mexicans. These are low-skill factory worker jobs. No, these are what kind of people use to sustain their middle-class lifestyle. And this is how people usually go from the bottom and work their way up to a corporation. This is the ground level that saw a lot of people start on. It's from there, but y'all told the American people, oh, that's for immigrants. You just let the immigrants have that. That's below y'all. Now you're gonna say that nursing, the hospitality service is the same thing. So we're supposed to give that to immigrants too, and y'all gonna feed the same bullshit that, oh no, that's below y'all. That's all for immigrants. Stop believing that lie, people, please. Like, I ain't gonna lie, this is going to hurt a lot of y'all pride, but you guys are not above any job. I promise you, you're not above any job. I remember those times I was digging ditches to pay rent. Digging ditches. You are not above any job.
Why are you out there insulting people who do an honest job for a living, who work really hard, and you're out there sneering, telling an educated audience, well, you would rather die than see your child go into this industry? What kind of a message does that send to your fellow Americans? And it's so connected.
Because I keep telling y'all, liberals only respect office jobs. They only respect those corporate like only those high corporate tech liberal jobs. They look down on everything else, which means that they look down on most Americans. Yes, the liberal party, the Democratic Party, look down on most Americans through the throwing away of those jobs, through the telling y'all that, oh, those are for the immigrants. Who's gonna wash the dishes? Who's gonna work the factories? Who's gonna do hospitality? You see where they're going with this. They're convincing y'all to throw away these jobs and give them to immigrants. Don't let them go any further.
To other crises we see, the crisis in masculinity, because effectively what we did was we shipped 5 million very good working class masculine macho manufacturing jobs overseas, and then we imported millions and millions of people into this country to work in janitorial service, landscaping, construction, jobs that rely on brawn, that used to be jobs that working class.
Bro, and here's the most dumbest argument ever, right? I'm gonna tell you why it's a dumbass argument. How much do the American people pay in taxes? Trillions upon trillions of dollars. So these immigrants pay what? $8 billion, and y'all like what, championing them? So what? They deserve to have our taxpayer dollars go into them too, because they put in 8 billion, but we're putting in how much? 100 billion into these guys, giving them social services, debit cards, housing, section. Are you fucking serious? 8 billion? Like, bro, the American people puts trillions into this shit, and you want to go talk about 8 billion? Don't disrespect your own people, bro, and don't disrespect your own hard work. I'll be sounding let me watch my language.
Class men could get a lot of dignity out of, and what message that sends them. This job is beneath the dignity of an American. Of course, men feel like they've been totally degraded in the marketplace, in the dating market, in society, in their families. It's really horrifying, and the downstream effects of this are enormous.
Now, with Thor polls released earlier today also showing that most Americans, despite the media meltdown, are supportive of Donald Trump's deportation policy, with 58% backing that policy. And on the deportation front, there was this update again earlier today, complete with incredible footage. Let's have a look at this. It's like a motion picture, this stuff, but it's indeed real. It's 17 gangbangers, the worst of the worst here, murderers and child rapists, being transferred to El Salvador. But Tia,
I like it.
This policy, despite the media campaign, remains popular.
Absolutely. How could you not cheer that? How could you not cheer like
stupid?
The humiliation of
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to insult your intelligence, but like sometimes when you guys hear me, you guys kind of pick and choose what you want to hear. You know that, right? I said, how much does the entire U.S. put in? Not the average U.S. citizen. Like that. First off, that wouldn't even make sense for me to say that. So what do you like I said, the entire U.S. population puts in trillions of dollars, trillions upon trillions of dollars into this, into services that the immigrants took advantage of over $8 billion. So they've used over what they put into the economy in taxpayer money. Over. So they only put in 8 billion, bro. They really should be putting 800 billion since all these social services we was giving them. That's the argument. Like, do you not understand that us Americans all together put trillions of dollars into that government through taxpayer money? They only put 8 billion, and you think that something is wild.
child rapists. This is a great day in America. And that video is testimony to yet another world leader getting on his knees and begging Donald Trump for a scrap of approval. And it's so amazing, Rita, because you would think that Americans would love that. They would love to see world leaders getting on their knees and begging Donald Trump for a scrap of approval, because they know that he's going to put America first. But of course, as we know, the liberal elites hate this. They love, they worship weakness. They loathe power and they loathe strength. So of course, they're out there denouncing the proper treatment of gangbangers and child rapists. But we, Rita, we will rejoice.
And you know what's the craziest part about it? They give yet to give any proof that that we've wrongfully locked up some for certain people, right? They have yet to give any proof that we have wrongfully deported anybody, yet to give us any proof that we wrongfully locked up or said anybody was a gang member. They have not given any proof, but they have all the criticism. That's what kills me about this like whole agenda that's going on with deportation. It's like, bro, where are the names? Who are these guys that we violated their rights? Who would tell me how we violate their rights if the intelligence service looked into them and found out they was gangs? I remember one asinine argument. Well, there was this gay dude in there. And you think they let a gay guy into a gang? I'm like, bro, there are gay dudes and women that are in our gangs, the Bloods and the Crips. You not know there are women in gay dudes in the cartel? Like, I keep saying that there was a woman who exploded on the internet for being a hitman for the cartel. The cartel had women doing hits. What the you think they ain't gonna use a gay? Y'all tripping, man. Y'all tripping.
Joyce.
Now, I mentioned 60 Minutes a little bit earlier and this remarkable exchange.
The terrorists became very mean and very cruel and violent.
More so.
Much more so. They were beating me and starving me.
Do you think they starved you or they just didn't have food?
No, I think they starved me.
On the same episode, we heard not just about the physical, but also the psychological torture inflicted on hostages. This is Yardan Bibas, whose wife and children were kidnapped and murdered.
They were murdered in cold blood, bare hands. They used to tell me, doesn't matter. You get a new wife, get a new kids, better wife, better kids.
They said that to you?
Yeah, many times. Many times.
It's hard to fathom just how depraved that all is, to tell a father whose children you've murdered, don't bother grieving them. You'll get better kids.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot about Hamas, which is that, you know, human life means nothing to them. They cannot imagine being attached enough to a wife or children. You would actually grieve them. The Leslie Stahl interview, the 60 Minutes interview, you noticed what she did there, right? She was carrying water for Hamas. She was saying to him, did they really starve you? Are you sure they didn't just run out of food because of the evil Israelis?
Yes.
I mean, can you imagine at this stage carrying water for Hamas? And the truth is that the liberal mainstream media just cannot quit Hamas, no matter what.
And like Sam, Ham, I'm not sure if you like caught my little part of my rant where I was saying that you said, tell us about the great paying job the illegals take away from us. Bro, I said these low wage, low skill jobs were meant for our youth to work through high school, college, bro, the factory jobs. I mean, now, bro, people live off those jobs. People stack money, live off those jobs. They excel, work up the corporate ladder. It's like, bro, for you to honestly throw shade on any one of those jobs kind of shows that you're, I don't know, maybe you're like a spoiled kid or something. Or maybe you actually never went out there into the real workforce. But yeah, those are great paying jobs for your moment in life. If you're living with your parents and you just working a job at the mom and pop shop, sweeping, washing dishes or whatever, that's a great job for you. If you're out on your own as a young adult or young adult or you're adult in your early 30s, twin, don't matter. I mean, shoot, the factory jobs, I mean, they're paying from anywhere from $15 to $30 an hour. So I'm really trying to like, what, are you spoiled or something, G? Because that's a pretty asinine question to ask.
They do.
Like, are you actually out here, my friend? Like, you might have exposed some of your privilege there, which I'm happy for you, bro. If you got it like that, I love it for you. But don't look down on other jobs, G. Like I said, you see how the left got you thinking? You kind of just proved my point. You're saying what high paying jobs? I mean, bro, these are people low key live off these jobs. Bro, save money and succeed and do great things in their life with these low wage, low skill jobs, or even with the factory and manufacturing jobs. Do you not see that? Or well, maybe you grew up somewhere in America where not most people had those office jobs. But it doesn't really sound like you too connected with the people out here. Well, I guess in this class, or in that class of people. No offense.
Some instinct in them that tries to rescue Hamas, carry water for them, and rescue their reputation. It is unfathomable how the leftist mainstream media are the stenographers of terrorists.
It is incredible that she would come up with that question and then keep it in the interview, because as we know, they record hours. So there was no reason to keep that exchange. But obviously, 60 Minutes, they thought that was a perfectly appropriate question to ask a man who's been tortured, starved, kept hostage for all those months. Or maybe your captors didn't have food. I mean, we've seen the Hamas captors at these disgusting handover ceremonies they have, and none of them are malnutrition.
But all right, though, let's get to the Department of Education, though, because the fact that libs are defending the Department of Education honestly truly shows that they never really gave a damn about black people, and I'll tell you why. I mean, honestly, if you're black and you see that the libs are defending the Department of Education, you're standing up for it, you are honestly a dumbass, and you have not seen the atrocities done in inner city schools. Or, I mean, you're one of them blacks who are born in a great neighborhood, which is great. But some of y'all need to sit the hell down when it comes to this DOE talk, this Department of Education talk, because you don't know. Some of y'all do not know how much the Department of Education has failed these inner city schools and a lot of other schools as well, but mainly the inner cities.
With President Trump on this issue. And Linda McMahon is doing a great job with President Trump on this issue, protecting our students at these universities. These kids go to college to be safe, to learn in a safe environment, and that's not happening. And it's absurd that these universities are not stepping in to protect them, yet they're protecting these protesters who are also, I believe, some domestic terrorists.
And that's U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi with me here last weekend on Columbia University, agreeing to crack down on anti-Semitism protests on campus after President Trump canceled $400 million in government funding planned for Columbia. On Friday night, Columbia's interim president, Katrina Armstrong, unexpectedly resigned, becoming the second leader at the Ivy League to quit since the protests began last spring. Former ABC News correspondent Claire Shipman.
I'm sorry, y'all ripping up y'all degrees? Shit, y'all should, because some of them degrees is bullshit. Some of them degrees ain't gonna even get you a job anyway.
Friday night, Columbia's interim president, Katrina Armstrong, unexpectedly resigned, becoming the second leader at the Ivy League to quit since the protests began last spring. Former ABC News correspondent Claire Shipman will take over as president on an acting basis while the Board of Trustees searches for the 21st president. But we just heard from Elise Stefanik that she believes Shipman is out as well in the coming weeks. In the latest financial...
Federal funding for Columbia University, $1.3 billion. To what? Raise a bunch of Marxists? To raise a bunch of libtards? Oh, hell no. We paying for this shit. We paying for it. We paying for the miseducation. Okay.
Report from Columbia, the university says it received over $1.3 billion in federal funding for fiscal year 2024. That accounts for 20% of the operating revenue. Joining me now in the Sunday Morning Futures exclusive is the Education Secretary, Linda McMahon. Secretary, great to have you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Maria. Fun. Nice to be with you.
Are you expecting President Trump to pull more funding from these universities?
Well, the president has made it incredibly clear that he expects that students who are going to universities can go to a safe campus without discrimination. What we saw across Columbia and other universities was that the universities were not living up to that. I mean, when you see students barricaded in the library, people pounding on the glass saying death to USA, death to Israel. And I've talked to students at Columbia, Jewish students who told me that they were afraid to go across campus, and a lot of the Jewish interaction on campus has been driven underground. And that's just not the way our education should be. And the president is really firm in that. And so the task force that was formed between the Department of Education, DOJ, Homeland HHS, and Government Services Administration, that's the task force that actually did go in and meet with the Columbia and tell them that their funding was going to be reduced by that $400 million, which a lot of that is from HHS, which is research and development. So we're letting them know that we're holding them accountable.
Yep, you sure are. Look, we just heard from Tate Reeves, the governor of Mississippi, talking about the so-called Mississippi miracle, where they've been working on this for a long time in terms of handling their own education. Can you look at that situation and pull out ways that other states could actually be successful in overseeing their own education as you wind down the department and send it back to the states?
Well, Bria, that is really the whole intent. It's really to look at what education systems are really working with these innovative governors. And this doesn't have anything to do with the Department of Education per se. Department of Education doesn't educate one child. We don't decide on curriculum. We don't hire teachers. That's best done at the local level, and you can see those results.
Hey, nah. Oh, freaking cry. Oh, shit, bro. Hey, shout out my man Castro. She said if you are ripping up your degrees, man, that says enough, man. Oh God. Oh shit. That caught me off guard though. I don't know why that's so freaking funny to me. Oh, now I know, because y'all spend so much goddamn money on this stuff. You put your whole personality on this shit. Now that you have some political disagreements, you want to throw it all away. It's like, whoa. So Donald Trump, or your disagreements on how the DOE is being ran, is pretty much what? Rip up your 40 to 60K degree, and then what? Oh my God, y'all are hilarious. Oh man, these liberals.
In states like Mississippi and states like Louisiana, which,
like, you know what? The degree, you're right, Castro. The degree must not have menaced that much. It must have been BS if you could just rip it up like that, because I got a degree and I ain't ripping that shit up for nothing. I paid good money for that motherfucker.
Just had also incredible improvement in what's called the NAEP scores, or the Nation's Report Card. And what we saw really was those states returning to basics, what's called classical learning, teaching reading from phonics, teaching math again with memorization techniques.
He says, bet they order that shit again. Like, nah, for real though. It's like, yeah, I was just there for a protest, and now I need a job. I actually need my degree. So you think you can send me another one? And they're gonna look at you like, no, what you mean? You just had a whole protest denouncing your degree. You ain't Hegseth. Now Hegseth was hard when he ripped up his Harvard degree, but y'all just look stupid.
Techniques, because then you build on that foundation and you can increase the level of learning in a much shorter period of time. And that's what a lot of the states, Florida's been doing that. Iowa is leading a lot on that kind of innovation. And that's what we want to see. We want to be able to provide states with good best practices and good tools, to help them really get back to basics and get these scores up, so that, our students are not running last in the world, and we're not continuing to spend so much money, more per pupil than any other country. When you think about the fact that since the Department of Education was set up, we've spent over $3 trillion to only watch our scores and our performance decline.
Yeah.
We're doing something wrong, and we need to change.
Obviously, yeah. Well, what about student loans? People want to understand how issuing of loans will change. They need their student loans. And I know that the loan process was put into the Department of Education under Obama?
That's correct. And of course, the Department of Education has no bank. It is not a bank. It was an inappropriate place to put it, I do believe. I do think that it was there because a lot of the cash flow that would come through would be used to fund other programs. But in the meantime, what we've done is lost the responsibility of repayment of student loans. And so much of the conversation that was happening under the Biden administration.
I don't even think that. I think a lot of people just don't want to pay their student loans. It's like, yeah, a lot of people come out and don't even graduate college and got to pay student loans. So a lot of them just default on those loans. And I mean, I could see where Biden came up with that very liberal approach to, let's forgive all student loans. And I'm just like, you know what? I was kind of on board with it, because I'm like, I do feel bad for some of y'all who went to school and low-key got completely scammed. They pushed you. Y'all got pushed in there. Now y'all got all this debt. I do feel bad. I do feel bad for some of these kids. I've heard their stories, or to some of these young people. And I'm like, for y'all, I mean, yeah, we should be able to relieve something for y'all, for something, not the whole damn thing, though. I don't know about that. I'm not sure if we can economically withstand that.
In which, he was saying, don't worry, you're not going to have to repay these loans. He's going to be forgiven, etc. What that resulted in.
And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. He's like, thanks, Dems. They just made a 10 million in reorders. They actually did a good by mistake, funding the colleges. I'm crying. Man, they definitely did good by mistake. Like, whoops, my bad, my bad, our bad. We made a mistake. What mistake, bro? We funded what we're supposed to be funding. That we're the DOE. That's not our job. We're not supposed to be actually helping students. We're supposed to be filling up our pockets and giving kickbacks.
That all through his administration, there was no collection process. Since even right around.
Well, yeah, because Biden was going on the stance of he's gonna, well, whatchamacallit, yeah, he was gonna forgive all student loan or try to way to forgive like 20K in student loan. So yeah, I mean, everything was held up because a lot of people weren't even sure if they're going to be paying their student loans anymore. And then to just kill that big ass debt is crazy.
COVID time when it first began, and there were instances I totally understood about repayments during COVID, but they were never reinstated. So there have been no collections since March of 2020 for outstanding loans. That's just a travesty, and it's, you know, it's a burden that the American taxpayers should not have to continue to shoulder.
Right. Well, you just said, look, the Department of Education doesn't teach students. It doesn't do all of the things that you would expect. So what specifically has the Education Department been doing? What does the Department of Education do then?
Please.
The Department of Education is really, it's a pass-through from funds that are appropriated by Congress for Title I funding, for funds for special needs and handicapped children.
Okay.
They flow through the Department of Education into the state districts to be distributed, by the governors or by the superintendents or commissioners of education in those states. And the Department of Education really also oversees competitive grants. That's also money appropriated from Congress. And so we'd like to look at those grants as being best practices and get rid of the waste and the abuse that was happening in the Department of Education. And we're finding much of that money has been spent in ways that it was not intended to be spent.
Wow.
So pulling that in, making sure that the money's being spent in the right way, providing best practices to states and the right kind of tools, through research, that they can have to understand how they can do better.
Now, in order for this to really be codified, you need Congress. Do you expect Congress to take this on and wind down the Education Department?
Actually, I am very hopeful of that. I've spoken to, many senators and some congressmen, and we've talked about how we'll be partners that will show transparency to Congress. I hope by the time that we're really ready to turn education back to the states and turn that funding back to agencies where it originated, the Title I funding and special needs funding used to come through the Department of that time, Health, Education, and Welfare, which is now HHS. And Senator Kennedy and I have already had conversations about having that come back and flow through there. And so, the Department of Education was set up in 1980, and all that funding just kind of had another place to go, but we can return it to where it was and have efficiencies in our government, and education will be in a much better place when it's closest to the students.
Sure, understood.
President Trump believes, as do I, the best education is that closest to the students. Who knows more? Parents, teachers, local superintendents of schools as they're establishing their curriculum.
Right.
We'll see test scores go up, and I'll be pleased to watch it.
So, as will we. Secretary.
Yeah, I would hope to see it too. I would hope to see it too. But let's get into another video explaining why Trump's want the Department of Education gone. So one of my favorite gay black people, man. Shout out this guy. What's his name again? Amir? Yeah, Amir Odom.
What is going on with the Department of Education? Are schools losing money? Mutilation.
So my bad. Let's go take it back.
What is going on with the Department of Education? Are schools losing money? What about the teachers? Will everything be shut down? Well, we're going to get into all that and more in today's video. And as always, we're not here to waste time, so let's just get right into this. School funding. Let's start off with how public schools are funded, just to get this out the way. There's primarily two ways that our public schools are funded, one being the state and one being the federal government. The state, like whether it be state taxes, income taxes, corporate taxes, the state itself makes up majority of public schools budget, whereas the federal government, they are the smallest contributor, and most of the money that they contribute just goes towards grants grants and other programs, but more of those programs later. So off the bat, it's not like schools are just going to start shutting down and teachers are going to be losing their jobs left and right just because the Department of Education may be gone. That's just not the case. Will budgets be adjusted? For sure. But just because you hear somebody saying, oh, we need to shut down the Department of Education, that's not equal to them saying, oh, I want to shut down all schools and stop paying teachers. That's not an equal statement. So now that that's cleared up, let's go right to the source and see exactly what the Department of Education does. Okay, it says here, federal and education overview. Education is primarily a state and local responsibility in the United States. It is states and communities, as well as a public and private organization of all kinds, that establish schools and colleges, develop curriculum, and determine requirements for enrollment and graduation. The structure of education finance in America reflects a predominant state and local role. Of an estimated $1.15 trillion spent nationwide on education all levels for the school year 2012 to 2013. Old examples, so probably even more, to be honest. Need to update their website. The government. Anyways, a substantial majority will come.
I mean, now that we kind of expose the government don't update shit. Now that I realize the government, bro, y'all spend a lot of money, but don't update nothing. I mean, bro, y'all still got files like 10 rows high, and y'all ain't put that in a database system or something? Like, bro, SQL exists.
From the state, local, and private sources. It is especially true at the elementary and secondary level, where about 92% of all the funds will come from non-federal sources. That means the federal contribution to elementary and secondary education is about 8%, which includes funds not only from the Department of Education, but also other federal agencies such as the Department of Health, Human Services, Head Start program, and the Department of Agriculture school lunch program. Those are important to note that when it comes to the Department of Health and like kids with special needs and anything that they may need, that's the Department of HHS, it's Health and Human Services. And then when it comes to school lunches, that's the Department of Ag. The Department of Education is abbreviated to ED. Although ED's share of total education funding in the United States is relatively small, ED works hard to get a big bang for its taxpayer-provided bucks by targeting its funds where they can be used the most good. This targeting reflects an historical development of the federal and education as a kind of emergency response system, a means of filling gaps in state and local support for education when critical nation needs arise. We've seen this to not be working. After reading that in the context we have so far about how little, I mean, it's big in the grand scheme of things, but how little actually the Department of Education is actually funding public schools, it is clear that it being shut down, especially with things being moved around, it's not like the end all be all. Like the world's not ending. These kids aren't going to be like without school. No, we're going to be fine. Especially given how little things have changed since the implementation of the Department of Education, because that's one of the newest agencies around. And people fail to forget that. But off the bat, it's like what we have in place right now is not working. And this is a little bit of a tangent, but from this topic to everything that Doge is doing, it's like I thought it was more of a liberal stance of like really holding the government up to a high standards and not wanting to waste time, not wanting to waste money, and really want to call out the BS. And like I feel like this should be a nonpartisan thing where we're calling out the BS that is our failed public school system. Yes, we should be holding our state and local governments more accountable, but at the same time, the over $1 trillion that has been spent on this Department of Education, where has it gone? That's a lot of money that can be used somewhere else. So that's what I'm getting at from this.
Yeah, like, bro, I heard it was $250 billion, $250 billion, $250 billion, and you're telling me only 25% gets used on the children? Yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, go ahead and take out the entire Department of Education. If we're spending 75% on administration, yeah, take that 75%, add it to that 25, and let's redistribute it back out to the states. Because apparently apparently the Department of Education ain't doing too well with it. If only 25 out of $250 billion is going to kids.
Like to go ahead and get this wrapped up in a nutshell, because I've been seeing so many people saying Trump is taking away free lunches and IEPs and Pell Grants. I don't know what to do. When it comes to the Department of Education, he has minimized it because they weren't doing nothing with your kids anyway. It's children that graduated high school that think 2 + 2 = purple. And y'all think it's okay for the Department of Education to still operate in the manner that it has been operating in the last 10, 12 years. I mean, help me help you, because I need to understand.
Man, it's like, bro, you telling me you coming out, your kids in 8th grade reading at a 4th grade level, but you see nothing wrong with the Department of Education. We all know that these inner cities complain about having a lower standard of education than private schools. but y'all see no problem with the Department of Education. Here's the thing. We have, bro, the Department of Education has a bigger purse than these private schools. We're talking about, like, bro, people who are well off, who can pay for their kids' education towards an education system that's getting paid by billions of taxpayer dollars. Billions. We should be able to at least be on par or outperform these private schools. The only reason that people should be paying for private schools for religious education, not for a more exceptional and a religious education, because we're already putting in so much money into our own. This makes no sense.
If it makes sense. Literally, I understand this freeze frame. I'm so sorry to this woman for this freeze frame. What I don't understand is, like, on one end, yes, when it comes to our education, when it comes to the curriculum, when it comes to the teachers, that is the responsibility of the local government and the state government. I get it. But knowing that and knowing the horrible track record that the Department of Education has and how much money we're spending versus what we're getting out of it, the math ain't mathing. So it shouldn't even be a problem to kind of readjust and see what's going on there.
Free lunches and things like that, that's being moved to the Department of Agriculture. Okay.
Ooh.
Which means your children might be getting healthier meals. So that might be a good thing.
Yeah, I know. Way over complaining, school lunches are gone. I'm like, bro, everything's been redistributed. It's like, yes, the Department of Agriculture should be looking over what your kid eats that can produce a healthy brain or produce a healthy body so he can perform well in school. That should be left up to agriculture, or at least RFK Jr. or, health and services.
Okay, there's been so much talk of school lunches. Oh my gosh, Trump's getting rid of school lunches. The school lunches are going away. The kids are going to starve. Where's our discernment at? Like, truly.
Really?
When it comes to hearing these things that sound so crazy, where is the discernment to just go in and look for yourself what's going on? Like, do you really think Trump is going to sit here and starve every child at school? No, that's not going to happen, because let this be a lesson to both those on the left and the right. I need to show you these two headlines right here. The left is saying Trump has yanked $1 billion in food money for schools and food banks. Heartless Trump, $660 million school fund is cut in latest GOP attack. What is the right saying? The first one that you see, Trump administration cancels COVID-era food aid programs, a $15.2 million hit to South Carolina growers. This part right here, this COVID-era food aid program, is very important. When you look into what was cut specifically, it was a program that was started underneath Joe Biden that they're getting rid of. I'm sorry, I was a kid in school before Joe Biden, and I ate free lunch because I was on one of these programs. The kids were getting fed at school before Joe Biden and before this program was even a thing. Does this program being cut hurt some local farmers? Yes, but there is budget that can be moved around, that can be adjusted to say, hey, let's just give our kids healthy food. Off the bat, if we can recognize and just like think back for a second and say, okay, we know schools have money to buy school lunches and like giant catering kitchens to cater lunches for schools and for students. We know the horrible food that's in there. And then we know in our community, there's like restaurants that are farm food to table. There's restaurants that serve local ingredients, local animals. Then maybe we take the budget that's already there for schools and invest that into the local community instead of having to create another new program, spending even more money to get local groceries and foods from the farmers. Does any of this make sense to you? Let me know in the comments below if I'm just tweaking, if I'm just alone right here in my thought process. But my thoughts are, if we're already feeding the kids all this frozen food, all the bags of food, whatever it may be, why don't we just spend that money on a local garden or a local farmer as it is? Why do we need that other program to begin with? Definitely something to be looking into. That's where my brain goes. That's my thought process. I'm thinking in my head, okay, why does this new program need to be a thing to begin with? Why do I need this program to get local food from a farmer when I can just do that off the bat with the money that we already have? It doesn't make sense to me. But again, it's why I love tools like today's sponsor, Ground News. I'm able to go through and compare headlines and see how is the media being twisted. So if you want to get started, you should have tapped off.
As far as you can appeal grant, that's been moved to the Department of Treasury. All right. They called the press secretary outside the White House, and she said the Department of Education is still actually kind of helping out with the grants and things for children who want to go to college. So maybe if they teamed up, you might be able to get better grants for your college education. Okay, the last one is the IEPs. That's the Department of Health and Human Services now, which means there might be a more concentrated effort to help your child when they have special needs.
I think this is what's most
My bad, guys. My bad. What I was pretty much saying is how the Department of Education would
Important, and what
rather
I think
force
this
your
video does a
kids
great job
on
of highlighting the
drugs
three ways
than trying to
that
have a different
programs are
teaching
being shifted
style.
around to other initiatives
My
in
bad.
our federal government. It is clear it's not a blanket statement. Hey, we're shutting every.
There we go. Pretty much, my bad, guys. Pretty much what I was saying, that the Department of Education would rather, and this is pretty crazy though. Like I said, though, they would rather, damn, I think I might have just missed my point, effing around with the computer. Whoops. Well, just to get my point back again.
They called the press secretary outside the White House, and she said the Department of Education is still actually kind of helping out with the grants and things for children who want to go to college. So maybe if they teamed up, you might be able to get better grants for your college education. Okay, the last one is the IEPs. That's the Department of Health and Human Services.
Okay, yes, that's what my argument was. Yeah, the Department of Education rather have kidlings riddled up than actually try to figure out the teaching styles or what mental issues they actually have. That's what I'm saying. So instead of actually saying, you know what, maybe this kid needs to be more hands-on taught, like with hands instead. No, they rather you drug you out so you can sit down in the seat and be forced into a teaching style that you're not suited to. It's like, and then you're going to perpetually fail off that because nobody ever really tackled the true problem with you. And this is why some of y'all have never really done good in school or haven't done good in life until you actually got out of school.
Now, which means there might be a more concentrated effort to help your child when they
And appreciate you, Castro. My bad. I didn't even recognize it was muted. I was looking up some information. But shout out Castro.
have special needs.
I think this is what's most important, and what I think this video does a great job at highlighting the three ways that programs are being shifted around to other initiatives in our federal government. It is clear it's not a blanket statement, hey, we're shutting everything down and we're being wiped away. No, things are being shuffled around and moved. We're restructuring how things are. Why? Because for enough time, we have seen that there's been so much wasted money within our federal government.
Tricking so many Americans into believing that getting rid of the Department of Education is a good thing has got to be one of the most heinous crimes against Americans. The marginal dollars that you think you're going to save, which, by the way, you're not. What a joke. They fucking played you so hard. Education, access to education, access to resources that enable education is one of the greatest gifts we can give ourselves. To strip that away from people, it's disgusting. I'm smiling, but it's not funny. And I actually genuinely feel bad for those people.
What I feel bad for is you. This person right here. I feel bad that you're just emotionally invested and manipulated into this without taking an ounce every day to look into what exactly is going on. There's so many people like this that are so extremely vocal and have these platforms that don't offer a grain of nuance or an open mind or willingness to just learn or be educated. You're so emotional and you're saying they played you, this is just wrong, this is despicable, education is important. No one's saying kids need to be starved. No one's saying the education doesn't matter. Things are getting shuffled around and things are getting shut down because there's no proven track record of success for this specific department. So why keep spending money in it anyway? It's just funny that like you're the same people complain about the government the most also advocate for more government control. It doesn't add up. Do not allow yourself to be led by mainstream media, the news, nonprofits, whatever it may be. Go out there and take the information for yourself. That's all I want for you and anyone out there, and to not be this emotional and this fired up over something that that doesn't make sense.
Department of Education does not educate a single child in America. It does not run a single school. It does not pay a single teacher's salary. Some people are concerned about what eliminating the department might mean for students, despite the fact that their track record is terrible and it hasn't improved outcomes. You know, what about protections for, say, groups of kids with special needs, for example? I would note that the Education for All Handicapped Children Act was signed into law in 1975. It provides protections for kids with special needs. It predates the creation of the department. That goes nowhere. Spending for the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, that would move over to HHS. So that goes nowhere. The same would likely happen with Title I spending for low-income districts. It could be managed by HHS. Data collection, send it over to Commerce. Let the Census Bureau handle it. Student loans, send it to the Small Business Administration or the Treasury Department. So there are more appropriate receiving agencies where you could keep intact some of the appropriate functions of the department, but not actually have the infrastructure that is that massive bureaucratic boondoggle that Carter created.
That was so, see, it's what we've been talking about in this entire video of like literally just understanding and taking the back seat and saying, if they're shutting down the Department of Education, what does it actually mean? Are they shuffling things around? Yes. Are they shutting down some offices? Yes. Are they trying to reduce the amount of spending that we're doing in the specific department? Yes. Do they want these certain segments like, you know, special needs kids to school lunches, to the grants, to the census stuff to go in separate, more fitting departments? Yeah. I'm not, unless something horrible happens, there is no.
It's the ultimate fear mongering that irritates me. It's like, oh, they're gonna shut it down. Everything is gone. Food's gone. Grants are gone. Education is gone. And it's like, no, y'all know that's not it. Education being pushed back out to the states. I think agriculture is handling food. The Treasury is handling the grants, and Department of Health and Human Services is handling your special needs. What the hell are y'all talking about?
Clear indication to me that shutting down the Department of Education is going to cause this much of a rife and this much of a hassle in America, especially given how much needs to be addressed as it is. The education system on all scales has just failed, and the government stepping in, that's failed too. So we need to come up with something new. There's something else that needs to be done, and I feel like we all can agree to that. I feel like that's a good middle ground that we all can reach, just saying, hey, left, right, it doesn't matter. We need to be addressing our public school system because something is just not going right. We've gone through for ourselves what exactly the Department of Education does, how public schools are funded, where these programs are being shifted and moved to. So I'm curious, we've gone through an emotional woman, we've gone through the truth. How is mainstream media reacting to this? What is New York Times saying?
President Trump has said he wants to close the federal Department of Education.
Let the states run their own education.
And he says the agency is filled with
radical zealots and Marxists.
But at the same time, he signed sweeping executive orders that would use the federal department to wield tremendous power over local schools that try to prevent schools from recognizing or affirming transgender identities.
Which I think is perfectly fine because, again, this is a clear pathway to genital mutilation. It's so irate and so stupid. It flusters me and makes me so mad every single time. This idea that schools are actually promoting children to be trans, and that is happening. That is crazy that people are advocating for that to still be a thing. So there's nothing wrong with that. Schools should be teaching, not gender ideology, but they should be teaching school things.
That try to force and push schools to adopt what he calls a patriotic view of American history.
Also valid to share love your country, to be more knowledgeable about the rights that we are afforded in this country, be more knowledgeable that, you know, because everybody I think is too jaded. We got people worried about being called he, she, it, they, too worried about pronouns. The whole time across the world, people are dying nonstop. The world is actually cruel, and we have it so good here in America. And we should be promoting that and letting people know, hey, be patriotic and love your country because we really stand in our business over here.
Prevent schools from talking about things like critical race theory.
There's no need for a school to be teaching critical race theory. There's nothing that a white person can do that I can't as a black man. Should we be teaching American history?
Exactly. Say it, brother. Say it. There's nothing that a white person can do that I can't do as a black man. Period, point blank. And y'all need to get that through y'all goddamn head. It's damn near like insulting. You're insulting yourself believing in this critical race theory. It's low-key lowering yourself and lowering our children to honestly think that they're lower than white people. And then what? You wonder why they come out like this? Why they come out low? Like, I'm gonna be real with you, not too confident, not really too proud to be black. I mean, y'all spent the whole time telling them that white people is better than them and that they should feel like victims for it. What do you think that's gonna produce?
Should be teaching the things that black people have gone through in this nation for sure, but we don't need to be teaching that this is still happening to today. Because I feel like the modern critical race theory and the way students are going to be taught and told about racism in America and what it means to be white and black and BLM, I'm not with any of that as a black man. So be sure to subscribe because I guess I'll probably make a video talking about critical race theory and why, you know, I'm not fond of it at all.
So what exactly is the Department of Education? And importantly, what is it not? The Department of Education is not the agency or the part of government that controls what schools teach kids or how they teach it. Local school districts and states have control over those huge questions.
Which I will say, to give pushback against some Republicans or like how things are being phrased, to say we need to cut the Department of Education because our schools are already failing, it kind of doesn't match, because then you should be going towards in targeting the local schools and all the states on how horrible job that they're doing. So I will say that. But on the flip side, it also is like, okay, if the goal of the Department of Education is to step in and fill those gaps aren't being filled. So it's also like, just scrap the whole system. And not necessarily scrap the whole system, but like something needs to be rebuilt. Something needs to be done. Because if the Department of Education goal is to fill the gaps aren't being filled. They're doing a bad job.
Education is a relatively small federal agency, and more than 70% of its budget goes toward federal student aid, so grants or loans that help folks pay for college. In terms of K-12 education, there are funding streams to support low-income kids, disabled children. There's funding streams for research into best practices in education. The federal government only controls about 10% of the funding for local K-12 schools. Congress controls that 10%. So absent a ruling from the Supreme Court that would give the president powers that he doesn't currently have, these threats are not that meaningful to local schools. It is clear, however, that the Trump administration will drastically try to reduce the size of the federal Department of Education. Attempts to decrease the amount of money the Department of Education receives are going to disproportionately impact those students who the department's programs serve: low-income children, children with disabilities, and college students who cannot afford the full price of their tuition.
Okay, are you not going to mention how it's going to be pushed over to other departments? So why you got to get the news for yourself? That is sad. I'm sitting here waiting on like her to mention, okay, but they're getting moved. Things are getting switched around. That wasn't brought up. Literally, there's so many other departments that have their hands in this pie. If you look in the executive order, if you look at things that Trump's saying, no student is going to go without food. No disabled student is going to go without care. Those are things that are going to be taken care of. Is just a massive restructuring of how things are being ran. In regards to the Department of Education shutting down and all the restructuring Donald Trump and his administration want to do, it is evident going through these videos, going through the executive order, going through what Trump is saying, nothing that drastic is about to happen. We all can acknowledge how bad our public school systems are on the state and local level, and we all can acknowledge the sheer amount of blow and wasted money spent at the federal level. Things need to be adjusted across the board, and I feel like this needs to be a great reminder that just because you're hearing, oh my gosh, you're shutting down the Department of Education, what happened, what about the schools, what about the money, what about the teachers, let this be a moment for you to sit down and pause. Let this be a moment for you to sit down and reflect. Let this be a moment not even just to plug them, but to use a tool like Ground News to understand, okay, let me process what the liberals are saying. Let me process what the Republicans are saying. Let me process what the center is saying. And let me come up with my own opinion. And let me come up with how
I mean, yeah, it's like this. Like when you go through the whole, oh, America gives $200 billion in subsidies to Canada, right? And you know, there are people arguing like, no, what you mean? We don't give out, like the government just doesn't give out money to Canada. And it all depends on how you frame the argument or how you look at it from which side. I mean, one side says we don't subsidize them. One side says we do. One side says we don't because we don't subsidize them through our government. One side says we subsidize them because we subsidize them through the American people and through our purchases and corporations. I mean, the argument can be made on both sides. Trust me. Which is pretty much how I see this, and that's kind of how it is. You kind of got to take it from how you want to see it or your own, I guess, perspective. Because how I see things with the Department of Education is, yeah, I see things as they just broke up everything and reallocated it to other departments that it will fit better under. That's great. I mean, with my Canada subsidies argument, well, you can't say that we subsidize Canada because, well, our government doesn't give $200 billion to Canada, but you can say we subsidize Canada through the fact that we purchased like $500 billion in goods and services from Canada. You can't say we subsidize them under that measure. Seeing that, I mean, we could just produce our own and go somewhere else. We could just start going for our own lumber. It's like, see, you kind of see what arguments can be made. All right, now let's get over to the next video, man. Let's get over to Piers Morgan on Fox. It's like, well, actually, hold on. Before I even want to get over to Piers Morgan on Fox, let's get into this video real quick, man. Shout out my man PBD. Y'all gonna like this one. The death of the middle class.
Two decisions we made in the last 50 years that destroyed our manufacturing jobs in the US. And let me tell you what I mean by this. Imagine in 1970, if you worked in China, do you know what the average employee made in China minimum wage? You ready for this? They made 50 wons per month, which is roughly $20.33 per month, which is roughly 8 cents an hour. That's the labor cost in China. So imagine Nixon is sitting there saying, let's open it up so we can start doing business in China. We do. They call it the ping pong diplomacy because now we can send our, jobs and manufacturers over there. And this was the first time ever a U.S. president visited China. Nixon goes to China. 25 years, there was no communication between U.S. and China at all during that period. He goes, they brokered a deal. Oh my God, that's so awesome. Fast forward, gradually, jobs are moving. Then in 2001, December 11th, China enters the World Trade Organization. Within a span of 8 years later, 6 million manufacturing jobs goes over there. The rich got richer because they're like, listen, if labor to us is going to cost 50 cents an hour in China, it's costing.
And this is where you kind of got to blame your government. Yes. Here's the thing. You can't even say Trump works for the rich just off like this right now. Bro, us pretty much allowing these companies to go overseas, get cheaper costs, and then to be able to sell their products back here, that's what destroyed our middle class. That's what destroyed our jobs. And here's the thing, Biden ain't make it no better.
Costing us a bunch of money here. We're about to make a lot of money. But what did it do to middle America? It absolutely destroyed it. We're going to talk about that today. If you get value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Let's get into it. So check this out. I got numbers for you. Ready? Little concerning. Remember how we talked about 1970, the ping pong, and then they go in 2001, China come on in, World Trade Organization. In 1970, the average minimum wage in China is roughly, I told you, 8 cents. Let's say 8 to 12 cents an hour. In 1970. US is $1.60, which means we're 13 times more expensive to hire people in America in 1970 than China. In China, you're like, man, we're saving 13 times salary. Send the labor there. Don't do it here. Send it there. Then they go to 2001, World Trade Organization. Come on in, China. Come and compete with the rest of us. Come on in, all these other companies. No.
And that is where a tariff should have been enacted. As soon as these companies went straight to China to get a cheaper profit, we was like, all right, cool, tariffs. 25, 100% tariffs on your products since you want to go out there for cheaper labor. Or you can come back here, pay the American worker what they're worth, or you can go to China and just get tariff out the ass and your product don't even work and your product won't even sell here no more. That was a time to put tariffs on. But at that point, we were kind of supporting it and we was championing it at our own destruction.
No problem. Great. In 2001, it's 34 cents an hour. In China, it's $5.15 minimum wage an hour. In US, 15 times more. But you know what it is today in China? $3.75 an hour minimum wage now. In US is $7.25, only 2 times more. You can look at this and say a couple different things. Wow, China's getting hammered because their cost has gone so up that now it's like, how are they going to make up with all this? Or you could say, why is our income not growing so fast in America? Well, because we shipped off all that labor over there and we don't have it here. Labor is expensive now here. Let me give you a couple examples of what's happened. Watch this. So if you look at this chart on this website, this shows the percentage of countries manufacturing share output. This shows the top 10 countries by share of world manufacturing output from 1970 to 2018. I got the numbers for today. I'll give it to you. In 1970, if you go look at the numbers on where US was at, we had 29% of all manufacturing jobs. That was US. Second was Russia, then Japan, Germany.
And that was in the what? When was this? I believe the 70s. And this was a pretty good time in American history. I remember, this is one of our golden ages. All the way out from 1970 to 2018. We were doing pretty good. And then all of a sudden, we just let it all go.
70. If you go look at the numbers on where US was at, we had 29% of all manufacturing jobs. That was US. Second was Russia, then Japan, Germany, UK, France, Italy. Look at China, 3.1%. If you let this play out and you see where it goes to, by 2001, you know what you'll notice in 2001? Let's look at 2001. By 2001, we're at 25.6%. We're still leading the way. China goes from 3% to 8.2, nearly 3xing from 70 till today. But if you keep playing it and see where it goes to today, It's this chart that I have in front of me. China is now 31.
Oh, hell no, bro. What am I looking at? It's like, bro, we completely gave it to them. Ain't no, like I said, 1970s. We was doing great in the 1970s and the 60s and all that good stuff. But as we went further, we just sold out the middle class.
But if you keep playing it and see where it goes to today, it's this chart that I have in front of me. China is now 31%. US is roughly 15.9%. And it's projecting that by 2030, manufacturing jobs, you know how many is going to be China? 45%. And by 2030, you know what US is going to be? 11%. This goes from...
Yep, can't have that happening. Cannot have that happening.
Having 18.6 million manufacturing jobs in 2000 in the US, fast forward 8 years later, 9 years later, that 18.6 drops to 11.4 million, 6 million is gone. What happens to different states? Let's look at it. If you look at this chart, you go focus on 2001. How's Michigan doing with jobs in 2001? Now, keep in mind, Michigan back in the days got decimated because of what happened when China opened and they came in like, whoa, you're kind of hurting us here. That's the story you have of Michigan. The 1980s, when they call it the Detroit auto industry collapse, between 1970 and 2010, Detroit lost over 50% of its population. Unemployment in some neighborhoods hit 30 to 40%. Why? It's cheaper to build the same thing in a different country. Why are we doing it in Michigan? Bam, takes a hit. Let's go to the next one. Ohio. Look at Ohio's numbers from 2001. Look what happens to Ohio next. When you go and look at some Ohio stories, what do you hear about? September 19th.
Nah, trust me, that hurt. That hurt in 2001. When all those jobs left, a lot of buying like power left as well. Like things got frugal. It went, and I'm giving you guys this from experience because like my stepdad owned a store and I literally watched the store go under during those times. And I was literally hearing that, bro, they were complaining about jobs leaving. They're playing like I had a job here, but they moved it to China and layoffs were happening all over the manufacturing industry damn near before the crash. This was happening and it was affecting local businesses everywhere because where did these guys go? Usually these manufacturers buy at their local businesses. And that decimated all local businesses, all your mom and pop shops. So it had a crazy effect. It didn't just hurt manufacturing. It also hurted the small businesses.
In 1977, a day known as Black Monday, the Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company abruptly closed its Campbell Works mill in Youngstown, Ohio, immediately laying off approximately 5,000 workers. This is where the whole concept of Rust Belt comes out. This continues. Job losses. Initial close.
And ever since then, Youngstown's became a hood since then, I believe. Bro, it's like, it's one of those cities that you kind of really don't want to go to. It's kind of weird. It's not even really one of them famous cities in Ohio, but it used to have a lot of money go through there. Then once they pulled those jobs out, everything just started plummeting. Same thing with Cleveland. Had all the jobs in Cleveland, start plummeting. Detroit had all the jobs in Detroit. Once they gone, everything starts plummeting. High poverty, high crime, etc.
Led to cascading effect, resulting in the loss of over 50,000 jobs and a Mahoning Valley within the next 5 years. Population decline. Youngstown population goes from 150 when it peaked in the mid-20th centuries to 65,000. Unemployment hit 24.9% in the 80s. This is even pre-WTO China joining us. So when you look at Ohio takes the hit. Then when you go to Indiana, the impact. Gary's population, this is the steels. Gary Works was one of the largest steel mill in the world starting in the late 70s. Production cuts and layoffs gutted the workforce from 175,000 people in 1960 to 70,000 people today. 100,000 people left because there are no jobs. What am I doing here? They went elsewhere. Let's go to Pennsylvania now.
Bro, I know there are literally some cities that are built on top of these corporations that are like, yo, usually everybody in the city either works at this company, that company, or over there, or outside the city at the plant. If you don't work at those three places, you like, or you got fired from all three of those places, or you can't work at all three of those places, you have no business even living in that city. There are some places you live where if you ain't working a certain job, you don't need to be there. And that's how some of this works. And trust me, it's one of the reasons why my family moved to Ohio.
Next, look at Pennsylvania, how it drops from 2001, boom, to where it's at today. Pennsylvania, Bethlehem Steel collapsed in 1995. This was another one of those companies that employed thousands of employees, thousands of lost jobs. City lost its economic engine. The company officially declared bankruptcy in 2000 and what? 2001. This company called Bethlehem Steel collapsed. They had to go, why? After 2001, if you're going to open it up and you're going to have China coming in, hey, guys, we got to do something about this. We can't compete with cheap labor. We're going to go.
And shout out, man. Shout out Daniel Castro. He said Fox Chase is a steel worker from Gary. Man, that makes sense because my man do work with cars and all that good stuff. So that makes sense. But hey, hold on, man. And shout out my man Fox Chase and Castro. Man, hopefully you hear this, Fox Chase. But anyway, though, let's get right back to it. But yeah, trust me, I could see that. I could see that. But it's sad though. Is it not sad that all these jobs just left? Damn near decimated the I'm gonna be real with you. The buying power within that city, decimated the population within the city, like crazy. These are how important these corporations are, honestly, to, well, America, and really to some of these places in America, like small cities, big cities alike.
Elsewhere, the investors, we're going to go do this business in China. Illinois, same story. Illinois, different company. Chicago's Union Stockyard closure. Guess what year? 1971. That's the day that Nixon allowed China to come and do all the trades that they were doing. How many jobs lost? 40,000 jobs were lost. That's Illinois. I can give you more stories. North Carolina, if you go to Carolina from 2001, look at the drop that Carolina has. Straight up, it's not even like a small little dip. Gone. You go to Wisconsin, gone. You go to New York, gone. You go to California, look at California, how it was peaking. 2001, China joins the World Trade Organization, gone. The aerospace industry collapse of 1990s, LA County alone lost 200,000 aerospace jobs in the 90s. Entire communities like Lancaster.
And those are high-paying jobs in aerospace. If you was working in there, you was getting paid like 40 an hour plus.
Palm that once thrived around Lockheed and Northrop suffered mass layoffs, but who benefited from it all the way on the other side is a country called China.
We've lost like low-tech and high-tech manufacturing jobs. We lost low-skill and high-skill manufacturing jobs. It don't matter. We just lost manufacturing jobs, period. Wild.
They benefited from this. Policy seemed good short-term, but it destroyed a lot of low and middle-income people's lives in America. So, you may say, Pat, this is too dramatic. Give it a break. Give me this. You cannot be talking about this kind of stuff. Here's a chart for you from Statista. Okay. Outsourcing viewed as the top threat to U.S. jobs. This is 2016. So they scored it, right, on what they thought it was going to be. So, number one, increased outsourcing of jobs to other countries was their number one fear, is what they were most worried about. Number two, more foreign-made products being sold in the U.S. Where are they? Foreign-made products. So it's benefiting you, but it's being sold here. Why are we not making it here and selling it here? But this does. Number three, increased use of contract or temp employees, decline of union membership, automation of jobs, growing number of immigrant workers in the U.S., the U.S. made products being sold abroad, internet, email, other office tech. You would think that would be number one. No. But number one is what? Outsource. Outsource. Cheaper labor. Yep. Who does it affect? Here's who it affects. Let's look at this. Income gains at the top dwarf those low and middle income households. This is from 1979 till today. Look what happened to the top 1%.
I mean, yeah, bro. These steel factories went from paying, I ain't gonna lie, probably what, 25 to 30 an hour, and went overseas and now they would pay $8 an hour. Like, hell yeah, of course they did that. Of course, and we let them. Well, as soon as that company did that, we should have been like, oh, okay, well, $100 tariffs on your product. So your cheap labor almost don't even matter that you're getting it because we're going to put the tariffs on it to even it out. That's what tariffs do. It protects our economy, it protects our industries, it protects our jobs.
Well, it's looking really, really good for the top 1%. But here's what's very, very interesting. Look at the next 19%. So you're in the top 20 percentile, let's just say. They grew 116%, but you know who beat them? The bottom 20% of workers in America. Go in the early 80s and 1985, 1990. Look what the yellow is at the bottom 20%. They're below zero, but the bottom 20%, because the welfare state outgrew the next 19% of workers, they're talking about you, by the way. You watch, if you watch my content, you're somebody that wants to improve your life, do better. You're working, you're running a business, small business owner, salesperson, working at a job, want to bring value. Why are we helping the bottom 20% more than we are those that are actually, they don't need your taxes to be increased to pay them? Why are we not rewarding them a little bit more? And then the middle 60, you know what the middle 60 is?
And that's what a lot of y'all hate. Like, oh, well, why are we giving tax breaks to the rich so they can reinvest in y'all motherfuckers? That's why. Excuse my language, but I am a bit irritated on the topic, though. Like, oh, why are we giving tax breaks to the rich? Because they're the ones that give you a job. They're the ones that give you the building so you can work in an office. They're the one to give you a factory so you can work in a factory. They're the ones who build these things so you can have a job. 90% of y'all, even if you work for yourself, you either use products that a billionaire made, or you work for a company that a billionaire owns. Even the 1099 guys. It's almost funny how y'all hate the rich, but guess what? If it wasn't for the rich, you wouldn't have a job. If it wasn't for the rich that stayed here in this country, bro, a lot of us would be screwed. I mean, if y'all got Kamala Harris and she got it her way, we really wouldn't have no jobs here.
Look where the middle 60s at. The lowest growth. They don't have to do anything. Jobs are cheaper elsewhere. That's what's taking place.
Now, Ham, how much did they reinvest? Are you serious, dog? Bro, go look up all the new plants that are being built. Those are reinvestments from these corporations. Go look at the jobs being added. Those are reinvestments from these corporations. Every time you see a new plant, a new factory, a new building, a new skyscraper being built, that's reinvestment, my friend. Yes, every time you see a building, a place of work, a place where jobs will be provided, that is reinvestment. And I'm pretty sure if you drive around your city long enough, you'll see some reinvestments.
But that's not, don't get me wrong. You can find a way to improve yourself. You can find a way to improve your valuation in a marketplace with different skill sets that you learn. But sometimes bad policies affect the people you were hoping to help. Boom, those jobs went elsewhere. So where are we going with this, pal? What's your point? I don't get it. Why are we talking? All of a sudden, y'all fired up about this because everybody's talking about tariffs, right? A tariff this and tariff that and tariff this. Well, tariff kind of got Apple to say we're going to invest $500 billion in the U.S. in the next few years. Apple? Yes. Yep. What does it mean invest $500 billion? Is it like I'm going to put it in a mutual fund? No. Those are jobs. They need people. $500 billion, lots of money. UAE, $1.4 trillion. That's a lot of money. Saudi, $600 billion. Rolls-Royce. We're going to bring some of our jobs that's in Mexico, Canada, and China. We're going to bring it to the U.S. Why? Because we have to. Yeah. Because these tariffs are kind of going to be cheaper to produce.
I mean, if Rolls-Royce, man, if you want Rolls Royces to be sold in America at an affordable price, which, I mean, they're already unaffordable to most of us, you're going to build it here. Like Apple, if you don't want to get that $2,400 on your phone without it being built here, you don't build that shit here. I mean, trust me, if like God, because think about it. I mean, Apple needs to work fast because they would hate for Samsung to hop in here and be like, no, we'll jump in there first. Because then that means that gives Samsung an opportunity to take over the phone market through cheaper prices, which they already have. But to give them even cheaper prices because they're manufacturing here would damn near decimate Apple.
Produce the stuff here than to do it in Mexico, Canada, and China. Bingo, the jobs are coming here. That's why. The same way were these policies, 1971. Let's let China come in. 2001, an idea from Clinton's and some of the other guys. Let's let them come and compete. All they did is take our jobs. And the way they're now creating the reciprocal tariffs and the fear being imposed on all these other guys. And by the way, on a side note, U.S. getting control of the 2 ports in Panama Canal. You know how China feels about that? That was one of their biggest leverage points that they had. They lost control with that. This is allowing U.S., if you live in America, jobs are coming here. You get to sit there and say, I just want people to get jobs here. Why? If people make more money, they get to take care of their families. They get to have dignity where they can look in front of their wives and feel like they're a man. They can look in front of their kids, feel like they're a father doing their job. They stand tall. If they stand tall, crime goes down. If crime goes down, communities do well because people felt safe and secure because they're reinvesting into the communities. But if jobs are going elsewhere, money's going elsewhere, your cities are going to be more unsafe. Crime is going to.
And it's going to turn to drugs and crime. And like, bro, it's going to turn to all these, like, I'm going to be real with you. Gonna turn to gang stuff. It's gonna turn to gang violence. Gonna turn to drugs. It's like, bro, when there's no jobs, people find other ways to make money, and it's usually through the criminal organizations or just going through it down a life of crime. Look at the hood. I mean, because we don't got that much jobs out here in the hood sometimes, in these hoods, well, what do kids do? Drugs, gangs, rob, steal. But I'm gonna be real with you. Like, little do y'all know, if we actually had some jobs out there, they'd probably go do that. They'd be like, yo, F good risk in jail, bro. Let me go get this job right and quick, work, get my own house, have my games and all that good stuff, and live my life. Like, you gotta understand, bro. Bro, there's literally kids out there selling drugs, risking their life just so they can live a normal life.
To go up, and we don't want that. That's why, to the people that understand business, sit there and say, look, this is,
and by normal, I mean just be able to live in a crib, be able to afford the same amount of groceries you do, live in the same amount of cribs you do, don't have a job, you just sell drugs all day.
Kind of a good idea, but it's going to be painful for a couple of years. I don't know if we have the tolerance for it. We're about to find out. We're about to find out what the pain tolerance of us American citizens are going to be while we're going through this process. Anyways, if you got value out of this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. And if you've not watched the video on what just happened with Panama Canal and the BlackRock deal, taking it away from C.K. Hutchinson, if you've not seen it yet, whatever you do, take 10 minutes and watch that video as well. Click here to watch it. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
And all right, man. Hopefully that was informative enough for y'all because, woo. Let me see. Do I have any? I have one more. I have one more. Yes, one more. Why not? Let's get into this Pierce video real quick, and then we're going to go ahead and end it out, guys. All right, guys, you want to go ahead and show some support? Go ahead and send any super chats in during this last video, man. Let's get a conversation started. If not, man, let's just end it out. Like the video. Let's enjoy the stream.
Of one of America's most progressive states torching his own party.
The Democratic brand is toxic right now. We had a high water mark 2 weeks ago, and that was a CNN poll at 29% favorability. It's dropped in the NBC poll down to 27%. It's one thing to make noise, but you also have to make sense.
Democrat lawmakers pressed on their thoughts had this to say.
I don't think it's my job to help the Democrats come out of the wilderness. It's my job to make sure that this is Maryland's decade.
Yeah. I think that it is a brand that is, with all respect to my colleague from California, is associated with New York and with California. The Democratic Party ought to be able to come back under those circumstances with a pretty good argument about why we could lead better than Donald Trump.
All right, he reacts. He says he would. It's still up to you. Pierce Morgan, the same Pierce Morgan who does Uncensored with Pierce Morgan.
A lot of fireworks.
What's your name again? It's not important. I'm a boxing friend. That's all that matters.
By the way, I turned 60 yesterday. I know what you're thinking, Ainsley. Can't be 60. But I found, to my utter shock, that you're only 10 months older than me.
Right. I
had you down for about 5 years older.
I look like 10 years younger. Are you kidding me? You guys are the British. You don't even know how to use moisturizer.
We don't need moisturizer.
You know?
You can kill me today.
This good. You don't need moisturizer.
Okay, fine. Let's go back to Democrats.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, Ainsley. As always, a touch of class in the middle.
Right.
Thank
absolutely.
you.
Berating our guests.
Right. Sorry, yeah. We're off to a bad start. But what did you think of what Gavin Newsom was saying about the party?
Do you know the thing about you talking about moisturizer? Don't you think with Gavin Newsom, he probably takes longer to get ready than his wife when they go out? Don't you think?
Okay, that's
Would you agree with that,
when
Ainsley?
you're dating someone and they take longer than you do.
Come on.
Red flag.
He is so slick, it's just pouring off him. It's interesting because, of course, one of the reasons the party's so toxic is because of people like Newsom.
And shout out my man T Benke. So I was wondering when you were gonna end the stream. I watched Louder with Crowder at 11. I haven't been as active today, but I'm at work right now. Hey man, hey, shout out to my man TK Benke working. Yes. Hey, look, I accidentally fell asleep and I was supposed to start at 11 o'clock. Yeah, I was supposed to start at 11 and then drag it out to like 5, but fell asleep. Hey, man, I couldn't, and I had to get up and get to it. Okay, my bad, guys. But do not worry, though. Do not worry. Trust me, I'm gonna be here at 11 tonight. Well, let's see here. I think 12. Okay, the show might start around at 12:30.
Who were following these mad, crazy, woke, progressive left policies. Now, to his credit, he, unlike a lot of the party, has realized they've got to move very, very quickly back to the middle, or it's all over. I mean, the Democrat polling is indescribably horrific.
But he's not as governor. Right now, he's not moving. He's
I agree.
But he's not moving anything. I
don't think he cares about California anymore. He sees an opportunity to run the party. He's playing the sort of Bill Clinton thing, even the mannerisms, right? Yeah. You can see the way he's doing the interview. So it was very interesting. But the Democrats are toxic for one reason. If you want to know why they're in the state they're in, just ask all of them 2 questions. What is a woman? And should biological men be in women's sport? If they are unable to answer the first question, and if they say in the second one, yeah, that's fine, that's the problem. Right there, they have gone completely crackers. And I say that as somebody who's more on the kind of Bill Maher side, politically, I guess, historically. But I agree with Bill. That's why I'm pleased Bill's going to see President Trump. They've got to get with the program that common sense is where most Americans now want to be.
How do you think it's going to
be? Bill Maher did. I want to be there, don't you? Kid Rock, Dana White, President Trump, Bill Maher.
Yo, that does sound like an all-star lineup. I mean, dude, man, somebody send me an invite, man. I'll bring the camera.
Not Brian Kilmeade.
I know.
But I would love to be there. I think it's great. I'm actually doing Bill's show in a couple of weeks. I think he's a refreshing voice of common sense in a party that's gone mad. And I think he could have said no. But actually, yes, funny. As he said, and I really like this, there's something incredibly respectful about being invited to the White House, and it's a great honor to be invited to the White House.
How do you think the party is going to respond to that, though?
Oh, well, all the woke left will go completely nuts. They'll probably go around and torch his car like they're doing to Elon Musk because they have no way of combating policy. I mean, look at the Elon Musk thing. Again, if you want to know how nuts these people have got, Elon Musk has sacrificed his business stuff for however long he's going to do this for no money. He's leading a team of people to try and reduce government overspending and waste. I wish he was doing that to the federal government in the UK. And what's his reward? All over America now, people torching Teslas, petrol bombing them, targeting people who are driving Teslas. I said on X last night, this is making me want to go and buy a Tesla, to which Elon replied, thank you, because I'm sure he's feeling a little bit vulnerable right now in terms of his business being actively targeted, and they're trying to destroy it.
And it's
because the guy,
the Democrats love the electric car.
These people used to love Elon Musk. They used to see him as the savior, the green energy guy, bringing energy, these cars to green energy cars to America. They all loved him, and now because he has aligned himself to Donald Trump, now he's the enemy, and they can't crush him on policy. They want to crush him with violence.
Well,
I think it's
this made me feel better. Only 100 people showed up to one of the rallies, at the Tesla plant.
But in New York, it was a big one.
And they've happened all over the world. But I think it's going to backfire because he's trying to save us money so that we don't go bankrupt, so we can keep our country.
I thought the Brett Baer thing was fascinating.
So good.
Really good, wasn't it? With Elon and all those other business leaders who have all given up their time. And the way they talked through what they're doing and what they're finding, the scale of the waste is actually terrifying.
I know.
And the idea that for exposing this and for saving Americans money, which is what they're doing, that you then become the devil who must be targeted, destroyed with violence, I think is a shameful moment for everybody on the left in America. And they've got to stop this right now.
Go to Fox Nation, watch the whole thing. In its entirety with Brett Baer.
Thank you, Pierce.
Thanks, Pierce.
We're crunching later.
Yes.
Now, I am carrying a severe ankle injury.
Don't you start. You do the same
but because
I'm weak as hell. All right, man. All right. We can go ahead and end it on that mark, guys. All right. I'm going to go ahead and end it out. And you know what? Shoot, let me go ahead and do this for a friend. You feel me? Hey. For a friend, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play, something a little different to close it out. And I do appreciate y'all tuning in, man. Trust me, it was really a great live. Appreciate y'all for pulling up. Make sure y'all guys like and subscribe to the channel. So yes, go ahead and double tap that screen and then go ahead and click on the S.E.T media icon and go ahead and subscribe to the channel, man. We do this every night, and make sure to go check out our clips, man. All right, guys, this is S.E.T with S.E.T and Key Media, and I'll catch y'all on the next one. Y'all have a good night, man. Peace.
My ex be fans of me when it all got real, you ran on me. 2 months ago, couldn't stand me. Now she wanna be a part of my fantasy. Feel so real, but how can it be? Now everywhere I go, cameras be. I'm in the low end randomly, but the west side where my family be. Keep that energy, I'll go towards you, hell to me. I ain't worried about no enemy, cause my brother crazy like Brandon's be. Tell him quit playing with me. 4 in 20 ounce drowning me. I'm supposed to be out of town again, but all my bitches keep flying there. gotta look for the keys, but she like Porsche, so she go to speed. None of that hoe on me, asking a nigga that know of me. I was through L-top shaking the back,